Take me under, take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become petri enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not.
People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on you. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you.
got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう 全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song You and me going out tonight Let's turn the radio on You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long Let's lay some whiskey down We'll dance all night then get it on To another country song Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. Your move got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down?
my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it, but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 4.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come.
恭喜 Oh my God！
Pretty bloody good intro, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you back to the LPL for day number 2. My name's Hysterics, as always, joining you back again. But Naimira's joined me this time around, a very famous man from the LEC, from the LJL unofficial as well. So it's a pleasure to have you in our year in, I don't know, the best region, but at least one of.
Hey, well, I'm very much enjoying my presence here already. You're very much getting the flattery out right out of the gates, and I'm really looking forward to get my hands on such an explosive, charismatic league.
Yeah, well, look, hot damn, you're going to get plenty of that here today. It's a 3-series day, and I don't think you're going to miss out on much. You could say the same about yesterday, Naimira. I know you and I were both watching when it was coming off the cast, of course, but it was a pretty big day considering it was only our first day, yet we went to 8 individual games with, I think, plenty of bangers across the board.
Yeah, only one short of the full house of 3 best of 3s going the distance. We were not left wanting, though, for entertainment and getting a look at what this new season looks like in terms of the balance, in terms of the meta that's coming out. There are some big changes, which I'm sure we're going to start seeing evolve throughout today as well.
Especially when you get big teams like JDG, BLG this split as well, right? Even I'm going to call WE a big team now for some reason. We're getting these teams kind of leading the charge.
Anything's possible. They got their win.
Dude, the fact that they did, it was exciting enough as it is. I believe we'll bring up standings now as well, because even though our 17 teams haven't played, forget that. I was going to say, we've got a lot more to look forward to, and this is what we're looking forward to. Naimira, later on, NIP, Ultra Prime will be taken onto the Rift in their home arena, actually, in Shenzhen. That's NIP's. But you and I get to start off with LGD and RA, which I think has a little bit more oomph to it than people would expect, right?
Yeah, because both these teams, they ended summer of last year at 4-12. And this is the kind of game, because of course each team only plays each other the one time, where this sort of matchup, even though it is the first one for both these teams, it can split the difference a little later on into the split, and particularly when things get very close to the playoffs, with the amount of teams, the amount of games, the amount that these individual games can matter, a slip up here, we'll be tracking that later down the line.
And look, building up momentum might seem like a meme in other regions, but I truly think at the LPL, it is such a big factor. It's how teams like Anyone's Legend almost made playoffs last, but it's how TT in the later half almost made that cut as well. LGD and RA, you were saying to me in the rehearsal, it was a 4-12 finish for both of them. It was a pretty, even cut across the bottom of the board for them. This could be a very different split, as we've had a couple of changes. And starting with LGD here, Naimira, you and I also talking a little bit about the addition of their jungler in Meteor, a guy that used to be on BLG, a guy that, played with King and Zeka, back when they were in the LPL. It feels like maybe a bit of an upgrade here for the LGD lineup running into 2023.
Yeah, no, Meteor is finally back, taking a little while off of that stage, coming back. And as you said, there are a couple of names which they played with, which reached a little bit of prominence in that last World Championship, made it through to that Summoners Cup, won with them, but trying to maybe get some glory of his own back in the LPL. And alongside the rest of this team, got to hope that they can start off on the strong foot.
Because LGD, their last rise to fame was 2020. You remember it as well as I do. It was at Worlds. They came through as the 4th seed, and they actually did pretty well. But the most impressive part was that LGD, for some reason, only ever make that rise to fame every 5 years. 2015, 2020. So you and I know this can't be their year, dude, because it has to be 2025.
Mathematics got to be abided by. 2015, first seed, 2020. They nearly went out in play-ins, remember, at that point. They had to really scrape through. They had to dig deep. Hopefully not quite in such dire straits this time around.
Well, you can see their lineup coming out onto stage. Remember, we are in Shanghai for this one. As Xiaoshu up in the top lane, it's Meteor in jungle. Hai Chao through mid. LPC is your AD, and Jin Jiao no longer your AD, but your support now. In a couple of splits in a row, running back into position. And LGD's like pieces together. Some LDL talent, some, I guess, experienced talent also coming back into the league. It's a nice little mix here, Nymera, and I think we're kind of just hoping to see the development play out through this split with some of those leaders like Meteor and, I guess, Jin Jiao leading the way for the rest of them.
Yeah, and I think it's great that you kind of phrase it as these pieces, because in the LPL as a whole coming into this year, it is a time of great change. We have a lot of eras ending for a lot of our teams. We have a lot of pieces coming together in different places to try and start something new. You mentioned those players, but they've got to try and find a way to slot them together in the right way to start building again, that momentum which we keep talking about.
It's going to be difficult, though, because in a moment you'll see the team they're going up against, and if we're talking about experience and, like, pieces fitting together, I think RA have had to deal with a lot less. Of course, we are getting back out onto stage. LGD, who last split, 4-12, not their best performance. It's not the hype team that you guys are looking for after coming back off of BLG and JDG yesterday, but still, it could be a good split for them as they round out spring. So let's go to RA. On the other side, Cube, it's Le Yen. Strive, the mid lane, is still there with Assume moving over from his old team in LGD, and Southwind also coming over to this roster. And like I said before, Nymera, I mean, this one had a little bit more stable pieces to work with that stayed on.
Yeah, but we do have, in this matchup in particular, a little bit of spice, seeing the flare of that jacket. But I really want to see what happens with this bot lane, because as you said, one of these players has switched from one banner to the other. Assume AD carry now for Rare Atom. And given how they played last year, probably the player to watch for them moving over to this team.
It's a reason I rank this team actually quite highly in the offseason, why I put them higher than most others would. It's Cute coming out on stage. The man we speak of himself, Assume, just passing through there, and Southwind also coming out onto the stage. Previously TT, previously IG as well, so it's not like this is an inexperienced support to go with this new flashy AD carry. Kind of important to know here as well that they've got strength in their coaching role. That's Lung, who's come out onto the stage. Our coach has been around in the LPL for quite a while, so Nymera, you were saying before, I mean, Assume was the best part of LGD coming through. Is there anyone else on this Rare Atom roster that you're kind of looking towards to cement their opening?
I think Liam coming out of that jungle is probably the obvious place to go towards, and particularly with the changes to jungle in this off-season, I think that is a role which you always need to keep an eye on, particularly when you're trying to put, again, your best foot forward. Normally starts from the role which impacts the most of the map. So for me, looking at that jungle role.
I like that because Loyen was one of the biggest pieces of RA in previous splits, and I feel like whatever team Loyen is on, he's usually the one doing the carrying, and not just because of jungle role, but because he's been so solid. He can play a wide diversity of champions, and I think we're in the meta for it, Nymera, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that before we go into pick ban. We have seen a diversity of champions, man, and like jungle role as well. We've seen flavors of things like the Graves coming through, the Vi, the Maokai. There's been quite a lot to kind of pick apart and look forward to, I feel like, with already so much flavor in day one alone.
Yeah, I was speaking to an awful lot of junglers over off-season because everyone, it feels like it is a bit of an arms race, really, just trying to get to that point where actually jungle can be weaponized. There are so many good junglers, particularly in the LPL. If you don't hit the ground running, things are going to go very bad very quickly. So when you have this ability to be very adaptive from that jungle role, I think that's going to give you the extra step forwards.
And it's not only the jungle role, is it? You're a mid main. We know that you're in
I
love
am.
with Ari as well, man. Let's be real.
Can you tell?
I think a lot of people are. That's okay, though. There's been a lot of diversity through mid as well, and that's something we can kind of explore as we go into our first pick and ban. Welcome to the LPL, sir. It's a pleasure to have you, and a pleasure to have you alongside what I think should be a bit of a brawl fest. What do you want to see banned out here? Final bans for LGD and RA.
Well, I think what you really got to ban away is a lot of these priority bot laners. I feel like that's where the blind picks have survived. One thing that we saw from day one of LPL play is a lot of our blind picks from mid lane have shifted. Sylas no longer always first pick, first ban, because something like a Cassidy can come out, maybe something like a Syndra can come out. But even those picks, the Syndra and the Cassidy, can struggle in their own right as blind picks in the mid lane as well. So that's why taking away something from the bot lane, which might be easier to pick around earlier in your draft, has a lot of value.
I mean, it's not going to be the Zeri ban to highlight that point from RA. They've left that one open, and that was a high priority pick yesterday. So it might just be a good takeaway here from LGD to echo your point, but instead those mid lane mages were highlighting. They want to put Hai Chao straight on the rise.
Yeah, so I was wondering whether it was going to be a Syndra, maybe something like a Varus could have come out as well. So we're going to get the Rise versus Syndra. That is a mid lane matchup which stretches far, far back into League's history. We've seen that all the way since, season 2, season 3, really. And now you have to start asking yourself, okay, right, you've chosen this side of the matchup. You have an earlier priority roaming mid laner, but you're against what will be an incredibly strong mid-game range advantage kind of team comp in a Varus and a Syndra you have to deal with. LGD already, I think they want to be using this Rise to start snowballing a side lane out of control, even with the first couple of picks locked in.
And look, there's still some supports available that pair so nicely to snowball that bottom lane, right? The Zeri was something that was mentioned. Lulu's still there, and even though Jin Zhao's like a Pyke player, very heavy engaged support, there's a lot of options here to round out if they want to go in that direction. But Naramira might be thinking of something else, looking maybe for more engaged potential in other sides of the map.
Yeah, and that's something that you can set up towards, because as we said, right, you got that Rise, it's into the Syndra, maybe the mid lane matchup can get a bit spooky as Syndra starts getting enough gold for themselves. You're picking a Cassante though, and maybe you can play around that top side. So Cube on the side of Rare Atom has to pick his matchup very carefully, assuming that Rise is going to make a trip there at some point.
I see what you did there, but more importantly, I'm going to see what Cube does. No Darius, but the Gwen still comes out. Something we saw quite a lot of yesterday as an answer into actually multiple of these top lanes. So interesting to see from RA going back to some of their fundamentals here in this split as we go to the second ban phase. Now, Nymera, no support for both teams here. We have, we need jungle actually, which is normally picked quite early on as one of the bans start leading us in that direction.
Yeah, but I think actually Rare Atom, I really like what they've done with this, even though you are leaving two very influential map picks in your roles unpicked right now. Because Gwen, it's really hard to roam into their lane and kind of set up a lot of CC because Gwen W stops you from really getting your very quick, snappy engages on the top side of the map. Varus and Syndra are very strong laners in their own regards too. It's just setting up a lot of pieces, which mean that, again, this first pick, Rise, is going to be struggling for options.
Again, it's going to be hard to see how Hai Chao gets that impact across. But as we see these jungle bands fly through, Wukong's going to be the next one. Vi is something we've seen as a massive priority in the LPL so far from day number one. Anything else I'm missing there, Nymera, that stands out like a sore thumb?
I think Viego, something that the LPL has had a penchant for a number of players in the league. Something like the Wukong and the Viego, of course you see that Wukong already banned away, are kind of more towards the higher damage junglers, which are kind of left in the pool while still being able to have a bit of your own early game presence as well. So I think the Viego's probably the one which I'll be looking towards first. But yeah, actually looking at what LGD have, they probably want something a little bit more engaging too. Sejuani's already gone, that's off the table. Markel, that's off the table. Wukong as well. There aren't the premier options left for that.
And even we get rid of the Ashe on the other side as well. You mentioned the Viego, a nice little pickup. RA have both the option of the Vi there as well. That's also been left open. So it's just going to be about style here for Luryan. This is a carry jungler, someone who would pull out Nidalee, maybe even the Kindred as well. This fits into his wheelhouse to start snowballing the game. And we get, Season 11 brought in here for RA.
And what this is kind of starting to fill in this picture of now is that if LGD engage into those 4 champions, you're going to have a rough time. There's going to be a lot of ultimates flying over, a lot of CC disengage. Even Viego is weirdly kind of like an anti-dive champion because he kills the first target and then resets onto you, and that's a Skarner. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, that's...
Hang on a second.
That's flavor. So, hang on, now what happens if LGD engage?
Hang on one sec, I gotta try and figure this one out, because Skarner is one of these champions where I look at this and I think, okay, right, it is about that single target again. I think it gets very difficult if it is still into a large grouped up team of Rare Atom, because you have a lot of picks which can CC you down and burn down that first target. And Skarner's no different in that sort of role. Do you think though, if you catch someone out before that 5-man unit gets together though, then you can start using your Cassante's mobility, Ryze's Realm Warp and Priority, Zeri dashing over walls, to start picking apart pieces before they start to come together. I think LGD, they want to scrap before the fight starts to build. RA, if they get like 3-4 people on the same screen, they're probably in the advantage.
I like that though. Pick apart the pieces here for LGD. Nice pick with when you have Ryze for Realm Warp, when you have that Skarner on the other side, with Meteor's debut back in after 3 splits of being off in the LPL. This was the BLG jungler that was the strongest member of the unit back when Kingen and Meteor were on the roster, at separate times of course, but still the point stands. On the other side, we're looking at RA's debut with a fresh roster that's got a lot of hope in it as well. And now we can see the range you were talking about before. The reset ability there is interesting, Nymera, that I want to ask you a little bit about and how they can start snowballing the game. Because the debut of RA is going to raise a lot of questions and hopefully answer them. Is this roster upgrading through this season? And is it going to be enough to get them towards playoffs? Or have LGD hidden something by surprise here in this first series? Questions, answers, you'll find them coming into the series as we welcome Nymera not only into the LPL, the start of a banger year once again, and what can only be described as a bloodbath in hoping for LGD versus RA. So let's get on to Summoner's Rift here in Shanghai, and no pauses. Ladies and gentlemen, we started with one yesterday. If I start with one again today, I'll be upset.
Sounded plaintive there.
Yeah, to be straightforward. It looks like as soon as you see that and the lights are off, you know it's going to be absolutely okay. Nymera, you must be good juju, because seeing a Skarner on your first game, I mean, that's just out of left field.
I do love this though, because it just challenges the way that you're thinking about the current meta. I actually haven't seen a single Skarner game in any of the kind of more pro-organized matches which I've seen on this patch so far. I think it's a bit of a risk. I think it is, because again, you need to be very coordinated with your team to not get caught out of position, to not be that first target getting nuked down by Varus ult, by the Syndra coming through as well. But the potential's there, again, to really threaten what Rare Atom want to do before they start forming that phalanx.
So walk me through on the other side then, because the Strive peeks on in to try and get an orb down and get a pick, or at least some vision. Run me through RA and how they can kind of snowball this game, because there's a lot of resets, there's a lot of, I guess, potential for them to take over if they can successfully get that 5v5 that you were talking about before.
Well, they have 3 very strong lanes. Gwen into Cassante, that's not one which you're going to particularly win or lose. I think it's a fairly even matchup as far as things go. But Syndra, Varus, very strong laners if they're left alone to do that. And what that means is that you actually have 3 lanes, which are very difficult for Hydro to really get out onto the map and affect them in the way that Ryze particularly wants to. I think that's where it starts, that strong laning phase, to stop LGD getting advantages through side lanes.
I'd like to have a look at LGD and what they do with that level 6 then. So we'll just wait and see when Haichao picks that up. As the top side, as you said, not much to look at with Xiaoshu, who's debuting the league as well, by the way. We saw him a little bit before, but on LGD, first full split, you'd say, coming here on this roster is some good trading. Looks like just trying to reach level 2 as Cube pays the respect and backs off. Jungler's on the opposite side of the map right now, though, passing towards bottom lane here for Meteor. And, you know, with Skarner, I mean, we don't really talk too much until he hits level 6, right? Until he has that impale.
No, there's maybe one angle into mid lane where you have a flash rune prison, get the fracture across as well from Skarner. Okay. But even not really sure you want to be going into that mid jungle 2v2, especially if Viego is in the area. Viego has a lot of early damage and a lot of CC for themselves. One misstep, Viego resets and you get things going. Might be looking to do that on top side.
Yeah, earlier than expected. At least this is the level 3 jungler coming through. The flash not coming in, trying to burn one from Xiaoshu, but he didn't have one actually, as That's a Zenith Blade on the bottom side with Ignite forcing out the flash. Jin Chao pushed so aggressively up against the turret, and RA with an easy punish.
Well, LPC just said, I'm out, and just like hops over the wall. Of course, left on his own in lane. A lot of your 2v2 is about, okay, can we get damage onto kind of the return target? You need to kind of be within range of your lane partner to kind of immediately turn down damage. LPC maybe just getting a little scared of the snap Zenith Blade and chooses to bug out early, but it does mean a little bit of HP away from the Heimerdinger.
It's a nice summoner to burn as well. Good photon grenade in the bottom lane in the meanwhile though, and even though Jin Chao does lose that summoner, LGD still aggressively pushed up, and they've actually got a bit of a CS lead here as well. Looks like this 2v2 working out nicely, especially since Meteor, now spotted out on a ward, is going to help ascertain control with that Scuttle Crab too.
Yeah, and even though this is the poke Varus, and Varus very strong laner, that Heimerdinger gives you so much ability to push in and damage lane when you're playing around this early game. Support matchup obviously very important towards the 2v2, and LGD benefiting from it so far.
Kind of crazy that we're seeing, more and more Heimerdinger, right? Even through off-season. It's been something that's just been persistent since World, since Beryl brought it out at World, and everyone's thinking, man, the lane presence of Heimerdinger is just insane.
And the way
the utility is crazy.
Yeah, because that utility, the way I describe it is that Heimerdinger fills a very niche spot of being an anti-carry. It's not like he will kill your backline, but if he ever tags them when he's got a Rylai's built up with like a grenade through the front line into your backline, it just stops your carries doing what they want to do. You're not a massive engage pick. You're not like a Leona, which is picked on the other side. You're not necessarily going to be great at peeling all the time as well, but you just stop the carries really functioning in that same way, and that's value enough alongside that early game prevalence.
And people kind of forget that he gets ward so early as well, right? Like, because of Frostfang, because of the easy stackability of that item
For a second, I thought you were talking about his turrets, and I'm like, they're more than just wards. But yeah, that is obviously very true as well. Lots of fun.
They do that too as well, though. You're exactly right. But no, the ability to put down wards early on, thanks to how you can stack that up, is kind of incredible. We are just watching Dragon spawn. It's going to be a mountain towards that bottom side, and right now the Scuttle Crab is secured by LGD, but no one looking at it too seriously. And I wanted to ask, now that we're at the 6 point here, Nymera, we talked a lot about Haichao and impacting the sides of the map. Just note that Strive is 6 as well.
Strive is 6. Of course, Syndra is a champion that needs a little bit more time to get online to a very scary kind of nuke point later into the game. Not quite at that point yet, but we'll track that as it goes on. Rise not in range right now to impact what potentially could happen around that red buff, though. Southwind and Leon starting to just combo up, make sure they can get some presence around the dragon.
Now going to be spotted on a ward, though, as Luyan tries to hover around this bottom lane. Starts up Dragon with Strive seemingly getting the push in mid, too. So as this gets started away, you can see that Meteor's still clearing the bottom side and doesn't really have a response right now. Pings are going down, but I think for LGD, they might be a bit too late to get a response here.
Okay, unless you got some kind of realm morph angle, try and split apart the directions a little bit. Strive caught out, but Meteor, again, doesn't have that 6.
Okay. Well, 3 HP. The smite does help out, but you're right. The angle in the end wasn't enough, so first Dragon does go to RA.
I think if that fight happens, 30 seconds to a minute later, maybe that does change a little bit with something like a Skarner flanking through a realm warp, but not pushing their luck or LGD at that point. I think that's fine. Again, you don't really want to throw yourself at a Viego and get reset on just yet.
No, not given that possibility, is Meteor's just going to be backing in the end as well. Pretty close to level 6, 1 camp away in fact, so keep an eye out for that Skarner as well. I like that you're constantly reminding us of the Realm Warp in Nymera because, Haichao will have that extra tool with Meteor being level 6. Xiaoshu as well, we got to forget that all out and the damage that can come through. Maybe there is an angle as this Cassante now hits level 6 as well.
Yeah, but this Cassante has been falling down a little bit in CS. You see the value of that Gwen, something that Ryze can't really roam up into quite as easily. You pop that W, not able to get that realm the Rune Prison rather, onto that champion. And Cube doing a good job of just being isolated on that top side, getting value out of that pick, and just not being a target for Ryze. Very important actually to stop, again, LGD starting to really play through this roaming mid laner.
And dude, that's been Cube now for a couple of splits. He's been one of the most solid parts of RA alongside Luyan. And that all out does come through. And hey, you know what? It's just going to be Meteor by himself. Impales Cube up against the needlework, aimed the wrong way, and Xiaoshu with first blood for LGD.
Displacement from that ult coming in really huge to carry Cube back towards Meteor on that Skarner. So, first blood, first swing of the Swing at the pinata goes to LGD. It's a big wave, lost the turret. It's a good kill coming through, and that is something. It gives a side lane angle now to maybe try and double down on taking down Cube again and try and increase that lead even more so.
Kind of crazy. I mean, the displacement you said, but the fact that Cassante can just make you an immovable object for about 10 seconds.
Oh, that's fair. That is so great. High counterplay. Love seeing that one. You gotta feel for Cube, because we were just praising Cube for saying, look, actually been quite hard to exploit, not really given an angle to Rise. Turns out you didn't need the Rise there in the first place, and Meteor gets himself onto the board alongside his top laner. And we know that Cassante, from whispers that we've been hearing elsewhere, has been very, very strong. Although the games which we saw yesterday from Cassante weren't necessarily game-changing. This can be a game that can change our opinion of that champion a little.
I mean, different players in the league, I feel like, as well. We're going to get very different focuses. Like, the Shy was playing it in the Wavo Cup, and I didn't catch the Marcia Cup, but at the very least, his Cassante had a very different impact, and I feel like we are going to be talking about it more and more as we go through, as Xiaoshu was the one to pick up first blood, meaning he has the Sheen, he has the Kindle Gem there as well. We are getting close to an early first item for him. While you look across the rest of the board, you could maybe say the same about Meteor, who was able to pick up the assist and who's been clearing pretty much on par with Loyen so far.
So, let's track to see if any of these individual differences start to build, or if they do start to stay a little bit the same as you're talking about between those junglers in that CS. Because, alright, if they do manage to farm up, maybe get to 1-2 items, get Syndra up to, you know, second or third part of that passive, which does stack up over time as you farm, as you hit people with skills, as you level up. That'll be when Raritan really want to start firing back. They just want to weather the storm right now through their champions in their laning phase. Then we'll keep tracking later on whether they can start winning some of the group up fights.
So walk us through while we have a bit of fresh air. I guess I could call it when there's no blood. What does it look like at the moment with new Syndra, right? We didn't get a chance to explain yesterday, but there's a lot of changes, and she now gets splinters because she's touched, what, like too many blocks of wood or what?
She's pretty much become Victor Senna in regards to that passive. You either hit champions or you hit minions, cannons in particular, and you get splinters from those you're talking about. That's the name of the passive. You hit 40 to upgrade your Q, and then every 20 after that point upgrades your W, E, R, and then your passive at the end of it. Particularly those last two, your ult will execute below 15% HP, which is even more counterplay, the counterplay button. And then the very last one is you get to 120 stacks, and then you get an extra 15% AP on top of it in case you weren't doing enough damage already. But that's a lot later into the game than we're currently at. That's what RA want to try and survive towards, and they gotta survive. Haicho getting into that river as he was and just threatening RA around their side lanes. Did it on top side a little bit with that Skarner. Right, starting to cover on this bot side and make sure that Herald gets into tower.
Assume paying the good respect as RA now move back into river after the fact. At least kind of reading the players. Media might be caught out. There's two members here. The Flash Center's blade does connect. What was that hitbox? Sent him to Narnia, and he ends up in front of Mordor, but Meteor still finds a kill. But that Varus ulti has maximum value as Southwind absorbs the rest of damage. Nevertheless, it's still a double for Meteor, who plays it back for LGD to get the Dragon too.
That's just a miscalculation. You weren't in range with your Varus, you weren't in range with your Syndra. You're going in with the Viego and the Leona and hoping they had enough damage. It doesn't get the reset. LGD get the turnaround, and that is very important because what we were saying, LGD have the tools to really start snowballing through some of these stupid skirmishes early on, particularly because they do have the ability to come in with the Realm Warp like this. They make that first big play, and alright, it feels like they gave that play over.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Completely distracted by the fact that Zenith blade didn't even get close. Didn't even touch his tail. But you're right. It was, you know, the movement from Haicho is something we highlighted through all of the early game. And staying on point, making that big difference, giving LGD now a 3,000 gold lead. It's quite a big deal as Strive just able to do some damage to Jin Zhao, but there's no further follow-up. And now that Dragon's down, now that it's one apiece, game feels like it's going to go a little bit longer with the next Herald in 2 minutes 20 as well. And now the question is, what do LGD do with that next Realm Warp, right? Not too long of a cooldown, I can see there, Nymera. I feel like we are looking at LGD holding pretty good lane states across the board. How do you push this further?
So, looks like bot lane is going to be name of the game so far.
Okay.
That hitbox doesn't quite work out.
There we go. That's better League of Legends.
But yeah, I think you can see again. Let's see if they can get some more gold into this bot side of the map. I think that LGD have realized at this point you are unlikely to find easy angles onto the Gwen. They did get that one earlier with that ult and the all-out coming through, but it's much more consistent now to go towards that bot side, try and get that Rise, that Skarner into the fray, onto this bot lane of Rare Atom. Maybe take down that turret, get that first turret as well.
True, the flash is available for the Impale there, so I'll be looking towards Meteor. Another piece of impact where he's got 3 out of 3 so far with his grand return. This was the jungler that I was so hyped on. I thought, oh, Meteor could take BLG to Worlds. But unfortunately, it kind of went downhill with a roster. I think it was the Zeka roster that started going downhill. Because remember, Meteor played with Kuro, aiming as well, who came over from the LCK. Both those players, a great addition, and Meteor looked pretty charged to carry them through. So far in LGD this game, he's definitely been doing that, as he does just hover around bot side. Assume plays respect once again, but this enables LPC to get that first turret. 450 gold just for the Zeri. Now, Mira, I think this is a perfectly clean start for LGD right now.
I was a little bit worried when actually, you know, RA managed to kind of stall out maybe the first couple of look-ins of that Realm Warp. Actually, we didn't see that trigger pulled for a little while. But then that big dragon fight with those death timers coming through, the bit of gold coming through, it opened up a lot of things for LGD. You can see we're at them now. I think they've realized they have to stick in numbers. I don't think they can really try and walk into Fog of War against this Skarner. So that's where they're starting to group up. They do reclaim some vision, maybe can get towards this Herald, stick on the objective and use that range advantage they currently have to try and claim that objective. And that seems to be the name of the game currently.
They do have item spikes coming through, in that, the first item rather, for a lot of these core carries. And we talked about that Varus being poked Varus. I think we're going to see some of that damage start to come out as LPC with a good dodge away there. Arrow gets charged up, left behind. RA now moving to match this mid-wave. But Xiaoshu walks down. And as LGD try and clear out vision, they're going to 5v5 for this Herald Nymera. I'm kind of wondering which way it'll go.
Yeah, you can see the threat which LGD have. Organized retreat from RA. They don't want to stick around, don't want to put themselves in a bad position, but they've given up position on the Herald.
Well, as it goes down to 3K, trying to poke them down, looking for Assume to send out the ulti, but he's holding off and out. 2K, Cube walking in, Solar Flare. Not hit, it's stolen though! Cube just snips it away. Meteor, unfortunately, still has the smite available. And that was a nice steal. However, not getting the Herald Eye, but still at least taking away the goal.
But Rare Atom had already given up position on that objective. You can see they were scared to try and really face that front-up fight at that point. Understandably, you don't want to walk into that Skarner ult and get yourself kind of a snowball fight running away from you. But that is kind of against the grain of that play. Important Herald at least denied from LGD. They don't pick it up themselves, but they stop LGD maybe being able to crush through mid lane or top lane turret and accelerate the game to a point where they're happier with.
Yeah, those outer turrets that they want to push into, you're right, the denying factor is pretty big here. So at least for RA, they move to a more comfortable mid-game position. But Dragon's up in 5 seconds. And now for RA, the biggest question is, do they want to fight this one as well? Because this would only be second Dragon for LGD, but this would kind of put them in the position of control that I feel like they've been maintaining anyway for the past 10 minutes.
Well, they don't have TPs on the Gwen or the Syndra. Looks like they're happy to keep Cube in that top side. They're doing very well in that 1v1 besides the one slip-up very early on, which of course led to that 2v1 death. But can get some ability to push into that tower. Yeah, that does leave some alone time for LGD to pick up their second Dragon of the game, get those stacking. But whereas earlier in the game, I just want to take us back to what we were saying about actually LGD did a really good job of having quite a clean early game, especially after RA kind of showed that one play which allowed LGD to kind of pick up some kills of their own. But checking in a couple of minutes later, actually that stalled out a little bit. The gold advantage hasn't grown too much in the last few minutes. And the more that continues to happen and the less that LGD managed to really kind of capitalize on that, the more I get worried for them. Because again, actually the amount of damage, the amount of single target damage, which in unlock resets, is very high from RA should they hit 2 to 3 items. True,
because I was looking at the comps across the board and thinking, well, you know, we could look at scaling, we could look at Zeri, Rise, how it plays out with the front line, with Donga sitting by the side. But the side laning pressure, pretty big from RA here, Nymera, because we know how Gwen is late game and how hard it is to match her. We know Syndra now as well with the Splint as the new passive. Kind of adds a bit more late game prowess into her as well. So good scaling from RA, you're saying? You feel like it's the damage that really has to be concerned as time goes on.
Yeah, it's kind of like how you apply that scaling, right? Because yeah, you can talk about the side lanes. The Realm Warp can always be the X factor in all of these things. We're like, oh yeah, great in the side lane.
Okay.
Make that like a 3v1. That can change things, but then that puts the onus on kind of outplaying with that kind of X factor tool of that Rise ultimate. RA though, they do have a lot of the damage. We've already called that out. And of course, if they manage to find one of those long-range skill shots which are being thrown out, things get very scary very quickly.
Well, LGD so far have been really patient and holding the line a little bit, not getting too close to this Syndra, to this Varus too. This patience play is working out beautifully as RA still group up. You mentioned before, they're moving as a unit, trying to find these picks, but it just seems like LGD are not giving them an advantage. They're not overextending here. Even though Xiaoshu walks towards the wave, maybe trying to give them an opportunity, but still, it is only a turret with top side getting pushed as well. LGD not losing out too big in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I think right there, RA playing a little bit cautiously. I think what they were doing there is, again, trying to play with these very groups up. Groups of ban, but you're going to pull the ult.
Yeah, the flash comes through, and the slide over the wall from LPC to just join up. Southwind's dead with the lightning crash down just like that. That's a kill over to the Zeri and a nice pick-off started by Meteor.
That is exactly why we're moving as like 3 or 4 person units towards that bot side of the map. Because as soon as one person is kept away from the rest of the teammates, LGD's ability to collapse and chase down that first target is really dangerous. That's one of the first times we've really seen that work out. We have to track that, of course, going later into the game as well. That can just tear apart everything that RA want to do if it happens at a more important moment. This one's at least just kind of after the play's been already made. This is going to lead to like a Baron going down or something much worse in the late game. But it shows the threat which could potentially happen later on.
And a nice little pick off as well. LPC off that kill, able to get the Phantom Dancer too. So we are one step away from third item Zeri. And that's always going to be a concern no matter what game you're in.
Yeah.
At the 20-minute mark.
With the Zeri as well, like huge attack speed scaling onto that Q, which was kind of increased with the lowered range but higher burst damage kind of build. Phantom Dancer obviously gives you a lot of attack speed now if you kind of stack up to that passive. So yeah, very big point of power. And as soon as you hit that third item, it just goes critical.
I think it's got to mention is, okay, never mind, Assume throws out the Chain's Corruption, not landing onto LPC, unfortunately. What's the timer like on that one? We're watching it tick down, but it's 1:20 till Dragon, so when ultimates like that are thrown out, I get a little bit concerned, thinking that they won't have some of their key tools to pick apart the pieces that RA desperately need.
Well, one thing which can, of course, add into that as well is, of course, what's happening with these side lanes, something that you brought up a little bit earlier. Rise being able to transition into that side lane, being able to realm off away from the side lane. It has the teleport as well. Gives LGD another platform to play towards. And see what they can do with that. Pushing that top side, recalling, heading down towards this dragon, spawning in a minute.
Well, as you said, Hi Chow, that Realm Warp, that cooldown, only seconds coming off. Meteor, note that he has his Impale back up and available, and the Flash as well for every Skarner main to, I was going to say sympathize with, but probably to enjoy it alongside with him. 30 seconds till the Dragon, no mirror, bot side getting pushed, top by Cube on the other end as well, to try and get some priority here. But LGD are moving into a river as only a 3-man for the time being. And it looks like RA are just sticking as this 4 consistently everywhere on the map. Flush comes forward. There's no Impale yet. Meteor looking for Southwind this time, but holds off for the time being. Lightning Crash down from LPC is good. It zones out low again, and Southwind is just left on his lonesome. It's LGD who find the quick pick before Dragon are on Soul Point, and RA just have to scurry away. I believe for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, either I can't hear Nymira, or I've just been absolutely baited.
No, I got it. I was sat here talking about how, wow, LGD finally pulled the trigger, get themselves towards that sell point, awesome. And that Realm Warp, of course, zoned Syndra out of that fight very, very effectively. Which meant, of course, you couldn't stand there and get that stun through the rest of that team and try and disengage that play. LGD, important victory there.
Actually, he got buzzed off. He's saying so many inappropriate. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to walk you to that on your first broadcast. Get him fired. Walk us through this one, though. You can get your second chance now and tell us what happened.
Yeah, so really important flash away. This is the second most important thing here. You see the center of the fight, that's all cool, but Strive is not there to land a stun through this fight. Southwind isolated, no flash on that Syndra, no ability to kind of walk into this river now. Vision's been removed, no ability to really continue that fight after that point.
And really beautiful pick aparts as well. I think LGD, what we're seeing in this first game, is that this team is a more cohesive unit. Sounds like I'm echoing what I said about WE yesterday, but Meteor has brought a lot of new direction here to a roster that barely had any. And honestly, a roster that I expected to be 17th. Now, against RA, showing really beautiful map play so far in game number 1 with a 3k gold lead, with now Soul Point leading into Infernal Soul in 3:45.
Oh,
Chains Corruption comes out. We're still fighting around the mid lane. Scout of the Week is great, and it even hurts LPC to the point of poking out with a Zoom on the back end. But Xiaoshu is still healthy enough as our Char has just moved on in, but won't find a pick apart. I love A-ramming here, because Baron seems to be the threat.
But again, this all just stems from what we've seen in the entirety of the game. RA realized, hang on, if we go alone, we die. Let's not do that. But LGD, they're almost finding these snap engages. They're very close to it. You see that Heimerdinger Alt-E flying across that team and not quite finding the target. But that is the name of the game, trying to combat this range advantage, this big grouped up team of RA.
And they're able to run in. I mean, they're dodging nicely as, again, Lo Yang going to be impaled, and he tries to get out with a Heartbreaker, but he gets teleported all the way to the end of the Scorpion King. Meteor showing up flowers at this point as Cube gets yeeted back by Xiaoshu. That was a 3-man queue as Southwind's next on the menu. A double already given over. LPC takes the triple, and Lao Gantier are just picking apart the rear Atom.
And that is the one moment which breaks the dam. Rare Atom, they had been holding on, they had been trying to play defensively, but one key mistake leads to everything falling apart. Full ace, clean ace, Baron, Dragon spawning in 2 minutes 20. That'll be soul for them. That is a crushing blow in this first game.
I just cannot believe knock up after knockback after impale. Meteor decides that Lo Yan can't get out of that, and you know, I love that interaction. The amount of times that
I have never seen that before, by the way.
Yeah, neither have I, because I thought it was unstoppable. I thought he could get out, but you are still impaled, as we're about to see momentarily.
Yeah, it makes you unstoppable. Doesn't actually cleanse the CC completely. See what happens here, pulls the ult. Nope, getting dragged straight back into the fray. Completely destroyed. There is just, that is really sad to watch, but also really satisfying considering the amount of dirty things that Viego has done to competitive League of Legends for the last couple of years. Getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine in that one.
Speaking of dirty, Xiaoshu's knockback, that 3-man Natofo strike from his ulti was just huge. So props to the Cassante that I think we've seen perform the best so far, as Chains Corruption lands on a Meteor, but he has tenacity. So it means nothing as LPC uses the Baron minions to push the wave. Now Cube is able to get something in the top side here as a response, but for LGD, they've got that Rise pushing in the bottom side. Make sure they're not going home empty-handed.
You can see that Rise happy to sit in that side lane. Cube trying to pick up some objective bounties, but at what cost? He's caught behind enemy lines. Trying to take some wolves, but this is going to be a long, extended trip back to the fountain, I'd imagine.
Yeah, look, Needlework is available, but that Skarner, as you've seen so far, is pretty easily going to be taking Cube on a joyride. Bringing it into LBC, that's the kind of jungle you guys don't get in solo queue. So the 5th kill for the 80 carry, and this one looking like a done deal for LGD, with the Soul in 30 seconds seeming pretty easy to acquire.
I mean, you've hit your 3 items on that, Zera. Give a little bit of gold after that point as well. Why the heck not? LPC, 5-0-4, unkilled. I mean, no one has died, actually, on the side of LGD so far. I hadn't actually quite clocked that. There are 0 deaths across this entirety of this team so far, despite Rare Atom having some moments where maybe they could have picked someone off at the start of the fight. It's just not culminated in anything.
It'd be flawless apart from the 2 turrets and the 1 dragon. Like, that's how clean this has been from LGD. Words I didn't use last split. No way in hell did I call LGD a clean team. And I think on top of that, you know, we had a lot of high expectations with Rare Atom maintaining their roster, adding Assume, who was on LGD last split. But little did we know that apparently LGD in the offseason have been ramping up with Meteor leading the charge. Now with Infernal Soul, it's easy to say that this game requires one more fight, Nymira, for the base, and potentially game 1 to just end in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and that fight is just going to be so difficult for Rare Atom because, again, when we were talking about things coming out of Champion Select, it was talking about, okay, the first target dying is very important to Rare Atom because they want to get a Viego reset. Of course, with no deaths on the team, Viego can't reset, and there's no damage now, really, on the Syndra, on the Varus, to take down someone as tanky as Meteor is on this Radiant Virtue, Sunfire, Skarner running straight towards them. The amount of gold afforded that jungler as well, never mind someone like the Zeri pumping out all that damage, is completely disarming Rare Atom of their main win condition.
Because, yeah, it just looks crazy to consider as Meteor's going to interrupt with an Impale once again. Cube dodging away thanks to the howling mist. But he's not going to get too far as RA still play defensively. Meteor's ultimate, you can see the cooldown really not that long at this point in the game anyway. So he continues to play aggressive as Southwind forces the flash out of him. Soulflare does come through. But LGD playing with their food a little bit, it seems. As this Skarner might further Summoner, but I don't think it's going to affect him much.
Yeah, Meteor can just position so aggressively. The threat isn't there. They can keep throwing these stuns, sure, but he's got enough move speed. Ginger maybe doesn't have the same degree of freedom. Loses half their HP to just one of those combos from the Syndra. But again, Rare Atom really, really struggling to land the damage where it matters.
Are they going to find anything onto High Chow though? RA still trying to get a pick to get back into this game, but they're 8,000 gold down against an Infernal Soul. Even if there's one pick, there needs to be many more. There needs to be something like a Baron still. There needs to be something like, I guess, a compounding effect, Nymira, because, you know, we did talk about scaling a bit, and we talked about it in the right stance, you know, the right happen stance, I guess. And I think the right happen stance for LGD is that Ryze has 3 items, and Zeri has 3.5 items, and Cassante cannot be moved, and Skarner is going to do the moving. So, again, how do RA find that perfect pick to come back into the game if there's any chance?
Oh, it has to be some incredible misposition by LPC. I think it has to start with that. Maybe jumping over a wall, gets caught out by a Syndra stun. I think that's what you're looking for, but even then, there's a stopwatch to make that even harder, so it needs to be very tight timing for Ratten to really finish that Zeri off before that CC ends up kind of finishing, and even then there's a cleanse. The more I think about it, the harder it gets. So it's not really easy to happen, but maybe if Zeri positions badly enough, that's where the magic happens for Ratten. It is a slim win condition, but
also
it's the best they
a
got.
Stopwatch there too, just a note.
Just everything, everything.
Yeah, good luck. At least maybe if LGD is split apart, RA maybe have a chance, but maybe is the key word here, because Southwind once again caught out the front lines, has to burn the flash. It's a double stun thanks to Scatter the Weak, but LPC is the one front lining with his ultimate ready to go. Now, it goes on cooldown, which is great, but unfortunately that Ultra Shock Laser just shows you the difference right now. That's take almost half his health with one quick bit of poke. Back they go.
Baron spawning, 2 minutes on the Elder as well, so there's not going to be overlapping spawns for Rare Atom to try and make some kind of crazy trade between the two of them. LGD able to reset, head back towards this Baron, control the area, force RA to try and survive another fight.
Or maybe just fight them brute force down mid. Forget control, Nymira. When you have LGD on a rampage and a Realm Warp with Meteor taken at full frontal, then you can end the game right here. Baron now availability, a possibility no longer, an absolute certainty. And game number 1 in the palm of their hands. Beautiful play. I love the aggression, and you have to say that LGD looked like a different beast.
Now, maybe somehow this game will stretch towards an Elder Fighter as well, but LGD, like you were saying earlier, I feel like they're just playing with their food. They've taken that Baron, they have themselves all the items they need. It really does feel like Rare Atom, whatever slim victory they have, it just continues to get harder and harder. This ain't getting any easier for them.
Look at the replay again, because they just got run down, and I just love that High Chow afterwards. It's like, okay, I'm going to Realm Warp in this Skarner again.
Yeah, that's just such a good combination to have to chase down the rest of the fight, because once you lose the little bit of frontline you do have from Rare Atom, no one's really stopping you and protecting your retreat. That Realm Warp is going to go uncontested at that point.
Well, we come back to live though, a minute 10 till the Elder. Surprised to see the TP come through so soon, but RA looks like they just want to do the dance nice and early. However, a minute to go, mid is pushing in, the TP coming through from High Chow. He's like, well, I don't know why they're here so early on. He's just going to go and break the base.
He's going to go break the base. He's going to have Realm Warp in the next couple of seconds anyway, but it is a 5v4.
Oh, Southwind went by himself. Look, they think they can take it, but the gold is just too different. Flash from LPC, Ultimate making magic, and he blocks away the ulti from Strive. Unleashed powers and unleashed whoopsie. As Meteor brings back Luoyan. It's been a bit of a jungle diff here. It's been a great return for the Skarner. In game one, after a 3-split break, you return to the LPL and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna play Skarner. If that's not chat energy, I don't know what is, as LGD are now bare Nexus against RA. A stomp in 33 minutes, a definitive game, 0 deaths. That's the debut for LGD in 2023.
And honestly, feels like that Skarner was a bit of a difference maker. I was looking at the first couple of picks in that draft going, okay, alright, not really much for the Rise to do around the map in the early game, not able to easily snowball those lanes, but the Skarner helps again be that pick potential, the ability to force Rare Raptor to play hyper defensively and not be able to look for picks of their own. Hemmed them back, and it ended up getting to the point where LGD just had free run of things eventually with that fear of what they could do with the Realm Warp and the Skarner.
And again, it's so funny because I don't think the Realm Warp defined the game. I think the gank topside did no mirror where Cube was caught out. They were able to get to a solid push here for the Cassante in Xiaoshu. And then even towards the bottom side, Herald play, great timing from Meteor. It's just key gold on key targets, I think, that made it so clean.
Yeah, I think the way that I would describe this game is that the genre changed to horror survival at some point for Adam, because they were sat there saying, what the heck can we do? You have to be at least 3 people anytime you're moving on the map. And that restrained a lot of their options where they had to play just overly defensively. It meant that they could play on less lanes. It meant they were losing resources. And eventually they make one mistake, it rips the whole map open.
And it was a shame as well because I think Assume was playing quite calmly, quite quietly, I should say. And these ultimates weren't landing on top of that. It was just like the icing on the cake for LGD that they were never really getting locked down. If the lockdown came through, it was on this Skarner, it was on Meteor. So each and every time this Skarner probably cheering because so much of the utility was burnt on the target you really don't want to lock down. A really nice win for LGD, and I will say on top of that, you know, Haicha played a solid Rise game, but I think we can give a little bit of credit to, you know, the bottom lane where LPC had a really solid Zeri game, which after getting funneled, just cleaned house.
Yeah, I think whenever a Zeri goes completely deathless, you have to look towards them and go, well, Zeri is the kind of champion that should be dying. That's the kind of champion which you have to be focusing down. Did a heck of a lot of damage, and of course you look at them being a little less damage than the Varus. That's a poke Varus, it's really not the same kind of champion. LPC making it count in that late game after being just hyper safe and never really under any threat.
Luoyan did not do too much. I mean, let's be honest though. Meteor jungle gapped here on the Skarner and constantly had control of these lanes where Luoyan paid a visit to the top side, but wasn't able to get too much done. Not even getting the flash there from the play. So unfortunate, the one gank we saw was at level 3, and then apart from that, it was a very quiet time. And if you're looking across the board and seeing the numbers, you're exactly right. It was a 0-kill game for RA. Now, Mira, I don't think we've had many of those, even in the past 2 years or so.
I thought I was promised a bloodbath. I thought we were promised a little bit more than this, Hysterics. But what it means, though, is that when you're looking at one of the players which we did highlight for Rare Atom in Luoyan, being a player which is meant to be very versatile, meant to be a player which has really led a lot of his teams to success, being one of the most important players on the teams which he's been on, to have such a low-impact game, coming back for Game 2, something has to be switched up, because not having that point of pressure from the jungle, that is not going to work for you, even in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know, being that solid of a player, he's got such a diverse champion pool. I feel like Luoyan is something that someone will expect to see some of these unique jungle picks, but apparently I was wrong. It was Meteor who we should be looking out for in that regard. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, hopefully Game 2 spices up a little bit here between LGD and RA.
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down.
it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
Absolute domination by LGD in a deathless first game of the split. That's what you want out of a team that went 4-12, down the bottom four of the standings last year. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Nymira, and his debut cast, I promised him blood, I promised him action. I'm so sorry. That was just so one-sided.
So sometimes you are here for like the real fast food League of Legends where it's like, yeah, 30 kills in 20 minutes, awesome stuff. This was a
of
little
calories.
bit more, calorie saving. We're going on a little bit of a diet here. But Rare Adam, they weren't partaking in anything. They were just completely starving. They weren't allowed to play the game because they had to play so scared of whatever the heck came out of Meteor's Skarner in that game.
Yeah, this is definitely a vegetarian game number one, I think, as well. We really lacked the meat from it. As you alluded to him, the player of the game, our MVP. How could it not be? I mean, pulling out Skarner, when we're talking about jungle pool, you and I having our conversation like, oh, the junglers we've seen, like the Vi's, the Wukongs, the Maokai's, Graves, and then Meteor just shows up and he pulls out the Skarner, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't blind, but it was just unexpected.
It was unexpected, and actually in that composition, the more I think about it, the more important it is that Meteor does have an impactful game, because if Meteor doesn't have gold, if he is dying very early because he's the person going into the fights first, this game goes really bad real quick. But because these early skirmishes went the way of LGD, they managed to pick up that gold. Double kill for Skarner in that first one, of course. It allowed Meteor a degree of freedom, which allowed him to impact this game to the point where, of course, he was very deserving of that MVP.
And again, LPC benefiting off the back of it as well, right? Like, we looked at the other members that just got given kills, and so far in this highlight reel, it's just LPC being hand-delivered. I think we need to get Uber Eats in here because it's an easy sponsorship deal with how Meteor was playing. And actually, to be fair, I think he's more reliable than any Uber driver I've ever had. So a shout out to Meteor for kind of showing us how it's done.
Yeah, that's the 5-star review. Gave that one a good
True.
review. And Meteor, yeah, again, it's just like every clip you can think of, Meteor's a pretty big part of it. There was maybe like one fight earlier on where like a flash was kind of traded for a flash, but that's legit the lowest value that he got in that game. It was still blowing important summoners off of important people. It felt like every time Meteor approached a play, good things happened for LGD.
I didn't expect it, but bloody beautiful usage here of the Skarner coming through from LGD's jungler. Now the biggest question is what RA do, right? Because RA, as you said at the end of that game, something needs to change, and maybe Luoyan with his priority in the jungle, because Meteor, even though it was the Skarner waiting till 6, we saw so many more ganks, we saw so much, you used as well the word, like, his usage of not only just summoners, but his time was just perfect. And so coming into the second game, what do you want to see out of Luoyan? What changes for you if you want to see RA with, I guess, a better draft?
I think it also comes down to, yes, because I think Luyan, yeah, you want to see some more impact on the game, more agency, right? Because Viego into that draft, you really need the first target to die first. You can't really be the person who is getting that kill first, because we saw what happened with the interaction between those two ults. Things get really, really spooky around that. Maybe we have to see a counter pick jungle from Luyan. Use that champion pool, use that diversity, and do what Meteor did to you in that first game.
Yeah.
I also think similar can happen in the bot lane. You can see actually Assume on that Varus also didn't get to impact the game much, and he's a player which we have spoken very highly of in the past, and he really should be having more impact on these games, but struggled to in that first draft.
He was the 80 carry that on LGD pulled out the Neela in the last series of the split. For people at home, remember the RNG series where they were actually looking at a top 2 position, and LGD ended up beating them 2-1.
The blue shell.
Knocking them into round 3. Yeah, they really were, and it's crazy to think that that was because of Assume, like 90% because of. So he was a leader on LGD for a short period of time in that split. Now onto RA, we're kind of expecting the same thing, but it didn't all come together. But I will say, Namira, it is only the first game.
Yes, but it's
You know,
still,
best of
still
three
got a
is
sting. Not getting any
Oh, yeah,
kills
absolutely.
versus your old team. When their AD carry
Tilter.
is on the Zeri, hitting so many items, getting so much damage in that game, you're sat there going, huh, that's got to be nice. See if he can get himself a more interactive matchup as far as the team fights and later on go into this second draft.
All right, well, here it is on your screen. Yuumi and the Kalista are going to be banned away from LGD. We didn't expect Kalista either, but Kalista was something we saw quite a lot yesterday, either prioritized or banned away in the same fashion. Maokai Lucian, something we talked about at the start of broadcast too. And there's that Syndra, gone from LGD this time around. So, curious question is whether the Zeri's worth a ban here, Nymera?
Oh, there's a lot of power. Well, okay, it's hard to define power picks on the current patch, but there's Ryze, there is Varus, you already talked about that, Zeri. We've seen the Gwen popping up a lot as well, and actually Cube had a good game on that Gwen, despite the game being killless. It felt like Cube was still quite stable. That's not something you really want to play into Renekton, though.
No, definitely isn't, as that just gets locked in straight away. Further to your point, priority picks on this patch, I don't actually think I know anymore, because LPL started and different teams are just like, man, this is worth first picking, straight off the bat.
But with the Renekton locked in, that assumes that you want to remove the ability to play something which can be stable in the early game, because Renekton is such a lane bully. It can be flexed into mid lane as well. We've seen a lot of mid lane Renekton over the various last years. With that Jax locked in, I think that might be quite high value. In fact, get that Renekton out of that Jax lane. Jax has been banned away an awful lot, I believe, in that first day, with the changes coming through as that champion. I think you want to pick something that can maybe survive or deal with that Jax a little better than the Renekton can.
Cool, but I do like this though. Nymera, we saw this banned away in the first game. Looks like LGD did the homework, but were willing to let it through for game number 2. And look at the melee matchup you have top.
That's a nice one. That's the just saying, look, Cube, no, we didn't get any kills in that first game, but that Gwen was still probably the bright spark if there was one to have. We're back to Renekton Nidalee though on the other side. So two great jungle solo laner combos. That Renekton Nidalee, tale as old as time. On the other side, the melee synergy, as you were already talking to in that Jackson Sejuani. I'm really looking forward to that scrap.
And it's hilarious that he's going up against Luyan with it as well. Luyan is that type of jungler who would pull this out constantly. One of the most played Nidalee junglers in the league as well. So Media's got something to show after his glorious game 1 on Lascana, but now we have to kind of cement where the direction goes for the rest of this comp. They're banning away the Draven, the strong lane is coming through, the Donger on the other side, taken away by RA. Because RA right now don't have a bottom lane built up.
No, we are going to see that Heimerdinger taken away, so that is less ability to push in very early. Maybe that does give Seaman Southwind a little bit easier time to play through early game. Didn't really get to do that in that first game. Although against Varus, early game is not exactly the easiest thing to come by anyway. So a couple of aggressive AD carries taken away from Seaman. Already talking about that bot lane, but maybe they can get themselves a better support matchup to support themselves in their own 2v2 endeavors.
So Insight, the Neela ban, very targeted towards Assume. That was the pick that he beat RNG on at the end of the split. And Neela, we know, still hovers around. Maybe not the same priority, but definitely a pocket that...
It is really niche. That you
corner.
have to be a player of the champion to make it work, and obviously the target ban makes a lot of sense with that in mind.
Yeah, I think honestly as well, with how we're looking at the comp, would have been a perfect little addition as, hey, hold the phone. Aatrox gets logged in. As you said, this Renekton was looking like it was going mid anyway. It looks like they just confirmed it with LGD. Throwing the parcel over.
Okay, and they're leaving last pick support. Now, that was very important for LGD, as we said, in terms of denying Asuma Southwind the ability to play through that laning phase. Zeri Lulu, great scaling, great ability to impact team fights later on, which is something that Asum couldn't do in that first game. That's a good change. But they're going to have to play against something like a Varus alongside something that can help push, help poke out. And Lulu can struggle into other enchanters too. They might have to deal with some turbulence in the early game before it's smooth sailing afterwards.
I just love that it was being hovered. The Zerath that will unfortunately not be locked in, but Jinjiao with the smile tells you everything. They're definitely thinking about it, so I feel like there's very different identities here, Nymera. I start with RA because if this goes long, I am very scared for this comp going up against LGD.
Yeah, I think if it goes longer, you've got a Jax who can start running through side lanes. You've got that Ryze, which you already know does a lot of damage. You've got that Zeri, which is one of the premier carries. But they've got to get that through a AP jungle, which is twinned up with 2 CC AD fighter solo laners. That is complete gold standard for Nidalee. And that 2v2 bot lane, that Varus Karma, very little else in the game does more damage at level 1 and level 2, so good luck not getting completely shoved under your tower and getting denied that laning phase in that bot lane.
And so laning phase, it is going to be the focus here. Again, LGD with a clinical game number 1. It was deathless from their part with the Skarner pick that just came out of left field. Now we change the composition up. Now we know it's going to be tempo for LGD. Everyone loves saying tempo, almost as much as they love saying chills. Rare Atom are a team, as Nymera just said, have to get there. And as we know, we get that 3 items area where we get Jax taking over in the side lanes. That means that Rare Atom will have outscaled and taken over the wheel. But you're looking at the early game for LGD to see if they can make it a 2-0 to start their split and get themselves that first win that you also said, sir, was crucial considering that these teams both ended 4-12 in summer in 2022. And games like this matter so much when you consider it's the start of such a busy season.
Yeah, you know, when you've got this amount of teams, you only play each team once, and when you have 2 teams which were very closely matched in that last game, if you come ahead with a win, especially if it was a clean 2-0, not only is it a good way to start the season, but it will weigh fairly heavily later on into that season. You start seeing what happens in a kind of difference in levels of play between these 2 teams coming from that 4-12 split.
Well, welcome back to Summoner's Rift. Can they even up the board? Can they get themselves a head start? LGD going for an invade in the bottom side that doesn't work out, and it's just going to be a quick back away. I believe they were spotted by a ward. Haichao was able to pick that up, so picks up first CS of the game, and they'll just go back to their respective lanes, while RA able to get some vision on Meteor's top side of the jungle. And Nymera, I want to ask you about pathing here for Meteor and what he sets himself up for, because we know the Renekton's mid. We know that's always a beautiful combo, but you also have an Aatrox up in the top lane, so it feels like either either.
I think that in the top side, you just need to be very aware of where Luyan is on the map, because if Sejuani turns up into one of these ganks, things get turned around very, very quickly. Maybe you can flash forward for a counter-strike, combo that into another stun from the Sejuani coming through. And that's going to be very important to track in terms of if Meteor chooses to turn up to a place first, has he been spotted heading? That's the most important fact for me in terms of the pathing, actually, is how Luyan responds to the Nidalee in their first couple of ganks where they can be so powerful.
And he will be, because those Krugs were well warded out. Ping's already going down from RA, so they know that this is going to be a topside path, moving through some of those lanes. But I also wanted to talk back what you mentioned, rather, in the end of Champ Select. You said these are winning lanes here for LGD, and already you're starting out with bot side with a massive push, getting level 2. Mid already shoving into Strive. And top side as well, we haven't had a look, but Xiaoshu waiting for the wave to bounce back in, but we know what Aatrox does in the early stage versus most of the Jaxes anyway. However, hitting level 2 always makes a bit of a difference as Cube starts whacking him and both move to half HP.
Yeah, I know there's been some differences in terms of runes taken by Jax in various matchups over the last season. Against Aatrox, you take lethal tempo, you hop on his face and you say, alright, okay, I'm going to stack up lethal tempo and I'll just win any extended trade after that point. You see if that happens as soon as you kind of hop past that first Q. The Aatrox needs to be very careful with how they use that Umbral Dash to at least try and buy themselves a way to get away from a couple of autos from the Jax after the Leap Strikes are used.
Just watching Assume at the bottom lane leech his own way out of that strike over the wall, maybe unintentionally, as this could be a dive. Now, level 3, even against an Aatrox, maybe Loyen. Yeah, okay, good. Smart thinking, I think there, Nymera. Aatrox is not the easiest person to die.
No, you get 2-man Q. Probably end of that threat at that point, but they were looking for it. That is information getting over to LGD in terms of where Leon is on the map, but not like the Meteor can really capitalize right now. I didn't expect the bot lane dive from this, but huge wave control from this Varus Karma allows them the option to pull the Renekton there as well, but tower shots!
The Assume dodge as well was beautiful, but you're right, LPC took a heavy chunk just facing down the turret. What I was more impressed with, the Assume dodged away from the spear straight away and survives an attempted dive. So both sides don't end up happening and teams just go back to normality.
Yeah, bit spooky. But Haichao able to use that early push in, get towards that bot side, but is not able to respond towards top side. Xiaoxu away from that turret.
Yeah, he's going to get the final knock up here on the Cube. Has to flash away, but the Arctic Assault, beautiful, waiting for the passive. It's a melee top laner, and that's why Sejuani is so easy to execute.
Maybe you can get away with it under tower, cannot do it in the long lane. Loses the flash, loses their life. First kill over to Rarap, first kill of the series.
It's good stuff here from RA, you're right. First one for the series. A much better start than the first game as that first kill as well sets up the lane that you said would take over. Cube in a great position to kick off the game with the Vamp Scepter now picked up off the first blood.
So, see what happens with this jungle top duo. We talked about the Nidalee combining with the AD solo lanes. Of course, have to re-mention that Sejuani with the melee synergy towards top as well. Quick as you'd like, gets that stun through that permafrost. Very important kill. Gets that kill onto that Jax. We know that Jax is a very scary champion nowadays as soon as they start getting leads in those individual matchups.
And look, Cube is going to be in a pretty good CS state as well. Just note that that massive wave getting pushed in means that he's going to be up by about 5. However, talking CS leads, I think we need to mention Meteor. The level 4 Nidalee in enemy jungle invading right now, 36 to 26. And we know that Nidalee's farm like a storm, but we also need to mention that Meteor is going to be taken over the game. That's his intention, his bottom lane. And tempted engage, Loyen hovering in the wings.
Yeah, it's definitely good to bring up that Nidalee advantage, but the thing about Nidalee, the later we've kind of got into League of Legends, is he's got to start impacting these lanes. Meteor trying to do that now, but we're at Strive not making that easy for them. Leanne, again, responding to these ganks, something that we also called out as very important early into that game. Nidalee not been given an ability to actually get one of their lanes ahead yet, which is where that champion really wants to start the game off.
Maybe level 6 changes things. Xiaoxu will be there soon, but Haichao's just hit the Dominus. Chains of Corruption as well there, Nymera. Down in the bottom lane will be coming shortly, and with the poke damage we've already started seeing out, the CC to add to that lane could be huge, but maybe it's not even about LGD, is it? It's about RA hitting top over and over and setting up Cube, which they're doing so beautifully. Look at the wave he misses.
Meteor going to throw out a spear. Shows up here too. Oh, that's a pretty ill-timed recall, but RGD not aware of it. Don't commit to the play.
Okay, so they just back away in the end, but at least it enables Xiaoxu to get towards that wave, as that was so much to miss out and would have been an absolute disaster. Still picking up the most of it, won't push him over to Cube's 48, but he'll be close enough as if he were going to miss it. Now look in the bottom lane, you can see the poke coming through. We we're just talking about getting forced out of lane. I think LPC and Jinjiao have just done that to Assume and Southwind, with Assume only staying behind.
That's kind of the nature of this lane. Kind of expect that 2v2 to be very difficult to play through in the early game, but they're at not wanting to give up this bot side jungle.
No, they're going for the full invade now. The full fight. Stripe has to flash away immediately, but look at the burst damage. A good stun though from Cube, who's already pulled the Master at Arms, and you look at this new Jax. He's so tanky. Flashes away though as LPC moves up and makes a threat. But you gotta love the new ultimate. Now a 2-0 Jax to show us how it's done.
And that is why they didn't want to give up that bot side jungle. Their top laner was on the right side of the map to commit to that play. Are going to get this wave shoved into this top lane turret though. Xiaoxu able to at least deny that can a couple of minions take away a play too. But this kind of play, I saw this first and I'm like, you are still going into Renekton Nidalee. Even though you have a numbers advantage coming in, I felt like this was a bit of a risk. However, as So talking about Jax, the damage coming from that ult. It's no longer just the Grandmaster's Might where you just kind of get some resists and you get to kind of tank through things. You get a burst of damage just before that too. Uses that to great effect. And Cube does walk away with a scary amount of damage in tow.
Look how close he is to Blade of the Ruined King. 2-0 start here. Worth noting that Xiaoshu was able to catch back up and farm with the roam down, but that kill cannot be understated. A Cube for the setup for RA seems like what we were talking about last year as well, where Loyan had a big focus on this top side, and what I think is, you know, the strongest lane of RA. Despite their upgrade in the bottom lane, I'll call it, it's definitely still a massive, reliable member in Cube on this Jax.
Well, Jax going to be definitely a difficult presence to deal with in the side lanes, of course. If you try and send that Nidalee into that lane, you normally want to set up with the Renekton. That doesn't work, of course, through that counter-strike. You manage to get through that Ruthless Predator. No easy stun. The potential for Jax to run away with a 1v2, especially after you've hit a couple of those items as well. However, that's a side lane. Still got to be able to deal with these team fights at some point too. And when you do have the Varus who's been controlling the bot side of the map so far, LGD still have their own tools to at least try and take some of the grouped fights later in.
So let me ask you about now, though, because it's 9 minutes into the game. Not going to ask you about now. Hold the thought. You know, LPL asking you about anything is just a hopeless endeavor. As Southwind,
You can ask now, maybe?
Forward, yeah, not now, and definitely not now, because Strive is going to beef up with Haichao, but this is a Renekton, still the Rune Prison. Good, but he's got Merc Threat, so note that Haichao will not be stuck in place for too long. My question I was going to ask you before we started beefing up was, is this enough tempo for LGD? We haven't seen too much from Meteor. We know as a Herald, but where would you like to see that placed to kind of build up the pace that LGD so desperately need?
I think at this point you have to start putting as much gold as you can into that Varus. Also because they are matching the Zeri, and that's something which I'm getting pretty scared for as well. Because the Zeri, even though we saw a lot of trades go poorly in the early game, and there was a lot of control for LGD, that's still a decent amount of CS. They're actually going mid instead, though, Spearlands.
Oh yeah, and that means it's dead end. Oh my lord. Well, there's Meteor's first impact in the lane, and I guess Nymeria answered itself as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether they want to commit the Herald to this. They're going to take down a couple of plates, but I don't know whether it's actually worth them going for it, because they can just stick in this lane still. They still have the kill threat. They didn't blow anything meaningful besides the Dominus for that. However, they are going to pull that Herald. Say, all right, more gold, let's go for it.
Second wave, and no one's nearby. The bottom lane might be pathing towards mid, but I mean, this turret's going to be at 3 plates. Make it 1, or at least close to. And Haichao's going to be set up for success. This lethality Renekton that's now broken 4 plates off the mid lane turret with the help of the push.
Good amount of gold, and as you mentioned, is going to be the lethality, probably the Prowler's Claw coming through. But the reason why I called maybe look towards a bot lane dive or something instead is because you're not really denying the Zeri. They are 5 CS behind. Maybe if you zone them off turret, threaten a dive with that Herald, and you could keep Sin from really hitting breaking point at some point, in the same way that LPC did on the Zeri in that first game. All good. They got this Renekton into the game now, get that kill, get those plates in infantry too, but I'm still worried about the Zeri factor.
And I'm also worried that Dragon's just been picked up. You know, neutral objective still, you look at the power of Dragon's Soul in games, and the ability to stall a game out with this early Dragon that is just now taken is worth considering. So for RA, getting that objective in the small window after the pick on mid maybe makes the game feel a little bit more approachable as time goes on.
Okay, Meteor heading up towards their Krugs on the top side of the map, seeing resets coming in from jungle support from both sides, so watch where those vision lines come in a little bit further on into this game, the next minute or two. This has to happen after those resets come through. Meteor sweeping through that top side, maybe trying to pay attention to this Aatrox, who has been left on an island for most of this game so far.
He's going up against Blade of the Ruined King Jax, but remember, it's an Italy with Night Harvester just picked up as well. Good ward placed down as Haichao's gone missing off his vision as well. And Cube was smelling something fishy up in that top side with no wards left to speak of as well. So at least the play doesn't come through for his sake, but for Meteor, we're going to have to see what he does now with this fully completed item, and if he can find something towards mid,
is it
Haichao gets the stun down. It always is. I mean, the perfect lane for setup, but Strive is playing very cautious.
He has to.
I think
and that's
that
the nature of the
control might have
combo.
spotted
You
him.
just have to, right? Because Prowler's Claw's
Yeah.
built up as well. Even more damage, even more gap close. Even though you have that flash, you have to expect that Nidalee is going to be in every bush that is left in Fog of War. But still, Strive manages to collect that wave and stays safe for now. Meteor, actually at a point now though, as he said, with that Mythic item built up, that Night Harvester, even higher point of damage. LGD, plenty of combos to play around with that gold put into that mid jungle.
Right now, LGD not giving any opportunities. Even the bottom lane safely pathing back down. That's Assume I'm talking about, with Loyan hovering over him. No one's giving any space to him whatsoever. Even through the top lane with the vision control, they're doing just fine. As Glacier Prison was thrown out in the bot. Meanwhile, Loyan not finding a target, but the flash actually burned by LPC.
It's blown. I thought that actually maybe the movement speed was good enough to get them out of that old range, but not quite. Still, Renekton not able to get the kill in mid, but able to get the push in mid, which allows them for not the first time this game to come down towards this bot side, threaten this bot lane. We talked about the Zeri being shut out of the game, being important.
Oh,
Not able to do that again.
no, the Chains of Corruption in this series have just not hit the mark, and LPC, with that down, that mid-jungle duo just leaves, while Strive gets the push up towards mid. So again, another play negated. I think RA are very switched on this time, Nymera, kind of reading LGD a lot better than they did in the last early game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, the problem with the drafts in the first game was where I really couldn't walk into Fog of War. They have a little bit more ability to do that now with someone like the Sejuani being able to tank up. Then LPC does get the back stop, but don't do anything more than that.
No, so just a bit of annoyance. Doesn't mean the wave is going to be shoved in here. Cannon wave, so it will take a little bit longer to sit down at the turret. So the next question is Dragon, because Herald's up in 5 seconds, and I'm not sure if we're going to be talking about that before the next neutral down in this bottom side, because minute 30 until that one. And Nymera, I was going to ask you, is it worth mentioning Herald? Do you think we should just be looking towards Dragon? Because Dragon would be second for RA, and again, another stalling factor that I feel like they can play towards.
I think Herald is important in this game because that we have no turrets down so far. As long as you're taking it, and I think if LGD were to somehow sneak it, of course that would give them the ability to break open this mid lane turret, something like that Renekton. On the other side, having a long lane anywhere on the map for Jax to run into is obviously very important for them. So while yes, Dragon stacking is important to keep on top of, when you have such an important split pusher on the map, opening up the map with so few towers taken, yeah, I think it's probably worth keeping an eye on.
Okay, well then I'll be looking there because vision control right now is going to LGD, and RA looks like they're willing to contest it with the push through mid, that they're trying to hold on to this mid turret for as long as possible. Loyan does go over the wall to LPC though, because he's got no summoners, but the Chains of Corruption are already up and available, playing with fire as the poke damage is super severe. Over the wall, Xiaoshu is dealing with now 3 people at once. As going on in, it's a great ult from Cube, and he doesn't die for it. The spear almost hitting Assume on the back end, as I'm surprised that RA got out of that one, and almost with a kill to boot.
All right, all eyes on Herald, fighting around that topside river. The health bars in advantage for LGD, though, maybe allow them to get finally towards this mid lane adder.
They don't have any minion waves, so that turret super tanky. The flash is already forced out. Someone take it down. And Xiaoshu is the one to do it. Now dodging away from the Q. Haiqiao would have been dead there with an overload. But they finally get that mid lane turret that they've been struggling for so long. However, it took a lot of resources to do it.
Yeah, and actually, just in that fight as well, tower took a little longer to fall than maybe LGD had planned on. A couple of tower shots coming through, as I said, very close to having a kill go down. Cube left alone in this top side. Again, seeing the impact which this Jax can have, not just in those side lanes or in a 1v1, but in these grouped up fights too. Gets into the thick of things, uses that counter strike. That's only going to get worse as the game goes on. Dragon over to Rare App as well. So while Herald hasn't fallen, that Dragon stacking starting in earnest.
Yeah, look, 2 dragons here for RA. Again, I want to highlight what you talked about. RA just have to get there with the comp. We all know what that means. And, you know, LGD, this Nidalee pick, has had a couple of good spears, but apart from that, they haven't really taken off Nymera. It's only a 1,000 gold lead. The dragon stacking, obviously, we just talked about. Herald might be picked up here, but what more can you achieve? What can LGD do now with a game that has been turtling out quite nicely in pace for RA?
So, at this point, you know, if you get yourself that Herald, it allows you to make the next big power play as well. Of course, with such an ability to dive with point-and-click CC or something like the Chains of Corruption into that Nidalee, becomes more of a threat as well. So, maybe the ability to open up the map on their own terms. Take down one of these side lanes themselves. And Cube going low HP might be the start of that.
Yeah, pops the ulti, the spear connecting. No, Meteor playing the Luyan Carters. Meteor, is he gonna die?
Oh!
The heal! And Jin Zhao coming in clutch with the shield.
23 HP, I believe that counted down to, and that is
Yeah.
22 HP more than they needed. Meteor struggled in that, of course, struggled to kind of like get the ball rolling earlier on in this game in the very first couple of ganks, but has continued to impact again on this Nidalee and combine with the rest of the team.
Opening up the turret, giving a bit more gold to LGD. And that's something, right? Again, using the Herald to open the map, but not only that, finding the kill on the Cube. Kind of try and get some gold back to LGD. And now we're getting somewhere in field. Luyan on the opposite side says, no, things are still happening for me, but Jin Zhao presses the ultimate, presses W, and the healing is amazing as LPC turns it back.
Prowlers!
Mid lane, Croc slicing through. That's what Steve Irwin warned us about, and Hai Chao picks up his second kill with his deadly force.
Yeah, that one is not crying any crocodile tears. He's making you cry instead, and Assume goes down. This Zeri, who we were saying, yeah, you know, maybe they'll get to some point where they're going to do a lot of damage. Suddenly that conversation now is, okay, they're getting absolutely blown up in these fights and not able to peel backwards. LGD finding a couple of opportunistic kills around the map, and that's starting to look pretty good for them. That tempo, that word which we talked about a little bit earlier, starting to fall more and more in their favor.
Can't believe he survived.
Actually,
23,
serious credit
you
to Jin
said.
Zhao. Saves them
Yeah.
topside, ult W's in the mid lane, gets that calculation right there and survives for so long. That karma in the space of a minute had a heck of a lot of impact, more than a lot of people would assume with that. Then Hacho, of course, already talked about that Prowler's Claw, finishing off that kill wonderfully after Jin Zhao makes his own great escape.
And we need to pull out as well that he's got a Mikhail's Bell. He actually rushed that. So Jin Zhao right now smurfing a little bit here and smurfing for his team. That Bell's going to come in so handy, especially since LPC doesn't have the cleanse available. The Bell, about 20 seconds left on the cooldown. And we have to remember that not only Baron's sitting there looking us in the face if one of these big team fights go awry, but Dragon will be coming up in a minute 40 and LGD need to get their hands on it. So some pretty good tools to be looking at there, Nymera, as right now that vision setup seems to be the priority with them hovering off to the side of mid lane.
Yeah, I think it is right that you bring up those objectives as well, because I think you're going to struggle to dive inner turrets and start breaking the base as LGD unless you start getting towards a soul, getting towards a Baron and winning big fights.
Bell. That's the Bell. That's what we're talking about. On Luyan, he gets targeted out. The spear, though, hits Assume, and Meteor lands it perfectly. Now the chase continues with them trying to force up through mid. Assume dodging away that arrow from LPC, but you can see LGD's poke. Their burst continues on in this game to be a big threat to RA.
Okay, but how much do they get from this? Do they just get vision control around the Baron? I assume that's what they're going to get with these health bars, particularly on Luyan falling a little low, but LGD not actually getting the clean kill that time. Not quite able to finish off that first target. That means that LGD once again kind of waiting to see when that next big fight will come through. They really need that to happen. This is the kind of comp which needs a big objective to finish off the game. As much as they've managed to find some victories for themselves in the last few minutes, need to stick the landing after this point.
We do have 2 items on Xiaoshu, just talking to the strength of LGD for this next upcoming objective. Blade of the Ruin King picked up from Hai Chao as well, so we've had Renekton's flourish between in the past year of things like the Iceborne second, or sorry, Frostfire if we're new age and 20 years old, but we're not. And go towards Sunfire,
Wait,
which
do
now
you
no
know,
longer
do you know
a
the
mythic.
Orn upgrade? Do you know the Orn upgrade item? That's a fun one. Rhyme
no,
Frost
I know.
Frost Gauntlet. That's a good one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Get to
Okay,
replace
someone
her
knows
with
there's a one
Fabric.
upgrade. Yeah. Dude, all I know is Syzygy, which I think is...
Oh, that's a great one.
Gale Force? No. I'm not sure what it is. Wow, Realm Warp. Hang on. Hold the phone. Baron's going to be started. There is a control ward here, but the Realm Warp brought 4 people in. However, LGD here and Falcon is almost dead. This was a cheeky play, but LGD were right here at the right time.
Yeah, Rara bravely run away from that fight because you see that spear come in. He's noticed that your Lulu has 0 HP, blows the heal as well. That
Dragon.
one spear completely resets that phase of play. That's just one spear.
And now all of a sudden you have full access to Dragon because there's a quick reset from RA, so at least the objective stacking is stopped here. LGD are going to finally pick up one of their own. And RA are going to have to reset. Vision was gained by LGD around this Baron pit as well. RA looks like they're not going to clear it for now, but they're just going to let Strive do his thing in the side lane after what was, I guess, a nice attempt.
Well, that is now a, that's Strive playing a 2-item rise. You've got the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages stacked up. That means you get the extra level from that 10 stacks of the Rod of Ages. And you also have 2 items on the Zeri. Wait until you hit that 3 items. Talked about in that last game. We're getting towards that point where, maybe next time these grouped up fights happen and a spear doesn't land, one of those players can really stop popping off.
Cleanse. You can't get LPC. It's either the belt, it's either cleanse. And every time, Liana gets happy to burn the summoner, but as it goes on, might be a bit of a pain. Xiaoshu in a 1v1 though, the flash over the wall. Cube does it again. He was a big solo kill leader last year, and he started off just right there with a 40-second death timer on Xiaoshu.
Hey, Jack's starting to get online as well. We talked about the carries on the other parts of the map. Lest we forget the character with 3 kills. All of the kills that Rare Atom have had in this series. 0 kills in game 1. Cube picking up the pieces in this second game to become a threat away from the grouped up fights.
They were setting him up in the early game, Naimira. They gave him so much time, and it's paying off in dividends here. That solo kill leads him to 3, leads him to pressure on the bot side, and as you can see, already starting towards his 3rd item. We'll see in a second, but that should be a pretty decent buy after getting that gold. And then Cube, as you mentioned in the early game, as you mentioned after draft, there's going to be a point where no one can match Cube, right? And he's getting pretty close towards that point here at the 24-minute mark.
It is going to be that the Frostbite Gauntlet picked up by Dax to be a little tankier in his own right. We've obviously seen that solo kill there, but the other 2 kills were from a bit more grouped. So that that's it. Nope, no resetting allowed. No resetting allowed.
I mean, LPC's been denied a reset a couple of times this game, but Luyan, I guess the cooldown is really not much to think of anyway at this point, so why not stop him, change tempo? That's okay, as with that ulti down, does LGD suddenly think they can try for Baron? Do they really have the damage? I don't think this is the quickest Baron I've ever seen.
I don't think you want to pin yourselves into the Baron pit when you have the likes of the Zeri running at you as well, particularly on red side. Kind of a weird way to think about it, but the geography of the map does not help you take Baron on red side because you're pinned against the wall. You have to run into your enemy to get out of the Baron pit. It's kind of awkward to do that at that point. So LGD lacking some actions, some options there to retreat from that objective. And they also don't have themselves the dragon stacking to have play on the side of the map, which maybe does favor them in terms of where the walls are positioned. So LGD struggling now actually to keep themselves ahead of this game. They were playing through that run actively in that mid game. That was great, cool, get that mid lane turret, get a couple of kills, but the cost of that is not getting someone like your Varus a little bit further ahead so you can have more control of that mid lane, have a bit more consistent damage from your AD carry. Maybe that would stop you from stalling out as heavily as you have right now.
Well, you're right the first time. Lacking action. Definitely feels like LGD in this second game is they tried just then. Dominus was popped by High Chow to find the pick as Javelin Toss again thrown out. Loyan just kiting away, dodging through all this poke. Ability after ability. And they walk away, finding themselves empty-handed with nothing but a 2k gold. It is Strive may have given something a wave here. Over the wall, High Chow following through. Another flash going to be forced out, but what can LGD do with it at this point in the game?
Well, I don't think you can really realistically start the Baron because there's a teleport there, there's an ult there.
And it's behind enemy lines as well. Meteor going to be tunneled in on his TP in response, but is it too late? Asum with the lightning crash down is charging through. Cube has joined it as well. And Xiaoshu's up against the wall. You said it, Naimira. This is not the place they want to be. And LGD being picked apart. Their chance in this game diminishing. And RA just playing as cool as a cucumber to round this out to a possible game 3.
Yeah, how many people are actually going to die at the end of this? This somehow ended up being a 1-for-1 so far, because the Zoom went down early into the fight, but the Varus left alone at the end, taken down by the jungler. Goodbye. AD carries both down. Honestly, I thought that fight was going to go much worse for LGD than it actually ended up doing. It's still not a great fight. They still lose 2 kills, but it's not going to be Baron over to the side of Rare Atom. It's not going to be game-ending kind of fight. It's bad, but it's not the last note.
Take us through this replay because, as you said, it looks so much worse for LGD as Loyan's value is just skyrocketing.
Yeah, because when you're playing something like the Sejuani strong front line, able to kind of pin people in position. Again, it just funnels LGD into really difficult positions. LPC not actually getting a huge amount done. Managing to get some damage onto that front line. Luckily does finish off that Zeri with a opportunistic flash over the wall to escape too. Things could have gone much worse after that point, but LGD very struggling with their position in that fight because our Rare Atom forced them into a difficult place on the map.
And because of that fight, they lost the third dragon, or at least the fourth in the game, but RA picking up their third. Now on Soul Point, as the team with an Ocean Soul that is just going to flourish. When you have Zeri with an Enchanter, a Rise, a Jax, Ocean Soul means some of that poke is just going to become absolutely useless, and kind of exciting to see this comeback from RA because it's been a clean game considering the first one. They didn't even pick up a kill, but they kind of lacked direction as well.
What's kind of fun as well is, we saw Meteor, Skarner first game, kind of being unkillable, being a real menace, able to walk up and shrug off a lot of damage. This Sejuani for Lian now is going to do exactly the same, but on the opposite team. The Initiator, the tanky Initiator, making a real mess of things. When you have that Radiant Virtue, makes things pretty hard to die. If you deny Strive, not quite as survivable.
Oh, the boys. Guess what? Guess who's back? It isn't Slim Shady, but I don't know. It's friends of LGD. Hai Chao and Meteor now separated apart as the Realm Warp is only a fake to come back in. And Lian will take the revenge kill. They tried on Strive, but he bought time. Now RA right where they want to be. See if they can pick up this Baron while the poke comes flying through the sky.
It's the ult from the Varus. Oh my word!
Okay, I guess the health scaling works out as Cube flashes on in. LGD do start with one as Cube gets knocked up. Hang on a minute. Maybe they don't need the Renekton as Assume has to get over the wall. LPC, now what else you got? Meteor almost dies, overthrew as Assume has to dodge away from that Q. I don't know how, but I guess Varus WQ is still enough to blast the game wide open.
Yeah, it's Poke Varus, baby. Hits that ult, that gives you that stack of that passive over time. Huge amount of damage, and LGD somehow find themselves in a passage of play, which leads them to a Baron. We talked about this composition needing one of these big objectives, and somehow they have found their way to one of them.
Somehow, somehow after this play went south, LGD got return on their investment, Dive Mirror.
Yeah, because Rise is tanky nowadays. I thought it would be enough to one-shot, but ends up surviving long enough for Lian to be once again a really tanky frontline. This is a good first phase of the fight for Rare Atom. At this point you think, okay, this is pretty okay. But while we talked about LGD having struggle starting Baron, they are very okay at defending it. Spears, got those arrows coming in as well. LGD find themselves in a position where they can finally use some of that range, some of that poke. It works out well for them.
Actually, Meteor, Meteor did the most damage alongside Hai Chao there, but that's counting in the fact that they hit Strive for quite a lot. But the combination perfect. Spears not missing as much as they did in the early game, and Meteor still having a massive impact. Now with the Void Staff too, and that's gotta help. While we look at LGD with the Baron buff, with the gold lead once again in this game, they're facing down a Dragon Soul in a minute 40, but can they get a pick that would put them into a place of almost unthinkable contention in a game that shouldn't be theirs at all?
Ooh, good damage from Zeri. Oh, okay.
Cleanse does come out again. Transcorruption flashed away from LPC. Jinjiao gets bursted down by Cube. The Jax also a big problem as Xiaoshu trying to do what he can. Meteor, the spear from downtown almost kills him. Xiaoshu's still going to die here as LPC is not landing that arrow onto Strive. With a sidestep and a walk away, RA remain intact with 5 people. Look at Meteor and remember that this steadily means business. As I think Yankos from EU might be watching and thinking, okay, maybe this is what I need to do. No shade away as he actually gets caught out, and hang on, that doesn't look like Yankos. He wouldn't be caught out with his pants down in that situation. Now it's to flash away.
Yeah, nearly bringing out the good old curse on that one, but Baron buff or no, LGD not able to push in these waves, not able to control the map. We talked about that being such a big moment, but Rare Atom holding their opponents to account, even though you see these arrows and these spears landing, doing decent amounts of damage. It's not an easy way to start chunking through these HP bars, and they're struggling to keep their own.
And this time around, LPC without the bell, without the cleanse, it was both on cooldown. And Loyen throwing these ultimates out like McDonald's fries is just the perfect way to get everything down to find the perfect pick. 35 seconds on the Varus here, Nymera. Mid's under threat, top's under threat. And that Dragon's coming up in 3 seconds.
Yeah, Varus is all of your wave play. It's all of your anti-siege. The Cube, just when they find the advantage, picked off.
And now there's a Realm Warp, but it's in a 3 versus 2. Renekton zoning off the rest. Loyen and Strive still doing enough damage to take down the Karma support. But Renekton has now killed Assume. There's no Zeri here. Rare Adam are playing with fire as Hyjal gets the stun and the shutdown. You had a Dragon Soul to take, and you threw it all away. LGD have just been delivered. Just a free grocery run.
All of that was over a red buff. Cube wanted to take some enemy jungle camps, goes towards topside jungle, gets caught out, and LGD, they manage to capitalize. I don't know what the heck happened to Zeri on the backside of that fight, but it was, I saw a Renekton pop up and I'm like, okay, Lethality Renekton doing their job, managing to get on top of the key targets. But again, seemingly time after time, LGD find a way to miraculously find these fights.
For red buff. Cube died for red buff.
I don't know even where to start with this. This seemed like it was such a good position for Rare Atom, and Assume tries to flash out, flashes over Renekton's character model, just flashes from auto range in one side of him to auto range in the other side, and a series of missteps, a series of mistakes in this key situation puts Rare Atom now into again, a more elongated state of this game. They should have had a soul. They probably shouldn't have given up that Baron earlier, but by their own play, let's be honest, they're giving LGD an extra lifeline in this game.
And Media's now like, okay, I'm feeling confident after that. The level 16 Italy has just bought Magi's. 10 stacks from the Dark Seal, Stratford over.
That is my favorite item in the game. I love this item.
Yeah.
It's such a I'm in your head kind of item, particularly when you build up in that early game and snowball it. But it also gives you movement speed when you hit those 10 stacks. It's your extra ability to maybe get in range for those stairs, just chase down for that execute. Meteor having a heck of a good game, of course, after that Skarner game in game 1, which was an MVP-worthy performance.
Look, game number 2, maybe not far off it with the way things have been going, but as you said, RA have given LGD this chance. Now, we're looking down the barrel of a 50-second Baron coming up. That soul's still on the line for RA, but 2 Dragons now for LGD. They have a bit of sustain thanks to Ocean as Chains of Corruption come through. This ARAM fight is exactly what LGD are after, especially when Cube is not here as of yet. But that ultimate now down, LGD back away, and it might just be 30 seconds on that time at a Baron. We start talking about a fight again, Nymera, with, I guess, 4 items pretty consistently across the board, or at least getting 2.
Yeah, but it's still in exactly the same location as we've seen so much of this game. This mid lane, the wave control here is so important, and you can kind of understand when you go to Renekton, or at least trying to play into this Rise and the Realm Warp and trying to find their targets on these flanks. Trying to keep Rare Atom pinned in the mid lane so they can't go out to those side lanes is very important for LGD. But does make for a slow old game. It does mean that
Yeah, it does.
you try to play around these skill shots. It's not hard engage. It's not all of these solar flares coming in. Cleanse comes out, and that disengages that too.
And a Realm Warp as well only brings the cannon minion to say happily doodly, but look at Cube smacking down. That lamp hurts like something else. RA are the ones to make the engage. They force summoners, a couple of good ones here with an ultimate attached, and now it's a question of if that's enough to start up this Baron.
Yeah, and as much as you got a Sejuani ultimate, all of the cleanses, the Mikhails, the cleanse on the Varus makes it so hard for you actually to hard engage. You sat here, you are just trying to win the skill shots, win the wave control, so you can actually move to an area of the map where you can maybe look for a better fight. This is getting quite slow at this point.
It is, but hey, look, at least you got your LPL fix, you know. If this ends in a 2-0, even if we go to a game 3, like, game 1 for you was not a nice enough introduction. At least Kitty got the back and forth nature of FPXWE, where both teams kind of showed us a lot
Yeah, I
of
see
flair.
you got favorites already. Thanks for telling me.
Sorry,
really
dude.
appreciate that. But I mean, the good thing here is that at least it's slow enough that we get to talk so much. We get some ability to sit down to chat about some of these players, talk about some of these teams, and wait for the final big fights. They're not as often. It makes you appreciate them when they do happen.
That's true. And I mean, again, the nature of the comps being so different. Like, The fight for LGD over in a blink with the burst and the pick potential. RA, hard to kill though. And as we've seen so far, this spear's not going to connect. It's kind of by RA's merit and their mistakes that they have been losing some of these fights. So, again, can they lure in, clean this out in front of this Baron buff? Because they are starting now. Assumes the one to start kicking it off. But we need to get Xiao Shu in there.
Here quickly. There's no arrow of the wall threat just yet, but teleports come into contest.
But they're pulling off a Baron, so they are threatened. They don't know that the virus isn't there, further to your point. And RA pull off the objective, and I guess we're going to ARAM for a bit longer until Dragon.
No, we've not done this one before, have we? 30 seconds till Dragon. Maybe they'll change the equation a little bit too, because you can solo that Dragon at least. You can send just Cube down to take it, maybe keep everyone in that mid lane. Might be enough to change things. Whereas they've bided their time. Yes, some of that's through their own mistakes as well, elongating this game, but they have another shot soon enough to try and close things out, get themselves a big win in the objectives.
They might find a pick off here as Lo Yang gets the ult on Xiao Shu. Mikhail's bell once again ding-donging on top of the top laner. And Strive gets a bit of poke in the process as well. Okay, this is why I think Howling Abyss should be a competitive map. As right now, Riot Games, if you're listening, please, ARAM ranked. That's how I'd finally get over gold as we go towards the Ocean Dragon. Still the sole point here for RA. Realm Warp though. Oh, let's go.
Oh, okay, they found the moment. The minute LGD leave mid lane, they go straight towards Baron.
Is it going to be down in time though? Because Jin Zhao has so much need for speed as Hai Jiao flashes on in the Paralysis Ball, sends out a super on the Baron. It's taken by Rare Adam, but now with the flash out, Lo Yang wants to get out with the flash in. Cube goes and re-engages. It's a massive one. The Master at Arms finally has a real weapon as Cube chases down the remnants of LGD, and all it took was about 5 ARAMs, 40 minutes for RA to finally do what they should have done a while ago.
You know what it really took? It took LGD not ARAMing for like 10 seconds. They leave the mid lane. They try and go towards that Soul Dragon. The Realm Warp crushes them and will bring us to a game 3.
A game 3 after what can only be called loosely shenanigans from Rare Adam, but still deserve it with LGD being set back in a very specific comp that didn't find its specific windows. RA get their first game win of the split here. Take us to an all-important game number 3.
They had to really work for it. Partly through their own mistakes. Of course, you're allowed a couple of those when you're finding your feet, but still, a win is a win, and it does give Rare Adam an ability to play through this third game. After that first game where they got 0 kills, that's a breath of fresh air for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you get to find out if RA or LGD are the better team. But let's be real, so far the comps have been pretty exciting. You know, game number 1 was a little bit slower around the edges. Game 2 started slowing down, but then RA, remember, they had the Realm Warp that, you know, we've seen so aggressively all game long. And you got to give props to Lo Yan in that game. Now, Mira, I think the ult usage, like consistently off a cooldown, let's take Cleanse. Let's take the Ding Dong Bell from Jin Zhao. Once those were down consistently, he throws out another one, and there you go. There's a nice pick for them to play with.
I mean, at least he was hitting his ult. Some of those chains of corruption weren't managing to really even the score with that one. That Sejuani was really the big difference maker in a lot of ways too, because of the ability to kind of like snowball through that top side. We saw that a little bit earlier on, and then be that really annoying, hard to kill frontliner in the late game was a huge impact for his team.
Yeah, and then again, we walk into what that late game was, where I think RA's decision-making has to be criticized a little bit around the red buff play that almost gave LGD a window back in. Like, LGD were, you know, kind of shut out of the game, only with 2,000 gold lead at the best of times. But I think RA were playing with fire a bit.
Yeah, Cube has had as far as things go, considering that the first game was so drastically poor in terms of the scoreboard, Cube actually had one game there. The second game was a real threat in those side lanes, and we saw that huge 4-man counter-strike to really end things off around that Baron at the end of things. Didn't come with its negatives. That red buff, of course, will sit in the memory of us for a little while. But Cube, I think going into this third game, it's definitely someone I'm watching to be played towards again.
Yeah, again, Cube has been the most solid member of Rare Adam. Like, you look at this RA top laner, and the reason he's still there, the reason that they play towards him is because he's actually quite consistent and he is a reliable force. I think Cube was one of the best top laners last year, just in the league in total. And it came off the back of Le Yan and him developing really good synergy. And Nymera, we saw there, they did the exact same thing as, I'm sorry, I'm also just noticing the gold graph having a big swing.
Whenever you have a Renekton Nidalee like combo in your team, you don't want that graph to stretch beyond 30 minutes, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The fact that it went so late, it's also a testament to how LGD kind of struggled to really get their combos rolling to a point where they could smash them out rather than just take a turn, just get like 1 or 2 kills. So while this was kind of extended by no small part to Rare, not quite landing knockout punches, LGD, I think when they're going into third game, probably need to think about if we're playing snowbally comps, we need to be much more clinical about the way we play through them. A lot more, have a bit more of that killer instinct.
Because this time around, it was clinical from RA. Their game plan was to play towards the top lane, towards Cube, and they did so successfully a couple of times where Xiaoshu, summoners were burnt, Revisit came through. I think Le Yan kind of had that jungle diff that we were looking at in game number 1 from Meteor's perspective. So I think so far we've found out that tank junglers in this series are performing a hell of a lot better. So just do that. Skarner versus Sejuani next game, I guess.
See how deep that champion pool goes. But yeah, the only reason it kind of gets down to that point is because the amount of crazy bans you have towards like that bot lane, we're seeing like 3+ bans towards those bot lanes too. But that means that these tank junglers just get to live so long. Yeah, maybe when you get towards this area on the 3-4 items, that's when that starts to fall apart in its own way. But the Poke Varus, for both teams that have played it, have really struggled to deal with these tanky junglers running at them later on into the game.
Yeah, they really have. And again, like, even though LPC played so well, maybe it begs the question that game number 3 needs a draft change down there once again. As, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a break. When we return, resolve this debacle of a series between LGD and RA.
Let's go Howling Abyss.
The sun keeps shining as we go nowhere. There is something missing. I can't
Well, it's a game 3 yet again. In the LPL, we've been live for 2 days, and 3 out of our 4 series have already gone the distance. So it just feels like in the right place for you, ladies and gentlemen, because best of 3s going the distance is what the LPL is all about. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Naimira, who's joined us this year for the LPL. This is his debut series, and look, at least in that last game, you got a little bit more flavor from the two teams with about 10 minutes of ARAM.
I'm a big fan of ARAMs, you know, I love loading up onto Howling Abyss, and you know, it's only fitting, really, that LGD were punished by the deities of ARAM for leaving mid lane for like 5 seconds. Like, they left mid lane one time, and the Realm Warp comes out, and it completely shatters them. That was such a cruel twist of fate.
I know, it's rough, right? Because with the way the game was going, you get little bits of hope sprinkled in, but, you know, as someone who was kind of dismissing that quite consistently, was Cube. MVP of this game, no big surprise to anyone. On that Jax, multi-man stuns, I think the best usage of the new Jax that we've seen so far in the LPL.
Yeah, and the thing which really impressed me was not only did he have the late game impact, and that was really flashy, it's a lot of eye candy, he was affecting the game very early on too. That first fight around the red buff, around the bot side of the map, was really important. Getting that huge ultimate, multi-man stuns, getting 2 kills out of the early fights, and just impacting the game at all stages of the Jax kind of adds an extra threat, an extra degree you need to be very aware of, as opposed to just being a late game insurance option.
So props to Loyen for setting up that perfect option for RA, because we knew that Cube started taking over at about this 23-minute mark with the solo kill, but more importantly that Loyen's game plan was always built around Cube.
And particularly once you do reach those last minutes, that's the kind of play you see. That's the kind of one which you're aiming for. The 4-man counter-strike, stopwatches as well to stop himself getting burst out in return. And Cube, it just felt wherever he was on the map, LGD had a real difficulty knowing what to do with the Jax.
That's true. They had no clue what to do at that point. Well, rather, at that point, Naimira, their options were kind of limited because of what we talked about with the composition. So going into Game 3, I wanted to ask you about changes here so far in the series. What's the biggest priority? Because there's been very different compositions coming out in Game 1 and Game number 2, and LGD obviously had a more short-term direction for that second game too.
I am starting to wonder about this Varus pick, if we're getting so many tank junglers, which are getting very difficult to deal with. It hasn't really impressed me in regards to these two teams being able to play through the win condition of the Varus in these kind of games, which is you smash bot lane, you lock them out of the game, and the game just falls apart because you don't have a support and AD carry to play around. Their lane was just really dumped on at that point. I think because these two teams are struggling to be clinical where it matters in the early game and snowballing, I think the Varus might need to take a back seat, and something that has a bit more ability to play through tank shredding, play through those late game team fights, has to come to the fore in its place.
I mean, there's things like the Civil we saw yesterday coming out of Ruler, who got his pentakill. We've seen, you know, even the Aphelios make a revisit too. Hell, there's many tank shredding ADs in the meta right now outside of what we've seen with the Zeri. So kind of interested to see where we go with the AD pool. But let alone that, you know, with the good movement we saw from Assume on the Varus, you know, things that support in the bottom lane, like Jin Zhao and the Karma as well. Like, we've seen a lot of adaptation there. Through mid, I'm kind of excited to see what Haichao brings out next, because the Renekton in this game, still a great game plan, but RA played so respective. So any thoughts about what changes? I think mid's a good place to start, considering that has been quite flexible so far.
No, because I think it's really good that you bring up the kind of the movement of the Renekton in that game, because actually there were a couple of times where we saw either they roam towards bot side. We saw that a couple of times, but they couldn't quite pull it off. And then you also saw them try and play proactively in terms of into that lane as well. They dumped the Herald there, and then Haichao had some really good late game performances on their Renekton, having some very key kills onto the enemy Zeri to make sure that AD carry couldn't run rampant as well. But it was still just not quite clinical enough for what that champion demands. It's quite a difficult champion to play through that early game. Maybe, again, just look towards a bit more later game insurance.
And again, Azir, you know, we've seen on top of the rise already. The Kassadin's been something that's been left open. And a lot of pros and even, you know, people across the scene have been calling OP at the moment. So a little bit surprised that we haven't seen more of a priority on something that does have that scaling element to it.
That's true.
You know, even in the LPL, like the Lissandra to Galio, the team fight presence that we know LPL mid laners put such a high price on.
That's true, actually. Something which is a little bit easier setup, like the Galio or the Lissandra, maybe they could make an appearance if you're looking to kind of snowball the game much more I guess, precisely, I suppose. The Renekton didn't
Yeah,
quite
there you
hit
go.
the mark in all of the big dives, as much as some of the team fights came out to some good successes. It wasn't quite enough to like have the crazy snowball through side lane plays. But yeah, it's just, you have multiple directions to go. If you're going to keep going towards this early game though, I think both these teams have shown a couple of struggles in regards to them. They haven't quite managed to land the knockout blows.
Yeah, that's the thing about LGD and RA so far. While there's been some really promising plays, or I think individual games, there has been some moments where you've been questioning like how they get over that hump of mid-game, how they kind of close things out. For LGD game 1, maybe less concerned, but game number 2, you could argue with both that making that game plan happen was some of the biggest issues. As ban pick is about to come up for game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, OMG RNG will be played in Shanghai. RNG don't have their Beijing arena anymore, so it means that they are playing in Shanghai no matter what. And OMG, funnily enough, don't have their Chengdu arena. So Shanghai, after this, there's no delay for the next series. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the joyride that is LGD and RA, because whether we get ARAMs or just absolute shellackings, we'll find out. LGD with the first pick rise there. No mirror.
Syndra probably going to be the response. I think that was a pretty easy one. That was one which has had impact through this series, had a ban, had a pick. So I'm assuming that one's going to get locked in for Strive. And that is kind of a little bit easier to, again, play towards in those later game team fights. But of course, we're at them in that first game where they didn't get a single kill. Played towards that, didn't exactly work out for them. In fact, they locked in exactly these two champions against the Rise. And it didn't work out for them. That Varus, not sure I want to see it.
No, Varus is 0-2 in this series so far.
Alright,
And
here we go again.
Here we go, run it back. So what's coming up next? Zeri with what, Lulu?
I think Zeri
what did we
Lulu
get
is
game
something.
number 1?
I think that makes sense because I think LPC and Jinzhao showed that they could survive the lane with that, because you saw the Lulu start shield level 1, walk up to the Varus Karma and say, alright, I'll just tank the skill shot, and we can kind of like play from parity at that point, as opposed to kind of like trade damage for damage, which Varus and Karma do so well at in the early game. It's going to be that Zeri again. Zeri, of course, has been the real threat in late game fights. That's why it has been often about, like, say, someone Strive on that Renekton trying to shut them down, because that Zeri has been very potent in these longer games where it has kind of devolved into A-ramming.
And LPC had a pretty good game.
Oh,
with it as
no!
well.
Not this
The
thing,
Donga,
it got
okay.
through!
Well,
Not again!
I guess we're going to see round 2. Yeah.
We couldn't escape it. Well, it's not going to be the Karma, it's going to be that Heimerdinger. But this was something which, in, again, that first game, which I believe this was actually the first 3 picks from them too. We're following a very similar path to that first game. LGD had themselves the Cassante in that game though, so of course it won't be a perfectly same draft, although it will be fairly similar. This bot lane still managed to push in, still managed to have a lot of presence in that bot side, even though the Varus is meant to be very dominant in that laning phase. Struggled to deal with what that Heimerdinger could do on that bot side of the map.
But at least on the other side, we do have a strength here for RA. I know you're not happy with the Varus, but I'm pretty happy with Cube getting the Jax once again in the top side, as we do have a Skarner ban to grace the second ban phase, considering that LGD are following a similar path.
Only investor 3s, man. You get through to that third game, like, nope, not again, not happening. Let's have some data on the day. And we're starting to see, as opposed to something a bit more, damaging interactive, we're seeing the tank junglers, which have defined the series, being removed. Both of these teams struggled with their opposing numbers tank champions, which they've now banned in that second round, and they decide, alright, let's make sure that they're not going to have that same ability for these two junglers kind of sparring with each other to have that very hard to remove initiator.
So I wonder where you go from there, because we saw Lo Yen with the Viego in game number 1 that really did nothing. Maybe LGD happy to leave it open and get rid of one of the big priority junglers in the meta. The Wukong taken out. It's a quadruple jungle ban in the second phase. And you can see that RA aren't even interested in getting a priority jungle here, Nymera. Instead, they want the engage that they had before on Southwind. Maybe I spoke too soon, because, yep, they definitely needed that.
That's like the last Premier engaged jungler, I suppose, out of the ones that we saw more of last year. Of course, that pit being hovered also does a fair amount of engaging, and
Media loves
would
this.
fill in some of the gaps of what LGD need to get. Most of the time when you're looking for engage nowadays, you are looking for jungle and from support. It's less so from top lane as of previous metas. It will be the Zac slingshotting into RA's comp, and with 2 immobile carries, the Syndra and the Varus, that's a good pick to have into them.
Man, the Fiora as well, you could say something similar here in the game. Going up against the Jax, I mean, Xiaoshu has had pretty decent laning despite last game getting bullied out quite a bit by Luoyan. So we'll see what he can do with the Fiora this time around as we get a fun topside matchup. And we do get Flubber returning for Meteor. Now, if you watched him on BLG 3 splits ago, you'll remember that he was spamming this champion. It was one of his favorites at the time. So he's returning to a meta where I guess things are suiting him quite nicely. And Nymira, another question for you yet again. This composition from LGD, where do we go? What angle do you play?
I think what you're looking to do is have very opportunistic picks onto Strive and onto Assume. Maybe even Southwind as well, because the bottom 3 picks from Raratum, they don't have a huge amount of ability. They can get caught out by Zeri jumping over a wall, Zac jumping even further over a wall, and Ryze teleporting into the fray. I think if they're caught out of position, much like in that first game with the threat of the Skarner, they're going to really struggle to play aggressively and to try and make impact on the map. That's what I'm looking for there. And the Fiora is there to keep the Jax in check while they are looking for those plays.
Well, I'm looking forward to abusing the positioning then from Meteor on the Zac if he can get ahead. For RA, we're once again seeing this virus, which we're going to be assuming is, I didn't mean to, is going to be lethality
so
virus.
much today, and every time I say it, I was like, it's happened, I'm letting it go, leave it at that.
Well, look, it's better than, you know, again, we're saying assume this split rather than the other version. It was known as ASM last year, and I made the decision, ladies and gentlemen. It had to change. We had to keep integrity somewhere there.
Please send an email over to Extreme. Really enjoy that.
Yeah.
All
full
executive complaints go
responsibility.
straight to this guy in the mic.
That's true. Well, look, game number 3. Hope there's no complaints with how this one ends because LGD and RA trying to get their first series win in what can be described as loose shenanigans so far in the first 2 games. Let's see if that lethality virus can get a win on the board, or if LGD, with the debut of Zac in the LPL, can get something done. You talked about the aggression here as RA start with a bot side invade. I'll walk me through RA a little bit again. You mentioned words like range, but we also have the Jax spilt into this one a bit as well.
Yeah, we talked about the LGD side of things in terms of trying to pick out these pieces out of position from Raratum, but if they manage to hold their position, managed to land a Scatter the Weak, land a Chains of Corruption, which of course has been a little inaccurate in this series so far, because they're playing at such range. Then you can start looking for these one-shot combos. Even someone like that Zac, who is fairly tanky as far as things goes, if they do get caught out of position, you're starting to look again for that huge unleashed power and the empowered Q from the Varus to take down the first target who has tried to dive too deeply, and then reset the fight after that point.
And how nice is it, you know, having Syndra Fire as a mid 2v2 there, Nymira? Like, a strong, I guess, setup of gank, especially at the level 3 point, when we're going to be looking at Hai Chao to see how he survives, but maybe Meteor as well, for the counterpunch that he was so good at in the first game.
So, this 2v2 went in the direction of the Heimerdinger in the first game of the series, but in this one, looks like Raratum feeling like they can contest Cryo a little bit easier at the level 1. They struggled to do that in that first game, but that missed Mantra Cube, that changes things. You can't afford to miss those in these kind of matchups.
Well, Jin Xiao just looking for his poke out. You're going to be setting up turrets at melee range. Southwind moved down to half HP, and I mean, just like that, the level 2 definitely will be reached in that bottom side, but we get a quick vision game of top side. Xiaoshu's taken the brunt of trades, as looks like that matchup is going to be something we talk about as well. Nice poke damage coming through from Jin Xiao yet again.
But that's obviously not going to be contested at this point, because Raratum, they lost control of the wave. They have to hit the minions while LGD's bot lane are hitting them. So Southwind at soon managing to move up once again, but just having to clear turrets right now. Hold Jinjo back as much as they can.
And so let's quickly look at jungle pathing here, because I think a lot of these lanes, we are seeing brutalization going on from the Donga. Is going to be impacted by Meteor, by Luoyan here on the Vi, on the Zac. They're pathed towards the top side right now, and Nymira, we didn't get to talk about it too much, but top side, pretty important matchup as well if they start snowballing ahead.
We can see that Cube controlling the wave very early on, but of course this matchup can be so tight as the game goes on. Good riposte onto a counter strike.
Nice.
Going in that mid lane. Already talked about that immobile target of the Syndra being picked on as the game goes on, starting things early as Meteor.
Great timing for the engage there from Meteor. After Scatter the Weak was down, he's able to get the flash out of Strive early on, but Luyan uses that timing wisely and picks up a stolen blue buff here from his jungle. So Meteor not going to have his hands on that one, and Luyan going to get topside Scuttle as well. The control vision aligned with his topside River, so
this,
bit of a net advantage.
Yeah, but this kind of duel between these junglers has been really cool to see throughout this series. First game was very handily on the side of Meteor. On the Skarner, unexpected ping coming through. And Luyan really struggling to impact the game on the Diego. Second game, actually it was the Sejuani that really ended up being the difference maker, even though the Nidalee landed a lot of spears. Third game, Meteor. Finding a gank at level 3 on Zac, very difficult. Typically you'd find it at level 4 when your elastic slingshot starts to get a little bit longer range. Manages to find something a bit earlier. But Luyan, not caught sleeping, managing to take something back in return. Third game, both junglers making an impact already.
And already into the top side, right? You mentioned level 4 is going to be the big one, but Meteor's still going in at 3. Vault Breaker in burst, and there's a slingshot, but it's flashed away, but stretchy arms comes through, but Meteor's left on his lonesome, and the burst damage is too much to deal with. Xiaoshu's scared of going back in, as it's Cell Division, but no one to save his life. First blood over to RA with immense damage.
That is such an important kill for the side of Rare Adam, because this Zac, if they manage to just chain gank lanes, go back towards that mid lane, force Syndra to play defensively, could change the tone of this early game completely. They take away the passive, they stop Meteor from taking any of his camps or anything like that, just set him behind a little bit. That's so important to get at that point. Really, it starts with winning that mind game on the riposte. Xiaoshu really having to disengage a little earlier than they would have wanted. As soon as that riposte is down and you're sat at a couple of hundred HP, can't fight that anymore.
And you got his flash too. Luyan may have burned his, but you got Meteor's flash, and you got Cell Division, which has a very long cooldown, folks. So that passive not being up, that explosive power of Zac, and I guess the brute force nature of the champion comes down just a little bit. So props here to RA. Again, hitting that top side. We saw in game number 2 there, Nymera. That top side was their priority. RA have consistently played towards Cube, and this game is no different.
And the great thing about killing a Zac early game, well, I mean killing any ganking jungler early game, is that you kill them, you take them and put them a step behind the game. It stops them from doing anything to all of your lanes. It kind of like helps out the entire map for the jungler at that point. It means that this bot lane of the Zeri and the Heimerdinger, they can play with a little bit more safety. Maybe Strive can also play a little bit more safely too, which is very important because he just had his flash blown. This affects the entire map, so LGD left wondering now, okay, you know, what are we going to do with, what are we going to do now? Our jungler is going to have less impact on this game, having that flash and passive.
And so it looks like the bottom lane of LGD trying to create an advantage for him. You could see before Luyan was pathing around, playing with fate a bit, considering that Assume and Southwind were quite low on both health and mana. LGD setting themselves up strong with a Heimerdinger, but in the end, nothing happens, and they just get the shove in with a quick back from Southwind. Meteor disappearing, but I want to point out in this early game, Nymera, there's been really good tracking of vision. Have you noticed that Meteor has been walking over wards for the past 6 minutes straight, with RA doing a really good job of tracking this Zac?
And I think that really is one of the prerequisites to dealing with a hype ganking jungler like the Zac. Of course, it didn't stop them from losing that flash in the mid lane. Was traded by Luyan taking that buff. But yeah, again, just keeping tabs on the most volatile part of the early game from LGD, the playmaker, Meteor, who now has to find another way into this game. And once again, another set of pings down to that Zac tracked again.
Yeah,
Luyan very happy to start up this dragon.
Good map read there, so you can see, as you said, the ping's going down, knowing that Cube was one to place the ward. At the very least, knowing that Meteor was there, or at least spotting him out himself, is a big deal, meaning Luyan can just continue fighting away at this dragon. It'll be the first dragon of the game picked up for Rare Adam, and a beautifully started early game with a 1,000 goal lead. And note as well, as we get a photon grenade from Jin Jiao, who's just doing annoying damage. Note as well that Luyan's actually up by about 16 CS there, Nymera, so a really big start, considering he has a kill on top of that as well.
And let's juxtapose this with the first 2 games, where the Skarner got stupidly far ahead into the Syndra, and then in the second game, with the Sejuani very far ahead into the Poke Varus. If these tank junglers get ahead, you don't get to remove them. They get to play very, very aggressively, and they get to play around their engage with a lot more impunity. That's not going to be the case this time. Zac is behind the state of the game, isn't going to be dealing with extra HP, extra levels, extra ability to survive the initial engage. Someone like a Zac needs to play very feast or famine. He's looking a little bit starving for now.
and he's level 5 as well, so he doesn't have that let's bounce-ity bounce. Meteor, without the ultimate, without Cell Division here, being challenged by RA, but they're backed away for now. Looks like Luyan goes to his own jungle and doesn't want to challenge because LPC has made the move up as well. So even on Vision here, looks like LGD should be able to brute force this Herald while they try and leave Assume to get something in the bottom lane.
Get this the Scuttle to get Meteor up to level 6, so gets a camp in that as well, and has most of his camps to clear through on his next pass through the jungle as well. So hopefully Meteor able to reach a point of power after that point. Losing the mind game in the boss battle.
Yep. And you know what? Ghost has to be popped because he's scared. Even Grand Challenge comes through as Luyan spotted on the ward, but Hai Chao, a real bro. Even with low mana bar, he comes up to Realm Warp to help save the day as Jin Jiao forces the flash, and LPC goes over the wall with the flash. Lightning crash down.
Hits the
blast
blast
goes
cone!
take it back. Strive! Oh, that ain't staying alive. That's the opposite.
Oh, LPC with the piercing shots hits the Syndra and hits the blast cone, forces his enemy back into him, and Strive is sat there going, huh, finally got my flashback. Gets to take it away, gets his life taken away as well. LGD's bot lane managing to get something rolling for their team.
How nice was that? Strive going down, and I think LPC so far this series has been a real standout. Someone we've seen in the LPL in the last split, but really we didn't talk much about him. Been some good 80 carry games, considering Assume was the star 80 carry in the series so far. So we'll have to see what LPC can do now, picking up that near solo kill as Luyan comes into the bottom lane, trying to make something happen, but LGD are paying respect. Let's watch this replay again, Nightmare, because this was aggressive.
Yeah, Strive misses the scout of the week. After that point, you have no way to defend yourself. You don't have 100-0 threat. LPC, very content to go towards the aggressive play. That piercing shot. Hits both targets he wants. Strive, no counterplay to that one. LPC, really entering this year with a strong set of form. And in the LPL as a whole, we have a lot of teams which are going through changes, players going through changes as well. What better time than to try and put your name onto the radar as those changes start to grow into something more?
How crazy it is as well. Like, you know, LPC is someone who, in the past, we're looking at a bottom 3 80 carry, but here in this series, it does feel like he's quite solid. So someone will be keeping an eye on.
Considering that we were talking about Assume as well, coming into the series as, you know, the ex-LGD 80 carry, the maybe player to watch on Rare Atom. Of course, Cube's had a great series as well, but we mentioned Assume's name fairly heavily there. LPC really showing us that he deserves to have attention paid to him as well.
As right now, Cube may be the person who's going to get a bit more attention, but this time from Meteor, who's got the Cell Division up and available. Cube with the leap strike out of there. Pops the ultimate, but the Master at Arms not getting too much as the Grand Challenge comes through to threaten. The rest of jungle is here as Luyan moves up to the top side as well, but Meteor's unable to get anything done.
Yeah, Meteor managed to get that flash very early on out of mid. He's not here to defend top as he leaves.
And there's no Grand Challenge. What great timing here coming through as RA give yet another kill to Cube.
Cube on the Jax, 101, 45 CS up, or something close to that, 40. Really set up his success again. There's one thing which we kind of called out before the third game draft is, Cube's been doing very well when played around. Want to see that more. Seems like that has been well and truly received and understood by Rare Atom, as this Jax getting to be very dangerous once again.
Yeah, look, again, Cube is set up for success. That's a 40 CS lead up in the top side, by the way. Will only be 30 once that wave's caught up, but still massive as LPC ultis in, forces the flash, aggressive as anything. I guess that's what you'd expect of an ex-JD G80 carry. A beautiful play as Cube is not going to reach in time, and Assume now down a summoner off a very trepidatious play.
That's the kind of player I love being in the LPL for, because you see these players just go, alright, I'll have it. Just go for that damage calculation, go for lethal. LPC really feeling himself in this series. Once again, just continuing to build on the first 2 games, which have been pretty standout from the AD carry player.
And again, I want to reiterate as Herald looks to charge towards mid lane. LPC has only been filling in roles here on JDG. Over Loken, over Hopu, went to the World Semi-Finals. He's a player who's played in the LBL under Joy Dream, so he's always been under JDG. This is his first team where he's in a starting position. And right now, one of the top 80 carries in the LDL is really proving himself. Again, the aggression is what we talked about, but we have to note that the Herald in the mid lane there, very important to mention the gold that was given over to Hai Chao about 30 seconds before the turret plating dissipated.
Yeah, but as much as this gold given over the Rise, once again, we're seeing that the Rises in this series have struggled to make the huge plays on side lanes. It really is just later on when you're looking into the objectives where it started to really see that realm walk become more of a factor. But the gold into the Rise, maybe that will help. Watch out, get into the side lanes, get around that map, use that realm warp in more impactful ways.
Mira, we're getting a picture-in-picture because Cube looks like he's threatening topside again while the Dragon's going on for RA to secure. Second Dragon here for the Rare Atom as LGD actually getting forced on double flash. Hai Chao's been found out as Strive gets scattered the week, and this Rise is not moving anytime soon. All the way deep into the red side jungle, and Rare Atom get more than just a prize.
That was a bit of a long haul flight. Goes right the way across the side of the jungle there, but Lian manages to find his man, finds Hai Chao, takes down that Rise who is trying to look for one of those flanks. So he's saying, okay, got a little bit more gold, maybe can use that realm warp, find something good. Finds only his own doom.
And I have to mention that that play was like a turbo gold advantage. Not only did they get the second Dragon, and that stack is very real towards our first Chemtech Dragon, as far as I know, by the way, Chemtech Soul. RA got themselves a topside turret thanks to
Look how
Cube.
far that blast plant goes. It's like
it's
someone
ridiculous.
has gone to all of the plants on the rift and like watered them with like an energy drink. Like these things are completely out of whack. There are so many plants everywhere, and particularly when you have, say, someone like the Vi in particular, maybe someone like the Jax too.
Yeah.
The fact that you have to ward like so much further into the enemy jungle to track where these plants are, to see who's going to fly a full screen over a wall at you, it's actually really disconcerting to play against. I love it personally. I really like what they've done with the plants. It's much better than the old version of the Chemtech, which was not very fun to play against when you lost vision. This one feels a lot more interactive.
I agree, especially right with the Jax, with someone like a Vi as well. Blast going into ultimate. That's a long haul flight. It's like flying Sydney to London, honestly. 20 hours and an absolute pain, but if you like flying, it's good for you.
Twice in my life, and I still remember them very vividly because how long. Normally, like,
Yeah,
stop
they're not
off
great.
somewhere.
In like Dubai or Abu Dhabi,
Singapore's
yeah,
good.
somewhere
I like
along
the
the way.
airport there.
Oh, Singapore. Yeah, very nice airport. I'll be honest. Either way, you know, I might sleep a little bit on flights, but man, screw the 14-hour part. That
Yeah,
just
that's
sucks.
Yeah. Used to load up with my old Game Boy, like play a game through that.
Yeah.
Took a short hop flight this time. Has the ult though. Maybe looking for LBC.
Yeah, this time it's only going to be sitting to Melbourne as Vault Breaker not going through for the time being. Loyem backs away, but the turret's still down. And just noticed from these last couple of minutes of play, it looks pretty passive. It looks like LGD have been trying to do something, but gold is going completely awry now, Mira. It's almost a 5k gold lead. At 16 minutes in the game, we have almost a 2-item virus, which lethality virus is hitting pretty hard at the moment, by the way. And this Jax is set up now with 2 items, a 40 CS lead, and Cube maintaining a full item lead at 16 minutes in the game.
And this is the kind of comp from Rare Atom, which we didn't quite see work in Game 1 because of the power of Meteor on that Skarner. And now you have a Zac who has been shut out of the game very comprehensively. Rare Atom's comp, which of course they tried to bring to bear in Game 1, is much more successful. The side lanes are opened up in their favor. The Syndra, the Varus able to get farm in the places that they want. As you were saying, that Varus heading towards that 2-item spike too. Very, very important. And because the tanks aren't really online, and let's be honest, they're probably not going to be online at this point, the way that they fall behind the curve of the game, that damage is going to matter and stick.
So let me ask you then, what do LGD do to pace out this game? Because it does look like, you know, with Rise, Fiora, with Zeri, there is a very big bonus to LGD slowing the game pace down, right?
I think they can accelerate it, but it has to be on their terms. I think they have to play around the vision. You see that there is a pink ward on that screen there. There is a pink ward on the top side of mid. There is a pink ward in river as well, down towards this bot side of the map. Rare Atom, they haven't got any enemy wards in their own jungle. LGD, they need to get that information to then start leveraging that off and try and get a Zac jump onto someone out of position, onto someone like this Varus, the Karma, the Syndra.
But you're right. Right now it looks pretty hard with red side being fully controlled, and even the Herald placed into the bottom inner. Strive looking for some ranged autos to just finish his turret off and getting close, but as he comes over, Luyen now there onto Haichao, who once again remembers that long journey, but it won't be taken by Luyen a second time around. But still, inner turret goes down, more gold over to RA. The lead maintained at that 6,000 point. And we're getting towards a Chemtech Dragon in 30 seconds, Nymira, and look, RA look pretty set to go secure third.
And I think the real difference between the first game, which went so disastrously wrong for Rare Adam, and so well for LGD, and this game here, is that Rare Adam, they're kind of being rewarded for their defensive play in this game, because they actually have managed to stay a little bit further ahead. They're playing around the vision they have, and they have the vision to be able to do that with too. It's a very similar kind of game to that first one in regards to the way that the compositions could potentially interact. You can see how much it flips around should some key things in the early game go wrong. So LGD trying to find their own ingress vision into the jungle to find something to play around, but it's happening so late into the game where they're already falling so far behind that it's just not really where they want to be in this game. They want to be so much further ahead around their engaging plays.
They lose that third dragon for it, at least getting some gold back. Objective bounties coming up as well, and able to get some gold back into their pockets. But you're right, it just feels like, you know, the clock is going pretty damn fast for them right now. We're pre-20 minutes. We've got a Soul coming up in 4.5 minutes time. So for RA, they're going to be forcing LGD into that one spot.
Yeah, and I think this is the point where you're starting to look at potential desperation plays coming through, so we might have to prepare for some shenanigans. That's the kind of mindset which I'm starting to predict at this point, because again, LGD, they don't have their ideal scenario, they have far from it at this point. They got a little bit of vision, which is immediately swept out. Rare Adam not being caught sleeping on that one, and Rare Adam, there is no obligation for them to do anything really stupid at this point. They can sit, they can wait for that timer, they can play safely around their lanes. There is nothing really forcing them to make mistakes which LGD would capitalize off of.
It's going to be nice watching Assume especially wade in. He's got the Prowler's Claw now, and you know, the stats from that item are just insane, where LGD are going to be half health, or 3/4 at least.
That's true, actually. I kind of forgot about that item. I remember when Poke Varus started to first come back into the meta after the Mythic rework stuff. That pretty crazy item, just a stat stick of power. Of course, it's shifted over to stuff like Duskblade a little bit later, but we're back to this one after all this time. A huge amount of lethality built up, and when you only have really one tank on the other side, and Rise, who kind of does half a job with that with a lot of Aegis HP, but no armor, of course, to build up with that at this point either. After all, some Merc Treads, not building towards anything like a Seeker's Arm Guard. No real need to in this game, or really doesn't have the gold to do so. This Varus is going to work. Oh wait, Cube, don't do it for a red buff again.
I mean, Cube is probably going to be able to take on everyone at the moment. However, there's a lot that's been burned. Flash away from Cube while Grand Challenge was there with Ghost, with Flash from Haichao, with Jin Chao's ulti, with LPC's ulti, with Haichao Realm Warping, all for Cube. Rare Adam now in a great position where they're going to use TP, but it's on a turret! I think they wanted Meteor's Bloblet, but they clicked on Jin Chao's turret instead.
You know it's going pretty bad when Cube actually wins the red buff fight, gets to take out a couple of ultimates, get away with his life, and then LGD, they just find themselves scrambling for a play somewhere, anywhere. They lose their jungler, they're going to lose the Baron, and Rare Adam, as we were saying, there was nothing forcing them to make these big mistakes. They managed to get themselves into position now to get that big objective. It's going to then see them into potential Chemtech Soul as well. Rare Atom in a commanding position in this best of 3.
Well, we'll watch the top side fight again, I guess, because Cube didn't die in the end after all that. And yep, there it is. Blame Jin Chao. No, I don't think you do, but Haichao, I guess, misclicked by a millimeter or something.
Sometimes it is a game of millimeters, a game of inches, and they have gone against LGD in this game. And actually, one thing which I was faintly amused by was that Cube actually returned back to the red buff after nearly dying for it in that last play. Goes, huh, that's cool. Guess I'll find myself that buff, and finally wins himself his great battle against his nemesis in the jungle. That one. Cube is doing a fine job of exerting his pressure in the map in this third game.
Got some highlights on the side for you there as well. He's 3,000 gold up over Xiaoshu. No big surprise, but I think one that is that Luyen is 100% kill participation. We might be in a 5-kill game at 23 minutes, folks, but still, you can see that Luyen in Game 2 and Game 3 has really found his stride. As that ultimate, really nice from Assume, just zones off Haichao. while Loyan and the rest of the boys just run into that inner turret on the top side. 8k gold lead, that's what you're looking at right now. The Baron buff doing work already with the 2,500 gold play. And Xiaoxi's trying to get something on the other side of the map, but I think his base is just going to be broken by the time he gets home.
Yeah, but this Fiora is so far behind. 0-1, huge amounts of CS down. The devil's advocate argument is, what good would they do if they were here in the base right now? Because they don't have the items to impact these team fights. You don't have a ghost down either. At least they get themselves an objective bounty. It feels awful, but what else can you do?
I mean, you're right. And look, they didn't lose Inhibitor turret either. So very good point there, Nightmare, that, you know, you do get the Ravenous Hydra off
I
that,
have
which
them
is the
very
fact that...
occasionally. I save them for the big
Well,
moments.
No. It's been the whole cast so far, brother. It's a pleasure to have you in what can only be considered, I guess, a penultimate moment. Sorry, an ultimate moment, I should say. We have three series left, or 2 series left. So we're essentially building up to what can only be considered a banger day with NIP and Ultra Prime coming up later. But I feel like RA have shown us that they are still a team worth considering.
Oh
my lord! That's a good splinter.
Yeah, that one's more of a wooden stake through the heart. Q's everywhere. Meteor, for someone who started the series so well, double dipped onto the tank initiators for this 3rd game, but has been well and truly contained, well and truly shut down. And Jiaozu, you're not alone in the side lane anymore, mate. You are on the ground with your jungler.
He's about to be Flame Horizon by Cube. This was top diff from game 2 onwards. Let's be real. Jungle diff from game 2 onwards, I think, meant a bigger deal. But this time around, Cube has just shown up himself. This Jax is something that needs to be respected by future teams going up against RA, because it's really switched on this team. And now with double inhibitors down, with almost 10k gold lead at 25 minutes in the game.
Soul waiting for them.
Oh, Chem Tank, and that's just going to be a joy. Oh, yep, okay.
Yeah, like, put it this way, the game has not ended yet, but that's the fight which probably ends this game. You've lost 2 inhibitors to try and get any semblance of map control. We talked about how important that is in regards to LGD. Looking for opportunistic picks. If RA are just going to sit there, siege down a final inhibitor from one side, LGD have 1 desperation play realistically left. And I don't think it's going to go pretty for them.
Oh, no. Just going to replay this. And yeah, cool.
There isn't really much to say about there, is it really? It's literally just like, this Fiora was shut down early, they've had to be relegated to a side lane with no one in it because they can't fight anyone in the side lanes, and the minute someone turns up into their lane, they just can't stand the fight. It's a very difficult situation.
Rihanna Jackson's video goes over, and look, Loyan the other side. Both junglers decide to launch and yeet into the enemy teams. Loyan is in fear of dying now as LPC tried his hardest. Props to this Zeri, who's had some pretty clutch moments in the game, but they're just too far behind. Haichout narrowly avoiding Assume, but Meteor also launching out knows that RA now with Chemtech Soul, now with a top side push, are ready to end this one. And all it takes is 1 or 2 more kills for RA to lock in their first series win of the LPL this year.
And it is a 1-for-1 jungler for AD carry, but that's your AD carry. They're not on the table. They're not here for the wave clear, not here for the damage. And Loyan, I think they're more than happy to take that trade as long as his team can stack up and take this final inhibitor. Maybe Meteor can jump.
Yep, that's a good jump. Okay, onto Cube though, takes no damage, and Scatter the Weak
Oh,
again.
it's not good
Strive! Yeah, beautiful stuff. Cube now running into the base on top of Xiaoshu with the Spear of Shojin. Cooldown reduction galore as Southwind takes up the turret. It gets a little bit messy, but Strive still kills the green pile of goo. 0 and 4 for Meteor. And right now, RA playing with their food, it seems, here, as they run into the last inhibitor turret.
Strive just walking forwards with the Syndra, looking for the long-range skill shots. And LPC, good series though they might have had, it is not enough to save his team in this 3rd game. Taking down for that last base push, and RA feel no need to reset. They're looking for the end.
Okay, well, even on low health bars, you got to respect the energy here from RA. Maybe thinking it's a bit too much of a risk, because Baron comes up in 10 seconds, and they're not going to risk it.
That's like one of those situations where I feel like if 1 stun lands, or if Leon wants to go over the wall, then you look for the end.
Never mind. It's a ruse. It's an absolute ruse. You're right. 1 stun landing, that's all it took. Cube now running forward yet again. That was a pick this time onto LPC, and now maybe they go towards Baron.
They had a bone to pick with that AD carry. For someone who's given me so much trouble throughout this series, say, nope, not this time. Take him down 2 times in a row, send him from 1-0 to 1 and 2. No Zeri alive for this contest. There is going to be no contest. LGD just have to wait to hear that Baron death cry across the rift. And Rowan will finally take their ill-gotten gains away from their base, go back, spend their money, and look for that final game-ending push.
Might be under 30 minutes. It's going to be a pretty big moment here for RA, considering that this team started off the series with 0 kills. There were no kills for this team in game number 1. It was pretty one-sided for LGD. I was tooting the horn of LGD, by the way, massively. And then all of a sudden, RA just switched on here in the series as they run down the mid lane in Nymera. It is coming to a close. It might not be the old Chemtech Soul, but even if they do a little bit of damage, there's going to be a lot more damage reduction and a lot more damage followed up as Strive Scout of the Week flash ulti by Jinjiao.
He's gone. Deceased, gone to beat its makers. His team soon to follow.
Oh no, Cube jumping in as well. The GA comes through. The last stand for LGD. It might be Dude sitting on the floor at this point. Low health bars to the cap. Not really. Vault Breaker there. LPC left to survive. Strive surviving, but for RA, a redemption here in this series. Their first series win of the LPL against LGD. And it's a statement here in the 2-1.
And in the manner they won it as well. Gotta talk about the mental fortitude. That first game was not pretty. It was a very difficult game to play. They basically didn't get to play, honestly. They had 0 kills. They had to play grouped up, scared, whenever they were moving around the map. And the second game, honestly, they made a lot of mistakes too. And they had to extend that game after contesting for red buffs, dying for it, losing Baron steals. To come back from those first 2 games, and even though they won that second game, go into the third one and pull out a performance like that, I think you do have to mention the mental aspect of that kind of victory.
Yeah. It's good stability in that regard, right? Coming out of the members you'd expect it to come out of. I think especially Cube and Loyen, the longest standing members now of Rare Atom. This was such a good statement for them to start off the season as I think Loyen has still got his mouse plugged in and just walked away, almost creating a hazard for the rest of the players. But still, again, props to a jungler I think has been top 3 in the league over a couple of splits in the past 3 years, and is someone who continuously shows up big within series. That was definitely one of those moments there, and especially game 2 where I think he came in clutch on the Sejuani.
Yeah, and even in that last one as well, one of the key moments in that game was the counter gank topside after Zach flies in and then actually is trying to fly in to save his top laner. I guess it wasn't really a counter gank, but just that fracas topside where you had that 2v2, it shut down that Zach being able to do anything. They died very early on. They lost their passive, they lost their flash, and suddenly Meteor, who had been a very defining player for his own team in the first couple of games, didn't have that nearly the same level of impact due to Leon's influence.
And it's crazy because, again, it was such a strong start and Meteor looked pretty switched on. We saw a nice jungle pull come out of him as well, like quite a lot of flexibility, I'd say. And so looking forward for LGD, from what we saw in that first game, we know that LGD can actually perform like a solid unit, but Nymera, I'm not sure if you would have put it down to draft or put it down to adaptation within the game, where this team kind of fell apart once RA were coasting. Whenever there was a composition that was outscaling or just coasting, they didn't know how to quicken the pace.
It's one of 2 things, right? Either you change the draft, you combat that scaling, you go into a late game scenario and you end up having more tools to fight with, or you play your early game much more clinically, and that's really what I guess both teams were missing in some of those games, particularly LGD in that third game. And of course the second one with the Nidalee Renekton too, they didn't quite manage to make that work out, but really looking at how that early game was meant to play out, I think you have to move away from it if you're not confident you can pull off that kind of execution.
I agree as well. Sorry for the sneezes.
I think you're allowed a couple.
Getting allergic to the room, apparently. Yeah, not much to speak of the numbers. And I think as well, like, we're only at the start of the split, so I don't blame the team for kind of learning, you know, how their games are going. Holding back a third Steves. But, you know, we saw LGD run a similar composition in the first game. It was clean. They were really good at coasting by and kind of waiting for their moment to strike. This game was quite different, and it was like, okay, things are running away from them. Top got gapped very hard. I think Cube was the biggest thing where they're like, oh, hang on a minute. we can't just sit back and let this game go on because Xiaoshu is kind of irrelevant and Cube is just taking over with like a 2-item lead by the end.
Honestly, even in that first game, we called back to it multiple times through the series. Even in the 0-kill game, you felt like Cubes was having an amount of impact. And when you consider how far behind his team was in that game, that's still worth mentioning. Cube, I think overall today was probably the person I would say had the largest impact overall. Considering that maybe I would have said Lian, but that first game with the Viego was not very pretty, even when Cube was kind of succeeding in that game, at least in small margins.
Yeah, not at all, right? Like, it was, I think, one of Lian's worst games, or, I mean, it was only his first of the year, but definitely from what I saw last year, that was not the Lian I remember. But hey, look, at least again, we got to see RA build it all back up, and Nymera, I'm going to ask you about MVP, because we'll be waiting for that to see who gets it, but I think, honestly, we're probably going to be looking at Cube again, right? Cube or maybe Strive, who was a nice surprise.
I think I'd go with Cube. Like, I think if you're looking over the course of the 3 games, I think it has to be Cube. I think he was the unanswerable advantage. Particularly as soon as that Jax was picked up, it was like, well, he's winning team fights and he's winning 1v1s. What do we do? They tried to shut him down. It didn't work. Maybe you could throw in a bit of a vote towards Leon as well. I think it's top jungle. I would personally go towards Cube.
Okay, well, I like the idea of Cube as well, especially since over the series as well, I think Cube is definitely deserving of an MVP holistically. Special mention to the rest of the members. I think Assume really moved into the series a little bit as well. And actually, on that note as well, just found out we do actually have an interview for this one. So we're going to throw it over to Wendy and to Assume, who's standing by.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing by with Asam from Raw Atom. So congratulations on the first win of the split. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们在赛季获得了首胜嘛，那现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉还是挺开心的吧，因为过几天就要过年了，大家都想着过一个好年嘛，所以赢了还是挺开心的。
So I feel really happy that we were able to get this win, because after this will be the Chinese New Year. Because we are able to get the first win, I believe it will be a very good, happy New Year. So I'm super happy about this part. And definitely congratulations again. And let's talk a bit more about today's game. After game 1, could you share more about the changes or the feedbacks made by the team in order to have such a good performance in the following game 2 and 3? And also in game 2, it feels like the whole team, that you guys really have a very intense game. So what's your focus in the late game in order to maintain a very high level of concentration to end it up the game? 那接下来想问一下游戏内的内容。其实第一局比赛结束之后，也比较好奇，可能在队伍内部进行了哪一些方面的一些反馈或者说改变呢？能够在2、3局有一个很好的发挥，特别是第2局是比较焦灼的嘛，所以说可能一直到后期，你们是怎么样来一直保持一个很高的一个专注力？关注的主要的重点会是什么？
第一把的话，就是前面因为打团都打得小烈了，后面大家都打得比较畏手畏脚，然后也没找机会就被对面一直运营，就运营死了。第二把的话，是因为上路很肥，所以就想靠着上路来打开节奏，然后后期打团的时候，最后一波也是靠上路绕后赢下的团战。
I feels like the problem in game 1 is in game 1 we played a bit too meticulously. We were not that decisively, and also we made some mistakes in the early game team fight, and then the opponent's team can just use the macro to end up the game. So in game 2, we were able to let our top laner to skill up so well, and we can really play around him to open up the whole situation. And also in the late game, especially in the very last team fight, our top laner really performed so good to help us to get the second win for game 2. And I want to ask the next question is about the team synergy, because as you have mentioned, after today's game you can have a Chinese New Year break. So could you share more about what kind of improvements can be made by the whole team in order to have an even better performance in the following matchups? 那就是你所说嘛，赢下今天的比赛可以过个好年。那么也想问一下，可能过年期间，在下一场比赛开始之前，整个队伍你觉得哪些方面可以再进行一些调整，然后或者说一些进步，能够在接下来为我们展现更好的一个竞技力呢？
调整的话，就是把中期找机会的能力都调整一下，因为我们选的阵容也是偏找机会的，就尽量多找一下对面的机会就好了。
So I really think the part that we can still make some improvements on is the ability to seek out more opportunities in the mid game. Because based on our draft, sometimes we can really seek more opportunities in the mid game to help us to snowboard a bit. So for this part, we really need to make some improvements on. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你接下来加油，过个好年。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
I assume is happy the series is over. You can see a little bit exhausted by the length of it there, especially considering that, you know, that was his first game with Rare Adam and his first victory here of the year. So congratulations. Looking for more opportunities, I think, trying to be more proactive, Nymira.
Yeah.
It's a goal there of Rare Adam for next game.
We zeroed in on that ourselves, really, in regards to, like, there was a lot of defensive play, but you could see the difference in defensive play between game 1 and game 3, and just having a bit more clinical precision when you are going towards early game kind of compositions.
Well, as we hear in our ears, though, Lo Yen is the person who gets MVP, the person we weren't actually talking about in that game, but still well-deserved, considering he did have close to 100% kill participation for the majority of the game. That obviously went down, but still, Lo Yen getting a, I think, well-deserved merit after the series in game 2 and 3 that he just owned.
Well, I think it makes a lot of sense for this game because you look at the impact they had very early on. Actually, one of the most important things is before this clip, because they shut down Meteor very early into the game. Take a buff, take the passive, take a kill in the flash, and then suddenly Meteor was out of the game, whereas Luyan was continually impacting things. It was really just a big difference between the junglers because of the way that Luyan played. Very much the individual skill diff.
Lo Yan's control has never been understated in the LPL, and this looks like a really good start for him, and a really good recovery, as we said, from the first game. So feels like it was just a draft thing where we can now say that Lo Yan is in charge for the new Rare Adam lineup, considering we have some new moving parts. I'd be quite optimistic if I was them about how they adapted in the series.
Yeah, there's stuff to build on. There's very much stuff to build on. But the fact that they could come back from that first game and then also kind of move on to that game 2 and game 3 to claw their way to a very important victory. We know that, of course, each of these victories between teams which kind of came in at a similar level from last split, it does add up at the end of the split.
It really does. And again, I feel like if we're looking at a matchup versus LGD where they're kind of in the same range, or at least they were last split, it's matches like this that make the difference to get into playoffs. It's very early, but it's definitely one you might look back on, as Nymira was saying.
Wow, got a little while before that comes into it.
But to be fair, I mean, LGD will be versing teams like OMG, anyone's legend, teams that should be in their kind of price range. So I think we're looking at a team that is got a pretty relatively fair schedule to open things up. IGTT, by the way, are after that. They're not versing any of like the Weibos, the top esports, the JDGs to kick off their split. So it could be a series you look back on like LGD really needed that. However, there's more to talk about there later when we do see LGD. A big thank you to Nymira for joining us on the LPL. He's going to hop off now, but Nymira it's our pleasure, actually. We're going to see you at some point soon. I'm not sure when, but you're coming back.
See.
You're forced to. No. You're forced to. You will be back. However, after this, we're going to go to a break. OMG vs RNG will be up with us next, and Mazel will be joining me on the cast, so we'll see you after the break.
I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I refrain from laughing when you Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in. Trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You
my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between.
Welcome back to the LPL as we are here in the 2023 spring split. A beautiful Shanghai above in front of you. I am Mizell, joined by the prolific marathon caster. At this point, you're going to be with me all night, and you got a 3-series day. Hysterics, my man. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I've had my nuts. I've got my energy. You know,
Got
I
the handful of
literally.
nuts in. It's all
Sorry,
good.
I need context, like just so people are okay. But yeah, no, I'm rearing to go after casting what I think was a bit slow to start off with LGD RA. I'm kind of more excited for these series because I think there's a lot more expectations, a lot more skill that should be delivered with these like upper echelon teams.
Yeah, I saw that first game, and I was very interested to see how quickly the series would be over. But surprise, surprise, we had 3 full games. But now, let's see if we get the 9-game day, shall we? We have OMG versus RNG coming up, and it is going to be a banger for multiple reasons, right, Hysterics? We have OMG, who are keeping the faith. I don't know if they got a semblance from CLG or whatnot in the LCS, but they are keeping the faith with this roster. They're changing out the support, but they're keeping all the other roster together, trying to commit to this. And RNG, they've lost their generals. Who takes their place,
Dude,
Hysterics?
I actually think, you know, RNG is a great place to start here because RNG losing, as I said in my post for power rankings, losing their identity. Xiaohu is now no longer on this roster. And the fact that Xiaohu's not here is a big enough deal where he led the direction. He played the side lane so well. The vision control set up early to mid game is what made RNG such a threat towards Breeze's lane, towards Gala's bottom lane. Xiaohu played the fog of war so well. But not only that, but the fact that Ming is currently a free agent and actually not on this roster is also a directional shift. So, Mizell, I'm kind of concerned, and I've kind of downranked this team because RNG look weaker at the moment, at least before the Chinese New Year.
So going in on RNG a little bit more as well, like you're mentioning the loss of Ming and Xiaohu, but the consistent piece that their pieces rather that are sticking around are major aggressive pieces for them, right? You have Breathe, you have Wei, and especially Gala, right? A guy who needs to really prove that he is the reason they had so many carry potentials in the late game, right? He is a big reason why they had so many pop-up plays and such, you know, high esteem for the RNG organization. And it's a question of, does Wei pick up leadership? Does Breathe start becoming a shot caller? I don't see that happening, but there's a lot of ifs for this RNG roster where they're also bringing in Tang Yuan and Bunny, who we've seen recently in off-season tournaments, some in the LDL as well as LPL in summer. And I think there's a lot of shakeup that's potential here, but new blood maybe means new potential as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shakeup, as you said, like Bunny looking at him directly, LDL support, who's been around the scene now for a couple of years, has always been following Ming. So is kind of like the hope case, right? Where he was behind iBoy for about 2-3 years. He deserved a spot in the LPL, but never got a chance to prove it because his better was always in those shoes. So this might be a blessing in disguise for Bunny, for people that, you know, love seeing up-and-coming LDL talent. But can he fill the shoes of a voice, I think is the biggest thing. As you said, Wei might have to really step it up massively. I think Gala could be someone who, you know, like unexpectedly kind of has like to take leadership. Maybe not in a voice, as we know he's pretty quiet.
But yeah, it's very quiet.
But you also got to remember Angel's now in this roster. So Angel is also here on this roster, and Angel is someone who in the past, alongside alongside the members of Suning with someone who's like a pretty straight shooter. But
Yeah.
I'm kind of concerned because I still don't think he's what you'd call a native shot caller to the league that can fill those shoes. So, Mazel, I'm pretty pessimistic on RNG. I'm pretty concerned, but I'm kind of just hoping we see something new today that like shows that leadership.
Yeah, and on the other take, right, you have OMG. We already kind of foreshadowed to it where they're sticking with a majority of the roster coming in from last year. The big change is a big change for OMG. They are getting rid of Cold after so much time on the roster.
8
and they're
years.
going with Jerry. Right, 8. That's insane in LPL. Like, that is actually insane. And so while it's just one player, I feel like it can have a monumental impact on this team.
It can, because I think Cold kind of kept it together in regards to how the team operated. I will, throw the caveat in that we did see Jerry a little bit here and there, and we did see that Cold sat on the bench for a little bit of 2022. So it's not, I think, as big of a change as Xiaohu, but it is kind of like that similar identity, right? Where one of the core players has left, and that might shake the structure up just a little bit with OMG. But I look at this team and I say, well, I think they were more identified by like how their solo lanes played out in the meta they were in. How Abel was able to be controlled by either Jerry or Cole, because Abel can sometimes be of his own volition. But I will say that I think overall, maybe it's not as a big deal because you have someone like PP God. PP God was a big shot caller for the old V5. He really reeled Photic in, and they became a great 2v2 bottom lane in, as people saw V5 last year. I'd be putting a lot of hope down in that bottom lane and thinking that for Abel, this is going to be a positive change with someone who's fresher, but maybe has a bit more direction in their leadership like PP God.
And I think for Abel as well, when you see some of the pop-up plays from last year and you see kind of the track record of this guy, it's 2v2s, it's jumping in. If he's got Gale Force, he's moving at you. And I think that's something so important to keep in mind for Abel, and if that comes into check in 2023. But speaking of coming into check, I feel like we've said this storyline for so long, since 2021. Cream has to find his form. He needs to be the cream of the crop again, as he was the 2021 Rookie of the Year. We had high hopes last year, and OMG seemed to fall through the cracks here, Hysterics.
Yeah, but he's meta reliant. That's the issue.
He is.
Orc said it so well when we were chatting. He's got a couple of good champions. Silas, Akali, they've always kind of sat well with Cream. But when the meta starts moving into what I'd say now, which is like we're playing around mages a lot. Ryze is a priority pick. We see things like Syndra as well, where a lot of mid laners in the league have that as some of their pocket picks. You get a little bit concerned for Cream. I am hoping that things like the Akali get brought out here today, because I think Cream's one of the best Akalis in the league when he's playing at his peak. But it is the concern of like, man, all right, are we then banning out Syndra? Because Syndra does pretty well to the early lane phase of Akali. We know that now Syndra has a bit more scaling thanks to the Splinters of Wrath that build up her passive to an execute to then, getting 15% AP at 120. And you're thinking, man, is Cream going to be able to slide with something that needs time in the lane to kind of scale up and then start moving around the map? Like, I'm a bit concerned here, Mazel, because that's why I rated Cream so low coming into this season, because he's a good mid laner within the certain realms of his pocket, his bubble of champions, right? If that makes sense.
And when he does get that bubble, that bubble's shining. But it is all about that. And speaking of another champion-focused character on the OMG roster, gotta talk about the Dragon himself and Shanji in the top lane. It has been a little bit under the radar here coming into the season, but pick your pick right now, Hysterics. What is his signature pick for 2023? What is it?
Oh, Shanji?
Is it
Oh,
Shyvana
man.
again? Is he gonna go back to the Rumble that he's known for? Is he?
Because he's quite like a unique player where he's not really. It's funny. Him and Cream are complete opposite players. Where I think Cream is like he struggles with the meta so much, but I think Shanji's able to play around it well and pull out these pocket picks that work within that specific bubble as well. But I think Shanji, like things like the gangplank we haven't seen yet. Like so. Yeah, what are we going to see top?
Is
It's a
it
good
the
question.
Dude, or is he just stick with Cassante all season long?
It could be Cassante. I would see Shanji as someone who like might pull out things like Scion, maybe the Darius, the Fiora, the Jax. Like Jax is something I could see Shanji really piloting because of how Arky can play the top side. So I don't know, man. It's a hard question because it's not really Shanji's meta either, right? If you want to look at his perfect pocket picks in the GP, in the Rumble you pulled out before.
Yeah, I think that's honestly my bias. I'm sticking with the Shyvana. That's my pick for the year. For him.
Nice.
He's just gonna play it again. We'll see if it ever comes back in the meta. I did hear we are having some difficulties getting into the game, so we're
No.
gonna take a small little break. We'll be right back with the series number 2 of the day.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel, it is built through truth. We're almost there, we're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Oh, here it is, here it is.
Welcome back yet again to the LPL as we are back into day 2 of the spring split in 2023. I am Mazel, joined by Hysterics yet again, and now we are getting ready for our second best of 3 of the night, OMG versus RNG. We already talked a ton about the players, a ton about the narratives coming into this game, and especially about the changes for both these rosters, and I think a lot of that will be found out as we get through game 1. What is the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, and does that consistency in the roster for OMG make the difference tonight?
True, because again, they stuck with the majority of their roster. If you're just tuning in, OMG added in another top laner in Moonian, but support role is a big thing that changed with Cold leaving after 8 years. PP God being in there is kind of exciting to see his debut because OMG have always been a squad that, like, each and every split, they're kind of stuck with the majority of their pieces. I think, they're one of the few rosters that still, maintain, like, the same jungler after, 3-4 splits. Same top laner after his debut last year. Same mid laner after his debut last year. Like, they are just committing wholeheartedly to this roster. And I'm kind of excited to see how draft goes because OMG are a strange drafting team. Aki has a very wide but also sometimes irrelevant champion pool. Cream has these weird pocket picks. Dude, Aki's Belveth game. If anyone knows, if any people, like diehard fans from last summer, they saw the worst Belveth they've ever seen, did like 400 damage, 0-4 or something, like literally did nothing. I just can't. It has to be mentioned, dude. It was.
You weren't going to talk about his Zeds, his assassin picks in the jungle. Just going to throw his Belveth straight under the bus, back over it a couple times.
Dude, that was not a good game. Yeah, that was. I think I cast that as well. I was like, well, Belveth is just not done anything yet.
So
we'll wait and see.
That's something about the LPL, though. We did have our fair share of really rough Belveths, especially when she first came out. It was like one of those things, teams would try it once. It did not go well, would not see it for like 3 weeks, and then they'd try it again and see what happens, if it got updated, things like that. So the pick's definitely important. And again, back to the original conversation where we were talking about OMG's consistency coming into the year, we did talk about RNG's change-ups, and one major point we highlighted earlier was, does Wei become a leader for this team? He has been a very aggressive part to RNG even when Xiaohu and Ming were here. It seemed like he was the sword that was being directed by the generals. Does he become both now?
And especially in a meta where jungle is a big priority at the moment. Like, I think we've already seen today, jungle difference in 3 games made all the difference. Yesterday, junglers made all the difference, even in the BLG JDG series. So, excuse me, I think we are looking at Wei to step up because with the way the meta is, there's going to be leadership there regardless whether he likes it or not. Breed is someone who kind of interacted with the roster and relies on his jungler too. We are looking at Tang Yuan. You and I talked over the break that it's not going to be Angel starting at least for game number 1 today. He is at the stadium.
He is. He's there.
But Tang Yuan is Royal Club, a.k.a. their LDL team's mid laner. They're promoted up. And so it's like, well, we have a fresh face there. PP God has come from V5, but this is his first time on RNG. And Gala, I've never seen Gala really smile or let alone say much. So I don't think
Does he smile with Bunny with him? I think it's just too funny not to, right?
Is it Ming's fault? He doesn't smile because of Ming. Ming's the problem.
That's what it was. But I love that you point out some of these newer pieces, right? We are going to get a chance to look at these rosters as we come into it, and especially when we go down some of the breakdowns, I want to highlight some core pieces for some of these newer players. And especially, I believe, with Bunny having his first LPL match here tonight. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially after the time of the offseason playing at Demacia Cup. His tried and true duo, Ugly. I don't know how you power scale away from Ugly Bunny, but it was pretty dang good. And we see OMG taking to the stage now. Their new logo revitalized, and it will be Shanji in the top lane. I know. Hey, you got this. It's the start of the season, baby. You got Aki coming in the jungle. He's going to give a nice little smile here. Cream will be following him up in the mid lane. The rookie of the year in 2021, needing to prove himself in 2023. We also have Abel coming in the bot lane, part of the 3 genius ADCs and the aggressiveness that you want in an ADC in the LPL here in 2023. And the new addition to the roster, Jerry, picked up from the V5 LDL team, having a ton of success in terms of showing himself off in the Demacia Cup and off-season tournaments. And that is OMG this year. Hysterics. It's setting up to be a good one for him.
And again, not seeing PP God. I know the fans, we talked about him because he seems like he's going to be a core part, but Jerry coming back, who replaced Cold, or at least came through with Cold a little bit last split, so it's not his debut, but at the very least, it is a nice addition to talk about as we go to RNG.
And RNG with all the extra fanfare here for the squad will be stout in their own right. And RNG take to the rift. You've got Breathe in the top lane. Came over from CLG, getting the top gap in. Came in after MSI last year. Love that picture, by the way. Can I get that picture for myself, please? Then, in the jungle, the man that might take the reins as a general, Wei. After, very, very aggressiveness in his jungle pathing. Now, Tanguan coming in. Little bit rookie-eyed there. Love to see it.
Gala!
And Gala, look at that smile. Look at the energy. Oh my God, Hysterics. That is literally history making right there. And the man in the bot lane, the first time taking to the LPL stage, you've got Support Bunny, and that will be Royal Never Give Up for 2023 spring.
I've never seen so much personality out of Gala through his entire career to now. It's like, dude, Gala, we need to, we've given him extra media training. And that was priceless,
You have to
man.
come out smiling. you cannot not. But we are getting into the picks and bans here, Hysterics. I'm so excited to be joined by you for the first game of Spring Split and to have the bang that we're about to get. Does OMG have that consistency? Does RNG find new bounds with this new roster? The smiles continue to go for Gala, and now that we're getting ready for the picks and bans, Hysterics, we've got to talk a little bit about priorities, and I expect the jungle meta to be very important for this best of 3.
Oh man, we're going to see Wukong ban after Wukong ban. Like, this is going to be a series where I think we talk a lot about the Wukong coming into jungle. I think the Maokai will make its appearance yet again. The Vi for both these junglers has been big in the past, so keep your eye out for those 3. They may be meta, yes, but also especially when Aki and Wei in the past, some of their most played has been along the lines of at least 2 of those. It's worth mentioning there. And Mazel, I just have to tangent back. I will say, I take it back. Maybe Gala's going to shot call now. Maybe this is what's happened.
The new
like
reinvigorized Gala anime art.
Dude, I didn't think he could do it, but I changed my mind. I think Gala could be the new shot caller of this team.
That
At least we'll see, with
5-second
comms.
intro. He's going to Worlds, baby.
Dude, now RNG, I believe. And, just on RNG as a whole, while we talk about individual players, I want to say for this roster, I have put them quite low this split. I think I put them top 6, but a lot of people are saying, oh, this new RNG are still very good, like maybe top 4 worthy, maybe even top 3. I've got to disagree because I'm still worried about how it all changes without Xiaohu. With that man on your screen as well, like Tang Yuan is very fresh, has never played in the LPL before. He's only started playing competitively, Mazel, in 2022 spring on Royal Club. Is this going to overwhelm him? Is this going to take over when he's going up against someone like Cream, who's had a lot of time to get accustomed to the league?
And that's where we have to also look at the picks and bans coming into this one as we are into game 1 P and B. We have the OMG Cream Akali taking off one, obviously.
The Able Severe up.
Yeah, and the Severe. We got the Fiora, the Varus banned away by OMG. The Cassante has to be there, it feels like now with the meta. Even though actually we've seen some interesting picks into the Cassante, it's better to leave that one off the board. And now we have the final ban for OMG as we get into things.
I think we want to look at one of those jungle bans. Again, it could be first pick jungle here for a team like RNG, but never mind. We're going to get rid of it like it was Xiaohu on the team. The Rise has been first pick worthy today, and it's going to be the Zeri instead for Gala, which makes so much sense when you think the playstyle of RNG still can revolve quite heavily around this AD carry snowballing over the game.
I was a little hesitant to be happy about seeing Zeri back, but then I remember all the great times in summer, and also great times were had with the Lucian Nami combos. So it looks like we're going to get the tried and true combos here for both sides. We get the Zeri Yumi, the Lucian Nami more than likely for OMG. It's the Yumi with the Renekton locked in almost immediately for RNG.
And again, this is something we also saw today, but I'm kind of surprised. I guess I want to play this Renekton into what most likely could be one of Cream's pocket picks. Again, we talked about his champion pool being quite minimal. And so when you look at OMG's mid lane, you think of things like the Akali. Maybe he pulls out something like the Syndra that Tang Yuan can flex around with this Renekton, which can also, by the way, go to breathe. So we're not limiting that Renekton, we're leaving it as a flex for the time being, while OMG kind of have to guess the pieces left, which is why we see a Silas ban going towards Tang Yuan, the mid lane ban against Cream with the Ahri, which I think is something else that I glanced over in the off-season.
The Ahri, things like that for Cream are really important, but also for Tang Yuan. So I see the Victor, the Ahri, the Silas being very big comfort for the mid lane for honestly both teams to some extent. But we are seeing those kind of banned away. We get the Silas banned by OMG, the Maokai, which has been just terrorizing the jungle here in the opening parts of the LPL, and then also the Syndra added in there, really trying to take away the comforts that we highlighted at the beginning of the day for Cream.
So I think right now you look at something like Cream, like maybe even the Cassidy if they feel confident, or a better control mage that has the scaling, that also through the lane has a lot of options as well. So we get a Victor here, which again is going to be our first Victor, I believe, of the LPL so far. And yeah, we haven't seen this champion at all. And it kind of makes you think, like, yeah, well, it has to be, right? Again, champion has been criticized many times. It is too. Mazel on the other side. I've been waiting to see this. I think it's really strong. I think at the moment, either Galio or Cassidon, I mean, both have been banned away, but this is building up the all-in for RNG.
Wow. And also, I love the all-in to carry Wei. He's on Graves. He is on a comfort pick for him, but he's on a pick that can have that aggressive passing that Wei needs to really have on this RNG roster. So love to see that for him. Going against the Vi, obviously a lot of questions in terms of engage potential, things along those lines. But Shanji will be rounding out the draft with an Aatrox top into the Renekton.
Well, we knew that Renekton was coming up into the top lane as soon as we saw the Galio, but for Shanji, he got his pick of the litter into that matchup. And right now, Mazel, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at a Wei special. You know, no Wukong to be seen. It was left open. It's been huge in the LPL, at least banned away quite a lot of times. But Wei goes back to comfort, and it's something that is still quite relevant. And I'll be looking towards, you know, setting up the bottom lane here for RNG to have a nice and easy time. You have a lot of all-in from Tang Yuan, from Breathe as well. Some of these early skirmishes are going to be punishing, but it's about getting Gala to that 3-item point as Zeri. Wei trailing alongside us. We know the Graves scales quite well as well. And then just being able to build space, play gap closing here with Galio on the Renekton, and let Gala do his thing. As you know, for RNG, despite the change, was always going to be the case.
It absolutely was. A little caveat there. Obviously, first-time LPL match for Bunny as well, and seeing a little bit of that pre-game communication, maybe some strategy communication. We don't hear what they're saying, but love to see kind of back and forth going from the newer player as well towards Wei, towards these veteran players on the side of RNG. But we are getting into the second series of the night. We have tons to watch in this one. Cream versus Tang Yuan. Huge matchup in the mid lane, but more so to see if Tang Yuan is going to be able to have a big influence on the Galio for the rest of the team, and if Cream is going to be able to solo carry through the mid lane. We have a best of 3 ready and locked to go in the second day of the LPL spring split. OMG versus RNG, and a lot riding on the line if these teams are going to find stability in 2023.
And even though Mazel, Xiaohu's gone from the team, he's now on Weibo Gaming for anyone asking, RNG have built a composition that, honest to God, I could believe that Ming and Xiaohu were still there. Very similar.
They're calling in.
Dude, the Galio in the mid lane to supplement the side lanes here for Royal Never Give Up. It's just the same strategy. So right now, RNG kind of keeping their playstyle, I'd say, at least for the game number 1. While on OMG, the other side, you know, Mazel, we do have strong solo lanes coming through. We know that Lucian Nami as well should have their time at the laning phase. I'd say that Aki can kind of stop that progression of Gala and Bunny. Look towards the bottom lane there, set himself up. It's going to be a topside start as well.
Yeah.
And we'll just see how Aki can kind of get in this bottom lane and kind of set them up, because Abel and Jerry have been very volatile lanes in 2022. And I'd have to say that I'm always concerned watching Abel on a pick that can dash it.
Hey, because you know it's going forward. It's going towards your opponent.
He's going in, yeah.
He's always going in. And for me as well, we haven't talked too much of Aki. We talked about some of his picks earlier, but I think something else for him is he is like the absolute extreme of aggression, it feels like a lot of times. We highlighted a lot of the assassin picks that he likes to pick. Hasn't really found consistency with that since spring last year. But he is a jungler who likes to find early advantage, likes to find those level 3 ganks, sometimes even level 2s, and get up under the enemy team. And against Wade, I feel like it's harder to fly than normal. And a control, again, back to the original point that we talked about earlier, is jungle will have a lot of influence in the early parts of the game.
It really will, and I mean, it might have to start influencing top from the get-go because Shanji just getting out-traded. Breathe was able to get the shove in for the level 2, and that meant Cull the Meek, whatever, I'm going to next play. Shanji was just brutalized there on the top side, so in a pretty bad spot to start off this lane, as Breathe was the one who blind picked this. But Mazel, I got to come back because you hit the nail on the head with Aki's aggression, right? He'll often go into lanes, look for the pressure ganks that essentially just damage out, give a lane advantage for members in OMG. Wondering if he does that again, because that was really defining of Aki, how he could sometimes flip it in a negative stance, but and oftentimes gave a bit of a lane advantage to OMG as RNG. Mazel, uh-oh.
Poor Shanji, leave him alone, he didn't do nothing. All right, well, first blood goes to RNG. A beautiful map movement from the solo lanes mixed with Wei. That is the kind of play calling you need to see from this RNG squad.
I don't know if Xiaohu left a manual. I don't know if he's been coaching Tang Yuan, but the exact same play. We saw a couple of years ago on the Galio, popping the ghost when you least expect it. Had Predator back then as well, but that was just such a beautiful roam you highlighted. Punishing the early trade from Breathe. That coordination between RNG was slick, and that's, I think, just crisp movement that only a top-level team would be able to pull off.
Yeah, and very interested to see how this red smite works out for Wei. Obviously, have only really seen it on the likes of the Maokai. See if these a little bit of extra burning and damage comes in clutch for Wei. Oh, so close, but so far hysterics. In terms of that early aggression, though, now Wei does have the upper hand in the jungle. Looking at that farming style for Aki, wanting to try to get to level 6, get the cease and desist, and have the target calling to really make something happen.
And he was able to maintain his summoners in the last trade as well. Like, it was an easy dive coming through. And I want to point out the wave state is in such a bad place for Shanji. Wei's up towards the top side, doesn't need to visit it yet, but it's slowly pushing back up against Breathe, which means with all that ward coverage, with RNG having the setup for this Renekton top side, he can revisit the lane, he can look for summoners to be burnt after his back, and use this first blood he got to just pummel Shanji in this early game. It's a really nice start for RNG, and you can see they're going to continue to play towards the top side.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I think a lot of that focus will just end up being up there, and especially now that we have Rift Herald being a big priority in this season so far. Dragons being falling to the wayside unless you can get just great map movements. We've already seen if they do that again, but it is about trying to now figure out this mid. I always want to come back to Cream versus Tang Yuan because they're both approaching this mid lane in very different ways to very much differently affect their teams, right? You have the lane focus from Cream right now on the Victors, farming out, trying to get to that late game scaling, the stacking available. Tang Yuan needs to get out. Level 6, getting those ultis off on cooldown will be so important.
But even then, you know, he did so much even before the level 6 mark as well. Just walking down, or walking up rather, with Ghost was such a big play, and already moving and syncing up with Wei. You can see the vision control that they're establishing just by that two-man roam, warding off the pit towards Baron, and setting up for this early dragon with bot pressure as well. Just knowing that, okay, Aki's not nearby, we've scouted out the enemy jungle, he's pathing up towards the top side as you get a summoner down in the bottom lane in the meanwhile, but still, pressure added on. It is a summoner trade, Mazel, and this first dragon going to be coming nice and early for RNG.
It is, and we were just saying, you know, maybe if the map gives to them a dragon, they will take it, and Aki really doesn't have anything to say on the bot side of the map right now. Back to that point you were saying, the vision control right now is just so well communicated for RNG when they're setting up for these early objectives. So look to see if they continue that, keep putting the priority around the spawning of objectives, but Aki might be in a little bit of trouble here, Hysterics. He's going to try to stop it. They knew he was there because he took the Scrying Orb, but luckily, nice. Blasco's there to save the day.
Yeah, cheeky escape there from Aki as Breeze roams down. It was after getting the shove in yet again that they just timed it, and RNG moved to force him out. So Aki getting out is a good thing, as this game in the early stages has already been pretty RNG favored with their map movements. Zell, bottom lane, gets a little bit dicey here. However, just a small trade.
Yeah, nothing gonna come at that. The bubble coming in with the layup and damage has already been utilized from Abel. Abel trying to make this Lucian Nami work into a star-studded combo of the Zeri Yumi, and I still am in love with LPL Lucians, and especially with obviously the Nami combo, but there is just something built different about LPL Lucians, and we're gonna see if that continues into 2023 here.
I mean, honestly, Lucian Nami's in the LPL. It took a little while, but yeah. You know, the Jackie Loves of the league. I'll say, you know, Gala was definitely one of them for a while with him and Ming was spamming this pick like no tomorrow. And we're still in that stage where Lucian Nami is looked at with pretty high priority. I think so far it has been one of the most banned champions in the first 2 days of the LPL. In fact, I know it is. We ended yesterday with 7 bans on Lucian, and he got through one time. And we had 8 games, so he's had 100% presence from day number 1. And day 2, I'd practically say it'd be close to the same. So it feels like nothing's changed from Worlds to a degree with the bottom lane.
Yeah, at least the bottom lane. Everything else may be a little bit different with some of the Silas jungles, Maokai. I guess Maokai is about still the same track record as last year. But I do want to do a check-in as we're getting that extreme objective focus from RNG in the early parts of the game. They have started up the Rift Herald. They are moving in with the solo laners, trying to keep the pressure on this. Izaki has gone over the wall already. He doesn't have anything to get out of here. He's just dead. He's been sacrificed to the LPL gods. The Rift Herald was actually stolen by Cream in the end. And after Chaos, after getting the jungle pick off, it doesn't really matter because the objective goes the way of OMG.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a better trade. OMG should be able to get a lot of gold because you have to look right now. Tangyuan, low mana bar. Cream should be able to clear out this wave, drop the Herald if he wants, or maybe set it up in the coming waves. We'll have to find out if I'm jumping the gun, but I can't believe the Chaos Storm ticked that over. That's ridiculous. We'll look at the replay. But the eye gets hit, and look at Tangyuan here. So far, he's had a great game, great coordination with Wei. The CC combo into the Justice Punch, the burst damage is massive, but it's after this Eyes hit at 62, the Q from Cream secures.
No, it feels so bad for Wei, so close. But it is, as you said, a big pickup, big potential gold pickup for OMG and for Cream specifically, who also doing a little bit of a check-in, right? Has a pretty decent CS lead over Tangyuan in the mid lane, answered to by Breathe in the top lane against Shanji.
But remember again, Tangyuan has been the one roaming constantly. Like, this Galio is going to fall behind in CS in the ranged matchup. We know that Cream is going to be quite successful in just keeping up with minutes for farm. The biggest thing is what he set up for Wei, because that's what you have to look at when you consider the Galio's pressure. It's a 2-0 start for Wei, and even though, yes, they lost the Rift Herald, it's an early start with Umbral Glaive, and even ganking towards the mid lane. It's at the edge of the turret that Cream is just forced out. He has to back away, Mazel. Doesn't have the TP. He just burned it to get back to lane, so I mean, he's going to stick around for now, but it's plays like that for RNG that make this Victor a little bit more relevant and more time-saving.
Yeah, you got to be able to kind of weather the storm here. Wei actually ganking there did not have collateral damage, was just off of the cooldown.
Yeah.
So it could have gone a little bit differently. Maybe it could go over to RNG, but not going to be the case this time around. Backing with that Rift Herald, trying to get that quick back as well. Refill his health and get back out on the map. We have Wei now focusing bot lane. Wei has been a ganking machine this game, Hysterics, and it's not stopping anytime soon.
No, Abel gets baited in, he flashes away.
Oh, they don't get the kill in the end. The Ultra Shock Laser does not hit. It is the flash and cleanse and flash from Jerry and Abel.
I realized halfway in, I thought, actually, I'm not play-by-play anymore. I was like,
no,
hang on a minute.
Play-by-play. We got double.
No. Oh, God, what a mess. It's like the old tri-casting where they had 2 play-by-plays in one color.
That's the meta, Hysterics. That's what you're not understanding here. The play-by-plays will take over the world. You might not learn anything, but you'll be hyped. You'll be super hyped.
Mazel, I'll give you 2 cents though. Herald usage to get pressure so they can move to Dragon. But RNG still want to contest this. They are out, but will RNG get anything?
It's a little bit of overextension. They're trying to force something. Dragon is traded over, though. So 1-to-1 in terms of dragons for both teams. And a bit of a reset coming out for OMG. We do finally have mythic items being completed with Abel completing the Gale Force here.
So far off is Gala at the moment though, from that Immortal Shield Bow. So yeah, a bit of a difference down in that bottom lane. We'll have to see though, because I think Gala's sitting on quite a heavy chunk of gold here on the Zeri.
Yeah.
Just able to get a plate there too, because there's no way it's that different with equal CS and actually a plate in favor of Gala. So expect to see the Shield Bow when he goes back down. As, yeah, on your screen, actually even has more gold than able to correct.
Just has to go shopping, you know. He's got his shopping cart ready to go.
Noon Quiver's picked up. Did actually go for the Berserker Greaves, so that's the reason why he hasn't got a Mortal Shield Bow yet. Should be pretty close to that on the next back. In fact, he definitely will have it. But Mazel, I think the biggest item for me right now is the Crown of the Shadow Queen, already picked up by Kareem. You know, this Victor dealing with the all-in from not only the Galio from the Graves and Way, but he'll have to deal with Breathe as well. And it's an item that's going to get a lot of value in this first game.
Yeah, a lot of value, but it does take some of that carry onus off of Cream. And we have seen that yes, you have a decent amount of damage once you get further on, but it definitely delays that big damage spike here. And same as the Rod of Ages did, right? But it's interesting to see that opt into that more defensive style in mid lane and making sure that it is maybe Abel that is the one that carries the damage profiles here, at least in the earlier parts of the game. They have moved a lot of members mid. We do also have RNG making another move onto Shanji, who is just taking the brunt of the aggression of RNG. He's trying to make a great alcove play. A little bit of sidestepping comes out and Breathe very low, but secures the kill as the Crocodilian will munch down on a nice little dinner.
We wanted to know who would take over leadership. You know, I really think it is Way. Like, what
It has to be.
a statement game so far from him.
He has literally been around the map, around the world. He has constantly found ganks, and now we're getting a 2v2 in the mid lane. This is what we wanted in laning phase, but it doesn't come to any deaths again. And both these two duos, at least just a little too sustainable, it feels like.
God, man, I mean, Taeyuan just watching as he respects the 2v2 for the play, but that was a lot burned from both sides. Heal, cleanse going down, Bunny with both summoners with the Yuumi ultimate as well. So we're not going to see too much from the rest of the couple of minutes left in that mid. But Mazel, I want to point out, you know, in this early game, we've had a lot of back and forth, but I will say so far, RNG leading the gold lead for a reason, and that's the fact that, you know, Way has been so proactive. And Aki hasn't really found his way into any of these lanes yet. So I'm waiting for the OMG jungler to make impact, because they've just been coasting with these lanes and kind of just hoping that, yeah, they'll scale up on the reliability of Cream, but he has to flush away.
And you're hoping that scaling comes off the back of Aki finding a
Here we
cease
go.
and desist like this, but the heroic entrance is going to be the answer every time. Abel dumps over the wall trying to get some damage onto Gala, but the sustain from Bunny was just too heavy, and RNG are feeling confident and comfortable in this little scuffle here as they start up the Rift Herald.
A lot burned for not much gain. The pressure onto OMG wasn't enough with the health bars. And so we're going to do this dance again, Mazel, over the second Herald, as you mentioned.
Oh, he got him
Galio
out.
ult.
He had the flank. Breathe still on that flank. Out final tapped on the back three
Oh.
line members. Breathe back into the back line as well. Immediately Jerry is obliterated. Breathe healing up so much, and he survives. Gala will find a double kill, and RNG continue the slaughter that is this first game.
It's not often I give credit over to Yuumi, but Bunny's timing and the ultimate, that final chapter was the final hurrah. OMG taken out by the 4. And you gotta give credit as well to how RNG have brought it all together when they've lost their main member in Xiaohu, when Ming's not even here. This looks like an RNG that is just as good as when we left them. So look at the replay here, Mazel, and straight away point out that Taeyuan has to burn the flash. He doesn't have the Galio ult, so he has to reposition, but then OMG is spread out, which sets up for the ulti for Bunny to lock down 2 members, and they pierce them in the choke they've created. The AoE damage is insane at this point, with the Galio that just presses W, and a Renekton who gets everything he's given. Way as well with the cleanup. Really nice to see the coordination from RNG to secure what I think could be a game definitive fight.
And for me, it's also the fact that they saw Breathe on the flank. They still went into the fight, and Breathe was just like, okay, I'll come in and clean up the backline. It's so big. The positioning, again, the shot calling, it seems, for RNG is just aces right now. And having a, no kills on OMGs. Not what you want to have. They do, as you had mentioned earlier, have a lot of scaling, though. And we didn't really get to talk about the point you made about Aki, but that cease and desist, crucial in the late game, finding picks to set up the rest of his carry members. And if you're not in a position that that is possible, then as we were kind of seeing here, it's starting to trend downwards for OMG.
I do think for RNG, though, you know, you look at the core member in someone like Gala, and how he picks apart fights is going to be the biggest issue for OMG to deal with, especially with Yuumi, Galio, and Renekton kind of playing ball for him. There's a quick trade in the mid lane. I was going to mention that, you know, for OMG, I think if it continues this way, it's going to be really hard for them to find any impact, find any of those picks we were talking about, because it does rely heavily on Arky, heavy on their one engage piece. You don't count Jerry sending out a tidal wave or two. I think the biggest point is that RNG are fine chilling for now, because Wei's in a great position, Gala's in a great position. They can start playing some of these side lanes around the next neutral objectives and start really utilizing the Galio into lanes like Breeze, even into the mid lane with Gala as well. A really pivotal piece where OMG, I think at the moment, are going to struggle to react.
And I think in that reaction, or looking at least some more into RNG, I think when you were talking about Gala, we already said, right, like, is it going to be Ming that was the one kind of holding it back to this? Maybe the smiles are coming out in that fashion, but especially in those crucial moments. We all know the Gala call. We all know what Gala has accomplished in these last couple years for himself. And this is a year with these changes of rosters where he can absolutely put himself ahead and above, right? He can be in the conversation of best ADC in the LPL, which has had some question marks behind it in the past.
Yeah, he has definitely been in that conversation in the recent year. Like, Gala has been someone who I think, you know, wasn't super dependent on meta, but it just definitely feel like I think had a better spring split rather than summer. We're talking about more AD carries like Viper as usual. Jackie Love had a pretty good performance despite people thinking that he entered it all away. But yeah, Gal was definitely in that upper echelon. He was quickly becoming that as he joined RNG, and I think this game is no exception. And this Zeri will be someone we'll be looking out for. The Zeal's going to be turning into a Phantom Dancer pretty soon. Then on his way to the Infinity Edge, he's in a really good spot where Abel might be hitting his 2 items, Spike, and might be hitting that point where, you know, people start getting scared of Lucian. But the fact that Gala is keeping up pretty much neck and neck with the gold value of items is not a thing you want as OMG as a Herald goes down there.
Yeah, a lot of damage from the calling back. The Rift Herald should be just enough. Clean that tower up. And OMG there in full force, but can't save the out of tower. Breathe will also take down the side tower here. So a lot of gold going into RNG, where they find themselves about 5,000 gold in the lead already. We do have completed items across the board, except for poor old Bunny down there, but it's especially keen to kind of take stock in this next minute or two, because we do have another dragon coming up. It'll be soul point for RNG, and with the way they've been playing around objectives, you know they're going to force the fight, Hysterics.
I think trying to get a pick before would be the best idea here. You have a lot of burst potential with Abel. We were just talking about with items. You know, you're playing with a Vi that's rushed into the Kempung Chainsword, which is a build we've seen pretty consistently so far in the LPL. So I'd be aiming for a pick before this dragon comes up, set OMG up for, I guess, a much better fight, because otherwise you're dealing with things like the Galio ult being up, with Breeze being able to zone up on a 2-item Renekton. Like, even Wei is pretty strong with a 2-level lead in the jungle at the moment, so I don't like the idea of an all 5v5 at the moment for OMG. I think finding a pick, or at least getting something on the other side of the map, if you can get this turret and get some objective gold, might be the better play. But it is going to be third dragon for RNG oh, here we go.
Breed has the Prowler's Claw. It is doing work on the Cream right now. TP from Shanji will get him away from him. Oh, Gala's over the wall.
Oh.
The final chapter, last shot hits him. Breed takes out Shanji, and nobody falls from RNG. We're 21.5 minutes in, 9-0.
That's domination. Gala even coming up. The timing perfect before Dragon, because it's still got 30 seconds to go. And now RNG are most definitely going to have this objective for themselves. Shanji and Cream got 20 seconds on their death timer, but the setup just isn't going to be here with RNG establishing control well and truly deeply past this pit. This is just looking like a perfect entrance for a team that, honestly, I doubted, but maybe I shouldn't have.
Yeah, maybe not. A little bit of aggression in mid lane. Something I want to point out here. You've put so much stock into the consistent or remaining members of RNG as well. Who steps up to the plate? I just want to point out 2-3-0 KDAs right now for Breathe It Away. I think they're stepping up just fine. And Gala himself as well. So all the remaining members of RNG, they're showing it was worth it.
And I'm even going to say the new members have been performing well as well. Like Bunny is playing Yumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is Yumi, but there's been some pretty solid ultimates so far as Breathe with the TP. They're just going to try and force OMG away.
Yeah, I think OMG actually have a pretty good position here to set up for the Dragon. We do have Gala now on his way after pushing out that mid lane, so maybe less so here. But OMG are definitely committing to this fight, not wanting to give away this Dragon Soul point here. Trying to catch out Breathe in the side. That season is way overextended, though. Heroic Instinct comes in as well. I don't know if they still kill them here. Final chapter on the back end, and now it's RNG who have turned the tides. Oh, it is OMG that actually get one kill back. Breathe falls, but will that be a nice bubble to stop the engage to take you on? Abel can't get the final kill, and then it's a wipe of the board. RNG 13-1 and a double kill for Gala.
You got to respect OMG trying to pick an angle and force RNG into a choke against an Aatrox, against the Victor. They knew exactly where they wanted to fight, but Breed is a 2-item Renekton who took so long to die. Yeah. We'll look at it once more because as Aki pulls the trigger here, Breed is so far away from his team. Look at the rest of OMG. They have to commit so much with the tidal wave, so much CC, but then that gives time for RNG to catch up and pinch them themselves. And Breathe, again, so long to die that it took a Chaos Storm, Shanji's ultimate, Aki as well for what final breath he had. But RNG is just so far ahead at this point that even the Lucian Nami can't do much. Yeah, perfectly done. Tang Yuan survives. And massive props to this new mid laner. Tang Yuan might be 008, but he definitely deserves the credit for slick Galio ults, great timing, and really the early game that set way up.
And special shout out to him. He's going to make me hungry, but he's also named after sticky rice balls, which are goated in their own right. So love to see him able to kind of perform in this moment, and especially with a more team-centric pick like the Galio. But getting set up for the mid lane scuffle yet again. And another thing for me has been, at least at OMG, when they're committing to these plays, they're full committed, right? There was the Rift Herald fight where they knew they were flanked, but they just all 5 pile in anyways. At least you commit to the bit here, Derek.
Yeah, it's just about where you commit. I think in the last play, committing on to Breathe, maybe not the right response. It took away from Dragon, but even that wasn't the issue. And so for OMG, I think a strong pick in the Vi so far in the meta has been great, but for Aki, he's had a really quiet game. That's the second Vi ult we've seen on screen, and I think the second time that we've seen, Aki try to set his team up with what is their engage tool, what is their pick potential. It hasn't come through, and like RNG have been coasting this whole game with such a clean early game, and now almost a 10k gold lead Mazel. We have a 3-item Graves on the way. Zeri's just picked up Infinity Edge, so Gala is going to slap. And what do you do as OMG? Like, you can buy time with tools like the Sonya's Hourglass, but Cream still needs a little bit more time himself. 16 would help out a lot. They need the perfect fight in a choke. They need the perfect pick, but RNG just not giving it to them.
I think the points of Aki that we were making earlier about early aggression, early gank, trying to find picks on assassins, things like that, things that are very much sword or bust, right? And you can find those big advantages. So seeing the Vi in more of an engage, you are the tool to set up the fight for your team, was interesting in its own right starting off. But as you said, it's been quite a very quiet game for Aki, maybe just trying to rely on that natural scaling for the team. But at some point, it becomes too much of a break where you're now on sole point for RNG, control around the map, potentially forcing you to fight Barons, and just waiting, buying their time for Soul in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. 2 minutes, as you said, for the Ocean Soul, the game with a Zeri Yumi on the team. Yikes. Especially with a Renekton too. It's going to be a pretty great soul for RNG. Not that they need it at this point. I want to point out as well, you talk about natural scaling for OMG. We have things like the Victor, Aatrox against a team that is only pretty much running bruises. There's no hard tank here on the side of Royal Never Give Up. But you have to remember how RNG operate in their fights. They play zone control for Gala when he gets to this point now with 3 items where he's going to be the main carry outputting damage. They have to worry about Wei as well because he's so far elevated in this game. And so even the zone control doing that much damage in this game because at 27 minutes in, OMG are pretty weak. And I'd be concerned if, you know, OMG look to take a full 5v5 because conditions have to be perfect. They have to play this pick game on a knife's edge. And I just think it's so hard when you have so many tools for RNG that are so readily available. And Mazel, in a minute, I think you'll find out exactly what I mean because, you know, that Dragon OMG, I'm probably going to have to fight, but I'm not sure if RNG are going to give them the chance.
Like the setup here from Abel, opting in that knowing this last fight could be it. He's on 3 items. He has gotten the elixir for the extra adaptive damage. So we need to see if this is going to come to fruition for OMG. If they can put up one final stand and not get picked before the Dragon fight, as that is literally all that Wei and RNG are waiting for.
Wei trying not to get picked off. It was OMG all channeling their collateral damage just hurts Mazel. That's what they're dealing with. And look, right now, if they start approaching the choke with the lack of vision they have, I think they just get bursted.
We're going for Gala, a little bit of damage back as the hop over the wall, though. Shanji was in the back line for OMG.
Breathe.
Also, Breathe just is finishing walking mid after having a huge push go towards top side of the map. Wei in a little bit of trouble here in this choke, but they just want to try to collapse onto Cream, which they have. The Ultra Shock Laser sets things up, and the Wombo combo might come through. The bubble lands on Gala, but it didn't matter. They didn't have the setup to fight it back, and a double kill for the newly crowned mid laner of RNG, while Gala just go ahead and pop off King, as that double and a triple for Gala to finish out game 1 of RNG's smash over our OMG. 18-2, 29 minutes in, and that's the way you want to see RNG not give up.
Mazel, this team, I was doubtful, but no longer. What a beautiful way to come into the LPL split with a rendition of their old squad at its best.
It looked good on paper, and now it's good in person. As see all the fans going crazy at RNG. Do take that game 1 in incredible fashion. Again, only giving over 2 kills, having control over objectives, losing the 1 Dragon and the 1 Rift Herald because of the steal from Cream. But all in all, it was a standout performance from, first of all, the trio that stuck around. Gala, Breathe, and Wei. But the beauty of the integration of the 2 newer players, Tang Yuan and Bunny, awesome stuff.
Especially Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan on the Galio early game syncing up with Wei was really, really good. And I give credit, you know, because I think Breathe set up the wave really nicely. It was the pushback, the reset, then he started slow pushing back against the turret after he knew Aki was in the top side and secured Scuttle. And then the build up towards the dive was just class, where Tang Yuan roamed up at level 3. I'm sorry, I'm getting the build up of waves confused, but the build up of waves afterwards was also just adding pressure from Breathe. But the dive just coming through after what was such good management from Breathe, which was such good coordination from the 3 of them. They dove, they timed out that Arky on the Vi, and immediately Breathe set up for success. Wei is the person who picks up the kill, starts dominating jungle, gets a kill elsewhere. And even though the Graves wasn't like the hard carry, it was obvious that Wei was definitely jungle gapping in that game because he and his mid laner were on board with each other, where OMG was super quiet through the solo lanes, and hell, even bot, like, Aki didn't make an appearance in an individual lane, I think, until 10 minutes or something. So I definitely think jungle difference hurt OMG the most.
And in that, like, 10, 15 minutes of the early game, right, Wei had, it felt like just visited and dropped off presence at every single lane. It was just, you know, enjoying the new year here for RNG. I seriously love to see, though, and we don't know absolutely until maybe a mic check comes out or we get the interview after the series, but seeing Wei utilizing the same sort of plays we loved to see from this jungler last year, but maybe this time it's him making the calls, because he is just so fluid, it seems, in terms of his macro decisions, his objective control, and his ganking.
I just hope that it's not just a spring thing for RNG, and I hope it's not just a game 1 thing. Like, we've got a long way to go to test the new RNG, but I think in this first game, we got a little bit of a taste, as you were saying, of the direction from Wei, the kind of leadership shown by the original squad. And just overall, the difference in all lanes, I'll even say towards bot, like Gala and Bunny constantly having pressure in the 2v2, even though it was against a Lucian Nami. It was just really nice to see that, you know, Gala still remained in charge and that there was, you know, that level of skill throughout the whole RNG roster. And Marcel, it was a 29-minute win.
Yeah.
I don't think OMG even got to realize what was going on before the game was over.
That's the worst part about it, is it just felt like it ran out in front of them from minute one. Love to see the unkilled new players, Tank1 and Bunny as well. Special shout out that their KDAs are going to be pretty good. But in actuality, right, looking at OMG and kind of thinking, how do you come back from something like this? It starts for me, for Aki, getting something proactive and something aggressive. We'll see if he has what it takes to answer Wei's jungle control in game number 1 as we take a break and get ready for game 2.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. I need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power.
Welcome back, one and all, back to the LPL 2023 Spring Split. We're in beautiful Shanghai, and we have OMG versus RNG going into game number 2. I'm Mazel, joined by Hysterics, and what a banger or a smash from RNG in game number 1.
A smash. No, smash. I like that, dude. I loved smash. So, yeah, dude. Is 100% that. How do I put this lightly? Dude, RNG just looked like a complete solid squad. And OMG, it was a jungle gap if I've ever seen one. It was literally like today when my jungle AFK'd in solo queue and started heading down a side lane. It was the same experience, Mazel. And I think we got to give credit to Wei. I didn't hear MVP, by the way.
I got you
I could
covered,
give it to
baby.
4 people.
I got you covered. It is Gala,
Good,
so
good.
it's not Wei. And it will be Gala who gets the MVP. I mean, the man was pumping out damage, all right? He had a 72.2% KP, almost 27% of the damage, a 9-0-4 KDA. And man gets player of the game for game 1.
Of course he does. I mean, look, it was a flashy play. And Gala, honestly, the 4-man ult in topside jungle, as I'm sure we'll see momentarily, just clutch. Like, the Zeris we've had today have been ulting in the thickest of times. So, a really big props there. Gala on Zeri is something we're all used to by now as well. And the fact that we're back in a Zeri meta, we're back in a Gala meta, I'd call it, is a really good thing to see, especially since, you know, 80 carries have all moved around so much. But Gala staying on RNG is something I'm looking forward to for the rest of the season. But this is the ult, Mazel. You look at the value it has. He repositions for a 4-man lightning crashdown. And it means that he just hits everyone and starts chasing down. Also with the flash forward, like, what a guy, man. This is the Gala that, you know, we all know and love.
Exactly. It's the Gala that spawned so many incredible the cheers and things, the Gala pin kills, and especially seeing that growth on this team where we have had those new additions, right? And seeing that he's still that very heavy carry for RNG. But going back and focusing in for game 2, right? I think a lot of the onus is on the side of OMG, on Aki, to get something more proactive, something that will be able to kind of maybe skirmish Wei a little bit more so and find that proactivity, because again, we've already said it, he was non-existent in the early parts of game number 1, or if any. So I think finding that will be a crucial pillar for OMG going forward, but as well as maybe finding a little bit more flair for Cream in the mid lane.
Yeah, look, I think lanes, you know, like, would you question gankable lanes? I think there were still, you know, many options, but his top side being probably, the easiest lane was set up for him. You looked at it and you're like, well, okay, already lost at level 3, got dove, breeds in an advantage as Renekton, and 2v1ing against Renekton has just fired back so many different times. So I think the options for Arky is a good point you raised, where maybe he needs better setup in his lanes, maybe he needs like stronger lanes out of people like Cream as well, right? But even towards the bottom side, it just never worked out because Wei was constantly controlling, hovering over vision, controlling a lot of those entrances for Arky on this Vi. So it got to the point where we're like 10, 15 minutes in, and Arky didn't actually get to make a lane gank. His ultimates came through off some of the skirmishes in the enemy jungle, and even then they kind of went to the wayside because OMG had already fallen so far behind off those earlier dives and off those earlier picks that RNG picked off so well.
And obviously, it's the first game of the split for these guys. There's a lot left to grow, but it is telling, right? When you're seeing the normalcy of OMG that I feel like we've gotten kind of used to over the last couple of years. This roster has been together is not really showing through. You're not getting that solo lane dominance from Shanji. He's taking a 5th pick and then having a lot of trouble with it in the laning phase. And
it's that Victor Mazel. Like, I think we said something last year. It's just not a cream pick. Like these control mages, which is, honestly, it is still the meta we're in, where we're talking about a lot of these, control mages coming through, like the Rises are showing up again. We're even seeing the Talias pop through as well. And I think we're going to see a lot more. But Cream is someone who I expect to be like, pull out the Cassidon. In that matchup, I think Cassidon could have worked quite nicely for OMG. I think other picks like the Talia as well, if he's willing. Even the Akali, like something that identifies Cream at this point, would have been better. So I definitely want to see a change in the mid lane champion pool. But as to what Cream picks up, as long as it's not something like a Victor or even an Azir, I think something that's a little bit more proactive further to your point would be perfect for OMG to run into the second game.
So Zed, right? That's what we're getting?
Oh, dude, that'll be Arky who pulls out the Zed jungle. No. That's the opposite. And look, that would just not be. That's not cool.
It's not. It's a no-go. It was a meme. It was a meme. Yeah. We are getting into the second game of
same band
of the series. Yeah, exactly same band. So we won't get the Cream Akali, but we will actually get some changes just as we get into it, right? By the way, quick shout out. Love to see all the fans in the audience, and especially some of those fan sides. That was a beautiful picture of Abel, by the way. A special shout out to the fans. But we do have, again, exactly the same bands coming through here, except the last one for OMG. They say, breathe, you terrorized us too much on the alligator crocodilian man, and we're not going to let you have that one.
Which is very fair, but again, what does that open up? On the other side, OMG are going to pick up something like the Rise, so this most likely going towards Cream, but I wouldn't put it past OMG to have like a flexible top lane that could potentially run the Rise. So just something to keep your eye out for is, I want to mention, Mazel, that I don't think Abel's ever going to be able to play Samira this year. After last year, after he popped off, and with Samira still being a nice little pocket in the current meta, it just feels bad, man, that Abel's not going to be given a champion that he can really accelerate with. So he's going to try the Lucian once again, but he's going to be going up probably against the same lane.
I really want to see the Samira Rel combo come through. It's a combo that I just love watching. It's ridiculous. I don't know if Rel will actually comes into the meta this year. That's another question to see. But I do like the Rise. I think it's interesting. I feel like it is along the same lines of kind of where the Victor was, a lot of scaling stuff. But I feel like you can have more influence out of lane, where Cream was just kind of stuck in lane last game. But this. So they ban away his Renekton, and he picks the Camille for Breeze.
Now the question is, are you going to lock in that Nami for the bottom lane duo? Most likely you definitely want it, because I feel like the Nami has a higher value than something like the Fiora, because Mazel, in this matchup, you usually end up playing Fiora into it, as we've already seen so many times in the LPL with the IG Anyone's Legend series, the 2 games of it. So I think for RNG, first stop is probably, well, the Fiora ban, is already actually there.
Yep.
So that's one thing taken off the board from my eyes. But I'd be banning away Jax. Yeah, that's a good one as well. Another skill matchup up in the top lane. Anything else I'm thinking of, Mazel, that could be actually brutal in the top lane? What do you reckon?
I mean, I wonder if we get the second iteration of the Aatrox. Like, maybe there was just something that went wrong. But against the Camille, I feel like it can be a little bit rough. I'm just wondering, like, what I want to see for Sanji is a fighter, is a bruiser, right? I want to see something that gives him some control in lane. But then last game, you had the early deficit that just kind of put a nail in the head for him. So it's very much about the early setup for Sanji in this one, and especially what he's going to be grabbing. As we do have the Graves and the Galio banned away from RNG. OMG taking some notes. At least, hey, there's growth hysterics. They're banning away some of the picks that just destroyed them last time around. And RNG say, well, you do that, I'm going to take away your Vi as well. Wukong, though, finally making his entrance here.
Now, does Wei go into something a little bit more typical like the Maokai? That's the biggest question here. Is RNG still set up, you know, one of those Xiaohu picks, the Lysandra, really big deal right now. And I'm glad we're seeing it here in this game. It's something I think we're going to see a lot more over the next coming patches and even in this week of LPL that we have. So look forward to hear a strong mid with a jungle combination that works really well. Mazel, RNG have done it again. They've really just set up mid-jungle duo to move around the map early and look for skirmishes to snowball this game. A similar game plan with a little bit more volatility. I love RNG's draft here because they're just going to be controlling the early game, or at least trying to.
And I just really appreciate the double reset. I guess not reset for Lysandra as much, but you get the frozen thralls, you get the soul taking from Viego. There's just a lot to keep track of in these fights, and a lot of CC, a lot of catch out ability for RNG, which they used to a T last game, and they didn't even have as much as they have into this game. So you have the consistency of Gala Bunny on the same picks, right? Keeping that comfort down there, and the big change up is on the other side. It is on OMG. You've got the proactivity of the Wukong. Does this change the name of the game for Aki? And then his solo laners have taken up the mantle of the Gwen and the Ryze, respectively. So a lot of AP coming out, a lot of late game damage, a lot of late game scaling again for OMG. They just have to make it there this time around, Hysterics.
Well, Mazel, I'm going to be looking towards some of the roaming in the early game because, you know, through a side lane perspective as well, let's not dismiss Camille. Let's not dismiss how Viego goes towards late game as well. Like, there's a lot of assurances still for RNG, but I think it's going to be important to see how this Ryze matches Tang Yuan from the first game. It was about that Galio moving across map, hitting side lanes pretty hard and faster than the ultimate coming up. So he wasn't really reliant on that Galio. He moved across the top, set up the dive, helped out with bot, threatened in Fog of War as well. I think the mid-jungle 2v2 of RNG defined game number 1. And I think if Aki and Cream can match that and have some kind of response here with the Ryze, then OMG will have a much better time in the early game, and they'll be able to push themselves into, I think, much better position for game 2.
RNG looking to come out in stellar fashion with a 2-0 kickoff to their spring campaign. OMG having that same roster for the most part coming in this one. Do not want to drop 2-0 in their first series of the night. That confidence needs to be built for this roster. As we hit the rift for the second time, you hear the fans cheering. We're getting underway onto Summoner's Rift.
As you said, it's good to hear the fans once again. Love the get up.
I just had to give room for the fans. I love hearing it. It just feels, as a broadcaster, just knowing fans are there cheering these players on, knowing they're doing something that I would be doing if I was there as well. It's just, it's too nice. It gives us energy, it gives us hope, and some nice positives here. And also, I'm sure the players appreciate hearing some of those cheers and whatnot. So as we get into the thing here for the second game, OMG again coming in this one with a little bit of a different style, needing to get Aki on that proactive gank list here that Wei was on in game number 1. But going to that, right, Wei is no slouch on the Viego. We've seen him at internationals, we've seen him domestically. This Viego slaps.
It really does, and I think from what we've seen a little bit earlier in the day, like, the Viego fell short, unfortunately, from Luyen, but you know, this time around, you have a lot more setup in the lanes. Again, the Camille up on top side, Lysandra as well. You have options for RNG, where if you're looking at OMG, Cream and Aki kind of have to create opportunities. It's about this Ryze Realm Warp, watch for the level 6, and them hitting side lanes, which I think, honestly, like, bottom lane could be a big option to help Abel and Jerry get through an early game that didn't really do much in game number 1 on this same duo pick.
felt like it was the kind of the theme of OMG, not really doing much in game number 1. But on the opposite side, RNG not falling for that. And I do wonder, even with the change of pick in mid lane for Tong Yuan, if he does end up going on the kind of roam game that we saw last time around, do they find an early pathing for them to find, breathe down or get an advantage for breathe early onto Shanji again and snowball from there?
Well, it might depend on the laning phase because already Shanji with some great trading there. Aki trying to make an opportunity through mid lane, and Tang Yuan really smart spacing. You can all see he's hovering towards the bottom side because that's where his jungler is. Some really rudimentary basic stuff, but also some stuff that gets thrown around as not important in the league at all. So Tang Yuan just hovering down there. There's no angle for Aki to get in with this lane, especially when Cream has exhausted most of his mana trying to get the shove early here in lane. So nothing happens through mid while bot.
There we go. We're finally, things have gotten more comfortable after game number 1. So 2v2s are going to get a little bit more rampant here as Wei with the early gank bot lane trying to make something happen opposite of what he was able to get last time around. Maybe he's just, front-loading the resources into Gala this time around. It will be a scuttle trap secured by Wei unless Aki decides he wants to come fight for it, which he does have the smite available, but not going to get baited out as Wei is just waiting. Oh, wait, Wei doesn't have smite. I just realized that. So then Aki just walks in and takes it. What did he use? I feel like he had the... I feel like he should... Okay, well, hey, it works out for OMG.
A little bit of an audio delay. Don't blame you, Mizel. You heard the smite. You're like, he's got it. Don't worry about it. But Wei does have the level advantage, and, quick and clear, obviously using that extra smite means that he did get the level 4 first. Was angling towards mid, but nothing much he can do when Cream is playing pretty safe within the lane. So a bit of a back here for a double longsword while Aki continues to finish the rest of his clear. I'm kind of just wondering about the first impact here for Wei because, again, this Viego, the lane to play through is towards mid or use Tang Yuan to start moving towards some of these side lanes. But I would be concerned, Mazel, because right now, Breathe is getting zoned out. Shanji with a 15 CS lead from an early trade against this Camille. He's in a really, really good position. I think Breathe is getting a taste of his own medicine for game 1.
Which is something to be said here. I think it's really important for them to Shanji's going to get some flashbacks right now, and it's not... Oh, wait!
Nice.
The stun goes through, and it's easy first blood for RNG.
Such a crucial time in the gank as well. Breathe was suffering in this lane. Right now, it needs help shoving in the wave. Unfortunately, timing not good as it's not going to reach the minion wave with the TP coming through. I wish Wei sticked around and just helped him get this push in so he could get a safe back, but Breathe going to be zoned away for the time being. At least get this minion, might help out. Breathe, he wants the push. He wants to push it, but he's got to leave.
He just needed to get the wave in, but it just forces so much damage on him by Shanji.
Mazel, it's gonna be in a bad spot.
It's doomed. It's doomed.
Oh my god! I wish Wei stuck around. That's rough. Again, Wave in a pretty rough state. And only if he's just going to Breathe as well. He's got the Sheen, but yeah, this is... I think Wei's going to have to come back up towards the top side pretty soon. Little brother, help me out.
Is this where Wei just says, sorry about ya? Oh, Bubble connects on Bunny.
Nice.
Might be getting caught out. Could not go to Gala, and he's just left out. Last second goes down. Kill early on for OMG in the bot lane.
Well, fish are better than cats, apparently, and I have to be real with you. That timing was just beautiful from Jerry Seinfeld in the bottom lane, so... For OMG, this opens up Dragon Mazel, and look, they've actually got opportunities in this game. Top's going really well. Bot in the 2v2 is now in a very good state. I think this time around, getting some of the priority in lanes and not just losing out in the 2v2 trades is a big deal.
And not giving over the early kill at top side as well. Beautiful bubble from, like you said, Jerry. And there's really nothing Bunny can do. As soon as the cooldown comes up, the Airy, the Ghost Kitty. Oh no, it was Abel that got the kill. Well, Ari helped at least, and Dragon actually over to OMG. So that's a big difference from last game where RNG had the early gank top. They moved that into an early Dragon, and Wei was everywhere on the map. This time around, OMG respond to the bot lane pressure with a nice 2v2 of their own, and Aki takes advantage of that by taking the objective.
And it might happen again, Mazel. Look at this brush gank. Here it goes.
Almost. Gets a lot of damage onto Bunny as he goes into Gala, but the bubble was not there to follow up. return to a bit of a state of anxiousness in the bot lane. We do have level 6s start to come online as Wei has just hit that mark, having the Heartbreaker and maybe a little eye for Cream in the mid lane.
All right, so from here, now we need to see RNG really sync up mid-jungle, open up the mid lane, and start moving to some of these side lanes because they need attention fast, especially now with Cream having Realm Warp. It feels like here as OMG, you're pretty comfortable putting Cream in Fog of War. Mia will be called, and you're like, well, where's Cream going? What angle is he going to pick? So RNG trying to take him down at the source. But you can see that Cream, good lane ward there, just spotting out that Tang Yuan is missing from wave. And he might be trying to match where this Ryze wants to Realm Warp himself.
And that's where the matching is going to be so important, because you don't have that Realm Warp, but you do have a lot of mobility on the Lissandra. And Tang Yuan is going to have to find those big CC moments, a lot of AoE damage, or be the bait in the fights. And so far, he's really trying to buffer that here. Realm Warp does come through for Cream, trying to catch out Wei. They get the nice Heartbreaker over the wall. The Needlework's starting to slow down, and Wei will fall. Another kill to OMG just after they took the Rift Herald.
All for the Herald, but the Herald for RNG, when they're so far behind, I mean, not so far behind, but you guys know what I mean. Like, these lanes are suffering. Might actually be beneficial for Wei's life. So Aki having to burn the flash and ulti to get on top of him. We'll just have to see where the Herald goes. I'd love to see it up in the top side. I think Breathe needs to breathe at this point, Mazel, because Shanji is bullying the crap out of him at this point. And with that earlier wave state we saw, it just took Breathe out for about 20 CS now as the difference. So with the slow push coming back in, it might be a good opportunity for Wei to end up pathing towards the top side. And get a bit of a counter that could be coming for Aki being up here as well.
And I want to do a little dive in onto Shanji here, right? We were highlighting his Shyvana pick, right? Making that really a mainstay for himself last year. But he was one of the hottest LDL prospects coming out and promoted in 2022 spring. And to see him make the name for himself last year, start growing those fans, is so important. And then you get matched up like against Breathe. The amount of accolades that the top laners have in the LPL, and you wonder, does he have what it takes? And then you remember back to summer, back to spring, when he has those moments against the likes of The Shy, 369, Wayward, where he does have incredible mechanical intensity. And it's moments like this where you're like, okay, let's see what can happen for this guy who was so lauded last year.
And it took him a while to get going as well, right? Like spring, he had 3 weeks of absolute bliss. As I need to pause because Wei's going to find Aki. It is just a clone. But furthermore, I think we saw such beautiful play from Shanji in summer. And, you know, again, he's been maintaining that so far here in the series, especially in the second game. It's been pretty desirable as Tang Yuan just rotates the spells here for the Unsealed Spellbook because they got him.
Big flash and instant kill. That's a big pickup as Aki falls. The Heartbreaker available now in the mid lane. Cream, he's pretty tanky though, starting to stack up now, having completed that Rod of Ages. So nice stuff as a response from RNG in the mid lane, and off the back of Wei and Tang Yuan. That is huge.
Mazel, all I can say is I've been waiting for them to link up for the entire time. it
finally happened.
Yeah, it's even through mid, even through roaming, we needed RNG's mid jungle to link up, and a beautiful play sets up Wei here for the Divine Sundra. He has a CS lead as well, so this jungler is making progress. As we look at the replay, and Tang Yuan just gets the Ignite down, gets True Sight, sees Cream moving back to the wave, and Wei just waits. This is really good patience from RNG. Great pathing from Wei as well as he avoids vision, as we got him top now.
Dude, Wei is just fighting for MVP already in his first series of the season, it feels like. This man is just domineering the jungle in this series. It's actually incredible to see the step up from this guy. A step up that we've already seen him do, it feels like, over and over again.
And dude, it was game 1 where he had like all the tools of success. Like I think Breeze set him up for the dive, right? Set him up for success. But game number 2, he's the one who's carrying this game because Breeze had a really sufferable lane state. He lost to the trades in Shanji early game, and it's got to come back to Aki versus Wei. I mean, Wei is just so proactive, as you said, here in this series. Now sets up first turret blood. The Herald I've wanted to see put top has been achieved. Breathe gets to recover a bit here in this game. And props to Wei, who just countered mid so well, who read Aki like a book, and now has just translated that to the top lane, where Breathe should have his Divine Thunder. Yep, just picked up, and it is now finally matching Shanji.
And they got first tower at 12 minutes. They also got another charge on the tier 2. Now we're getting a 2v2 at the bot side. Final chapter was utilized as well as the tidal wave, but Summoning Spell is still going to be available there. And that's a huge amount of worth in the top side of the map for RNG, which means that Wei is free to start focusing back onto this mid and bot lane. As Breathe himself is going to go ahead and take that Otis. Seeing the Hex Gate utilized there, just waiting in the bush.
That ward spots out Arky.
Oh,
That's
no.
big. Now the lightning crash. Gala gets locked down, but Breathe with the flash. Not going to connect on top of Abel, but no Hex Deck ultimatum means Breathe has to stop right there. He flashed on him without that ulti, Mazel.
Oh, Creep! He gets caught out. Does he have the damage back, though? That's the Frozen Tomb on top of him. The stun followed up by Wei. He's got the Conqueror stacked up, but Cream is so tanky, stacking up that Rod of Ages. He goes golden. Bubble misses. Tenguan is in there, but he goes at least golden to save the day. Cream, maybe he gets out with the
Oh!
Breathe with the shutdown!
You gotta love RNG when a plan comes together. Wei is such a baller. As Breathe now looks for Shanji with the Hextech ultimatum up and available. He wants this with Divine Thunder and Mazel.
One hit from the second Q takes a huge chunk off of Shanji. Wei didn't even come up here. He knew that his top laner had this, but does he? A couple more auto attacks. It's so close. Hookshot misses, but he gets the kill. And Breathe shows the top gap. Flex them muscles, baby.
Shanji has his head in his hands. He's so tilted because Wei literally carried this game into what is looking like an RNG win. I cannot believe Breathe got that solo kill, but more importantly, like, dude,
man,
Shanji is either sad or pissed off. Both are acceptable with the way this game's going.
I mean, it is bearing down on him. That is 3 times you've seen his head in his hands since it happened. It is one of those moments that is a moment for you to shine, for you to make a pop-off play in the original game of your season as we get a replay of that chaos in front of the Dragon Pit. But the double resets, the Frozen Thralls with the Heartbreaker, it's just too hard to handle with. And then we get this beauty of a 1v1.
Dude, I feel so bad for Shanji. He played the lane so well and they just got jungle capped.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, props to Breathe Mazel for the 1v1. Like, this is well played. Fancy footwork. Does get hit by quite a lot, but then it's the E that heads up for the Q. Close call, dude.
My
Breathe.
goodness.
He must be so composed,
And
but
then
Shanji is now 0-3.
Flexing the top gap thing on his arm. Oh my god. What has I saw somebody put it on Twitter earlier, but what has Brance done to the esports world where now just everybody's top gap and everybody's ADC gap, and I love it. And it shows the personality that we know and love that we don't get to see often from LPL players. So it's a beautiful reprieve to kick off the new season with all these smiling faces, the joyous moments, and maybe some of the heartbreak for OMG so far.
I was going to say, not all smiling faces anymore, my friend. As RNG gets threatened, Gala taking a bit of damage, but look who's here to save the play.
He's just constant. He
You're
is
joking.
literally Thanos. He is just inevitable. And immediately, you get the re-engage from Aki with the double Cyclone, and they get 2 back. Big engage from Tong Yuan, and that's immediate follow-up by Breathe. And you think it goes well, and then you get 2 kills over to Gala, and your hopes are diminished.
Dude, Wei, even though he dies, I mean, this guy is literally the father of this team. You're right, Mazel, the direction's definitely there. Props to Aki for, standing on top of the passive. Can't get that Sovereign's Domain domination, whichever it is.
Tong Yuan, though, that was the play that made it, right? Like, everything's kind of going to hell in a handbasket in the beginning part.
Like, we'll watch this again. So Wei getting the max range. As stun comes through, he's looking for the reset, but it's the final Aqua Prison on death that Jerry helps secure. Aki on top of the passive means Wei can't reset and continue on. But you said it, Tang Yuan, beautiful engage coming through. Breathe is just the final nail in the coffin as well. And Shanji with his 4th death, man.
Oh, I feel
he
so
TP'd
bad.
into that play. I do too. Like, this is This is so relatable right now that it's just a team gap. It's a massive jungle gap that for RNG, they're playing so well with Wei. And now with the Yumi on top of him as well in most cases, Wei is just taking over the map and OMG have to pay respect, especially around neutrals like this as a number 3.
Yeah, and they are fully set up for this, right? And you have an almost 4,000 gold lead developed for RNG. They haven't gotten the dragons. I mean, you have the one on the table right now, but it's been more so about the fight setup for them. And especially, like you said, when does Wei and Breathe come into the fight? Because that's when you know you need to turn tail and run for OMG. They're going to try to get this outer tower in mid lane. Keep that priority in mid lane, I think would benefit them here. The Wei is ever present on the side lane. Maybe OMG can sneak out with the tower.
Well, at least opening up mid would be so beneficial. They actually got Tang Yuan. He goes golden, though. Has that ultimate available that follows through. But yeah, the time was good, Mazel, but really not enough. I realized I keep taking your role, brother.
I'm here for it, man. Don't apologize. I'm here for it, man.
I'm like, what the hell am I saying? Oh, it's hard, dude. All right. Mazel, Dragon wasn't taken, though. And I will set you up to say that OMG are together as a 5-man unit, but Breathe is lurking.
Yeah, he is. And Tang Yuan not having, Tang Yuan, rather, not having the TP available for him. But RNG, that is way central right now. He's getting taken out, though. Bubble misses. Heartbreaker misses. He goes down. That is the primary carry here. Breathe goes in, though. And Gala's putting in the AoE. Breathe goes down. Gala's the only one left with his support. Flash out from Gala. Gala's trying to make it happen. He wants another Gala kill highlight reel. And he's trying to put down the dragon here. He still has the AoE. He wants to get Abel goes in. Gala can't get the damage down. It's so back and forth. He's got the Hex Tech gates coming through here for Tang Yuan. Is he going to be able to follow the rest of them? It's a flash. It's a kill. Everybody's gone. And Royal truly never give up.
Gala's a behemoth, man. The sidestepping, the fancy footwork, the flash from Jerry's bubble was everything. And you just look at this man and you see the exuded confidence coming through. It might be Zeri, but Gala makes it a reality as they end up getting the Dragon, Mazel. Look at the replay because this was a 4 versus 5. Remember that Tang Yuan died at the start of this play, and Wei even, did a psychopath move of ulting in. As that misses, you're like, oh no, Breathe might get a trade kill here, but this should be OMG finding the kill, finding the Dragon, and moving to Salt Point. But the flash from Jerry's bubble, the setup, the zoning, and you're like, dude, this Zeri is just an annoying mosquito that we can't deal with. There's props to Bunny for dismounting there, getting the shield off and blocking Abel. And then Tang Yuan just gets to finish off the final kill.
A little piece to that, actually. I didn't realize it until we were looking through the replay. It was double chain lightnings coming through, both from the Hextech Dragon and from the Lightning Crash of Gala. So it was just AoE central in that, and they were taking consistent damage. So OMG needing to maybe plot their bases a little bit more where they're going to be setting up fights, and RNG will take holistic advantage of that, right? They are still hovering at 3,000, just under that 4,000 gold lead, and it has been primarily, again in this game too, Wei and Gala, who are the ones we're keeping our eyes on. Now Wei maybe needs to temper himself a little bit, but it's starting to work their way.
No, dude, that's not Wei's style.
That's not Wei. Yeah, what am I talking about? Tempering? Nah. That's I think what I should say about Aki too.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, Aki, I think, needs to temper up a little bit because, that was great engage, and there have been better moments here on the Wukong, but seeing that proactivity out of OMG, that's what's going to net them the win here. And that Realm Warp's what we're talking about, but right now, Cream's on the other side of the map while Wei and Breathe continue to assault the inner turret on the bot side. Mazel, I want to see OMG not only utilize Realm Warp, but play towards the Gwen, play towards Lucian Nami, and find some of those picks before the potential Baron, before the next Dragon spawns as well, because right now, side lanes are being run so well by RNG with this 1-3-1 setup that is revolving around how strong Breathe is now with the Hull Breaker.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I want to point out is the items coming across here. That Hull Breaker is huge in terms of the style that Breathe wants to bring into this one. You're getting close to that 3-item spike for the ADCs. You've got your second item completed for Wei. Even for Cream, right? He's got the 10 stacks on the Roas. He's got his Seraph's Embrace. He's working on the Zanyas. You do have some of that scaling coming on for OMG and even for RNG, right? But that item differential in the moment, if it doesn't kind of come to grips here, that could just be another Dragon positioned and taken by RNG.
And look, with RNG, they're also going to have a 3 items area in the next Dragon. I guarantee you, 2 and a bit minutes. Although I haven't seen Gala back for a while, but they are gearing up for a play towards the mid lane, and that definitely would guarantee my statement. But I'm just waiting for Gala to show us how close he is to the IE. This Breed is almost caught out here, getting deep vision in OMG's jungle.
Man, it feels like cheating sometimes. You can just extend that far and you can't get punished with your hook shot. Man, it feels bad. I'm just having a little bit of fun with it. But Shanji definitely wishes he could have some CC, some lockdown to try to keep down Breathe. Just has not been able to just yet. Does the Gwen end up scaling into infinity? Does she become immune? I'm sure she'll at least finish second item here pretty shortly, but it is pings from OMG towards the Baron, trying to get vision set up so that RNG, with the lead they have, can't just outright take the objective from them.
We get some of these wards to see the rotations from RNG as well. It's another important point in front of the Baron, because what you want to see is OMG really controlling some of that vision line so they can watch RNG where they're going to be rotating next and try and use that Rise proactively to set up that pick that would lead to the neutral. So I think right now we're seeing Cream go to the top side, but maybe angling with the Rise or maybe even looking towards mid lane for a pick. That's what I'd like to see before Dragon comes up in about a minute. Now, Mazel, I was wrong. I thought Gala would be a little bit closer towards Infinity Edge. It's only BF Sword in the inventory right now, so Gala won't have that big 3-item power spike that, at the moment, Abel's actually rocking here.
Yeah.
With the Infinity Edge now picked up with Wei.
The early advantage doesn't really do much. Kong Yuan goes in. Now Gala's in the back line with that lightning crash, doing a ton of AoE, but has to flash away. Aki's right there to respond to him, and Gala is down. RNG have lost the team fight after consecutively winning, but here comes Breathe. 1v5 right now, flashing over the wall, using the Hex Gate to get a quick escape. It is just Wei, Bunny, and Breathe who survive, and OMG, they're actually pinging towards the Baron.
I think RNG might be feeling it too much there. 1 by 1, they go in to die, and now OMG, as you said, have a free chance of Baron. This does mean that RNG will get the Dragon, but look, at this point, OMG need a lot to catch up, and this is just going to be perfect for them. So, major win for OMG to get back into this game and back into this series, and give them a little bit more time for this Gwen, as you were saying before, to become relevant with the second item and in these side lanes. As Mazel, it was over a ward here. Wei gets caught out, Heartbreaker's through, but Aki pulls the trigger straight away. And look, Tang Yuan is trying to cover this while Gala does a bit of a Jacula, except this one's not as tragic. Goes a bit too deep and, yeah, kind of has to peel his way out, but there's no way he's getting through after all that damage. And then Breed, just a late TP. I don't know. I was talking about RNG being so well versed, so well, I guess, developed with their new roster. That's one of the cracks.
Yeah, for sure. It might be a little bit of a big one, too. Loved to see the decision-making from OMG. The second they saw Gala go over the wall, they were just like sharks to chum. And I think that being able to get a couple kills and put down RNG definitely puts them in a better position, right? They're only within 500 gold now. This Baron is up for 2 minutes for them, and that is a ton of map control.
And look at how many resources they can take down as well. You look at bottom side, that's the outer turret for Shanji. There's inner turrets through mid, through bot, through top. There's a lot of standing gold right now for OMG.
Oh, they tried to get Abel.
Deep.
Frozen Tomb. Now the resets, the Frozen Thralls, the Heartbreaker Wave goes down as well, though. Shanji has scaled, and he's immune, baby! Shanji may have put down 0 and 4 to start the game, and he'll help secure a double kill for Aki. While Breathe is pushing the top side, he does get an inhib tower, and there's not much more for OMG to get unless they transition to the bot side. But Breathe is a menace, and Shanji, I don't know if he has what it takes. He's already bursted everything, and the inhib will fall to Breathe. Trying to make it out now. It's a huge chunk of damage onto Shanji, but he will slowly but surely be snipped down. No! Oh my gosh, Shanji gets the kill in the last second. The Hextech Ultimatum does not save his life for Breathe. And unfortunately in mid lane, not going to find the tower for OMG.
And that must feel so good. Shanji must be smiling ear to ear right now. He picks up the kill, he has a bounty, and in that last fight did so much work. Like, OMG's top laner has been sent into the loony bin the whole game, thanks to Wei as a jungler. But these mistakes from RNG, these plays that they're trying to create, OMG are punishing them well. So Abel goes forward here into Tangyuan to get a trade, but he gets just out of range of Tangyuan while he has to go golden. So one member out of the fight while Wei gets the reset. But look at Cream and look at Shanji. Right into the back line. The needlework flies through. And again, redemption feels great. And props to Cream as well. I mean, that Rise is hitting the point. The scaling that we talked about for OMG is definitely kicking into gear. And while you have a Camille in the side lane, now you're going to have a Gwen who's starting to match it, who's level 16, who's pretty close towards a Void Staff as well. I think we will get to a point where these 1v1s will be crucial, but more so Shanji will have a bigger say in them as well. Right now, OMG are feeling comfortable, Mazel. They've got a gold lead, but I think they're going to start winning some of these 5v5s with the power of Cream, the power of Shanji, and the all-in damage that is going to start to really hurt RNG.
Yeah, and as you say, I mean, they're just starting to scale up here. They're completed 3.5 items now for Cream, working on that third item for Shanji, and that was the kicker. Can OMG make it to the late game like they were unable to do in the first game of the series, where they did have that scaling aspect to them? So this is definitely a much better setup where they find themselves in the lead past 28 minutes, and they have a lot going for them in terms of those team fights, right? The next objectives will not be easy for RNG to capitalize on. A minute and 20 seconds till one of these teams gets soul point on a Hextech Soul, and RNG have consistently been fighting right before the objective.
And we're going to have to look closely at items, Mazel, because that 3 items area has finally come through, but there's something more important. It's that the Nami has 2 herself. Wei has to ulti out, but Mazel, the Putrefier is going to have a lot of value here in this game.
Yeah.
You're talking Camille, you're talking the Zeri, you're talking with the Yuumi itself. That Nami is going to be taking away a lot of healing, but one of the biggest ones that people don't think about is Wei's passive healing. So all it takes is Nami to land Tidal Wave, to land Ebb and Flow, no matter what it is. Reducing the healing on RNG is going to give OMG a lot more of that burst potential that we've seen so far in these fights, and actually I think is one of the biggest item advantages that OMG have right now.
And we see here Wei is opting into that, I'm going to engage, I'm going to start out the fight. If I die, oh well, because he's got the GA. And that's a big piece to the engage potential that we've already seen be working for RNG, but slowly starting not to. And I think that GA is going to free up Wei a lot of the times when it's up to have one of those big crazy engages onto Abel, onto Shanji maybe. But the biggest question for me for RNG, we said at the draft, they have a ton of pick potential. I mean, Tangyuan, Wei, and Breathe all have the tools to get somebody out. But now we're getting to a 5v5 stance, and OMG are playing pretty well around peeling for Abel and for these carries. How do they find an approach?
That's a good question. I think you need to be looking towards... You need to kind of be looking towards Mazel. I was looking at Tangyuan. I'm like, is he going to be going in? More importantly, I'm looking at Breathe. I was going to say you're going to be looking at that engage straight away, but I'm actually more important looking at the top lane because Breathe is threatening up that turret just as the Dragon's live and trying to push in for the end to threaten. And
Wow.
look, OMG took the bait.
They literally did. Like, they just got baited completely, and now Creep's just in the pit. And the rest, he's flazzing the wall. They don't want to let him go. Shanji's found Gala. That's a big rush over the wall. Gala does not survive, though. And OMG, they're coming to town, and they're cleaning house. Wait, look at Breathe. Do they have any TPs to respond to this? Cream can TP back, but they're going to go ahead and initiate the 2 bags. Breathe is on.
He does a lot of damage.
He's doing so much work. TP
I don't think that turret's going to stay there.
TP is wasted.
gone.
Are they going to finish it? No. No, Breathe. He's not going to be able to be stopped. And
They're
that's
not gonna
just
get back
game
Mazel.
2. That's the series. RNG. The beautiful smiles on the faces and a beautiful 2-0 to kick off the season.
The back door was always a threat from Breathe. It was always a threat. He showed it over to Shanji. But then when they all commit the flash over from Cream, they know OMG are going all in this fight. They just TP too late. It's not one member back at the start. It's a late recall. They don't have the Baron buff. And Breathe does so much damage that point in the game on turrets.
Yeah.
That's just a beautiful way to end for RNG. A game that shouldn't have been theirs, Mazel. I think OMG deserved to win that second game and take us to 3.
Yeah.
But Bree just with the clutch factor.
Not committing the TP early enough by Cream. I mean, he had it from the initial fight there in the bottom lane, wanting to start his back. Then they got stopped, then TPing. The tower was already gone. Literally Breathe 3-shot that tower. And again, just a stalwart showing from RNG as a whole. But special shout outs to 2 new players coming in here and fitting the mold that is the carry of Breathe, Wei, and Gala. Bunny and Tong Yuan had an incredible starting series in the LPL this year.
Such a good start. Tang Yuan was a big surprise for me, Mazel. I think he had, one of the better series we've seen now, one of the new mid laners coming through. Bunny played the role of Yuumi 2 games in a row, so we're going to have to look and see how that changes over the course of the split. But for me, I think this team today, I could say it was defined by Wei, and that's a very true statement. But Wei started really throwing away the game, and that is very much Wei. Like, his identity is still strong. Gala as well had some moments where it's like, what is Gala doing? I think at the end, Breathe in this series has to be the MVP. He was set up by Wei in the early game, but it's about what he did with it. And of course, that backdoor, that end has to give him
the big
MVP
brain,
for sure.
Man. Like chipping at the armor over time, getting the top lane inhib, making them second guess themselves. That play in the mid lane, like they were either going to commit onto Breathe or go for the dragon. They lost the dragon because they stayed in mid lane, and it's just making your opponents second guess their decision making, making them second guess what they have available to them, and just the decisiveness, man. The fact that the fight is literally still ending, and Breathe is like, this is an opportunity for me to end the game, and he does just that, right? He follows through with it.
Yeah. I mean, great decision making. God damn. It's just so good. And remember that at the start of the series, Breathe came out with top gap on his arm. So
it flexed it a little bit in game 2, then maybe hit it for like 15 minutes and then reflexed it after he won the game.
Maybe that's why Shanji was so tilted, man. Like, seeing, that game 2, you could see after Wei came up into the top side and after Shanji did so well in the early lane, setting Breathe up for success. You're like, God, man, that top gap, dude, that's rough.
Yeah.
So
I think Shanji did not get a fair shake of the lane this time around, which all in actuality, that is part of playing focusing the team. And I think Aki and Shanji will definitely have some good conversations to come from this first series. And especially for OMG, not all doom and gloom. It's literally the first series of the season. This consistent roster, keeping a lot of the major pieces, has a lot to build off of from their previous seasons. So very much looking at the journey and not the shock factor of this first series for them. While as maybe the shock factor is worth looking into for RNG when you look at some of these numbers, and especially the influence that Wei has had and potentially the picking up of the general mantle of RNG.
Yeah, he's definitely got to round it out a little bit, though. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He threw away, a big part of that game, going and clearing a ward, getting caught out. Gala doing the same thing. There were some real sticky situations there that for RNG they're going to have to look into for the next series. But the fact that it's a 2-0 is a really good start. I definitely expect RNG to be looking more, at how they can supplement this top side, because that's what we talked a lot about last year. But it seems again that continues to be the place they want to start. But also in how Wei can work together with mid. I think how he worked with Tang Yuan was some of the best part of the early game for RNG, who were deserving of the win.
Indeed. So we do have our interview ready, so we're going to kick it over to Wendy to talk about to talk to Breathe.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing by with Breeze from RNG. Congratulations on today's game, and especially for game 2. You guys just ended up the game with the perfect backdoor. So tell us more about how did you guys make the decision to use the backdoor to end up the game? 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮，2-0拿下比赛的胜利，特别是第2局，最后是一个惊险刺激的偷家来结束。能不能和我们分享一下当时是如何进行的那样的一个决断呢？
因为那个时候就想着一直单带嘛，然后就看对面是怎么防守的，然后找到了一波机会，就一直带到底，就拆掉对面家了。
So at that time, I would just like to push the lane by myself, and I would like to seek more opportunities to maybe to seek the more opportunities to based on the opponents, how they did manage to make the defense. And after that, I was able to just push the lane and find a very good opportunity to use the backdoor to end up the game. And definitely a very smart decision. And I've noticed in this year's RNG, you guys really have some rookies join in. So could you share more about the team synergy at this moment, especially with these rookie players? 那其实也注意到嘛，今年的 RNG 的阵容里面是加入了一些新人选手的，所以说到目前为止和新人选手这样的一个配合磨合程度是到了怎么样的一个程度了呢？
感觉他们都打得很不错嘛，我也很信任他们，然后就都挺好的，就希望他们后面加油吧。
I feel the rookies in our team, they really performed so good, and I really believe in them. I trust them, and definitely they're all very good players, and I hope they can improve even better in the future. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And also, last year you really showed us a lot of impressive highlights. So this year, and you also got the MVP for today's game. So in this year, are there any personal goals you would like to achieve in this spring? 那其实去年的 CC 有给我们带来非常多的一个惊喜嘛。那来到今年，而且同时你也是拿到了本局的一个 MVP， 在今年有没有想要自己实现的一个目标呢？
就希望我能每年都做得比去年更好吧，就是战胜自己吧。因为我也很相信我的队友嘛，我觉得只要我做到够好了，我的队友们当然也能做得更好，我们也会拿到很好成绩。
So I just, personally, I would like to make more improvements this year, especially compared to my performance last year, because I have a very good teammates. If I can just do better, I trust our teammates. We can just do better in the future. So I would like to focus on improving myself, my own abilities, and definitely we're all looking forward to that. And thank you. But before we end up the interview, have something you want to show you guys. 3、2。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Always a gap when you're on the interviews, but also breathe with just the top gap. He gets the MVP and everything, but pleasure to get to hear from the man, giving some shout outs to his newer likes and newer players, but as well as just showing that he can be the face of RNG.
Man, I love it. You gotta love it. Shout out to Wendy for committing to the bid as well.
The breathing,
Mazzelli got
I
MVP.
need one of those, man.
Yeah, dude. Well, hey, we'll get you one too. Don't worry. MVP, by the way, if anyone couldn't guess, like, so well deserved. And yeah, it was a top gap overall. I'll say there was a big jungle gap for about 90% of, or 80% of the series. So I think helped out with the synergy that RNG already had there. But man, Breathe is just something else, you know, even on the Renekton, his ability to take these all-out trades on a slither of HP, or his just decision-making in the heat of it is, I think, sometimes second to none.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of focus from Wei towards this top side in the early parts of the games, right? Game 1 definitely went more their favor. Game 2, a bit rocky, but still a lot of influence from Wei. But it's, again, that decision-making, the quick tempo from Breathe in a lot of these situations that ends up with them in the advantage. And that's where, we talked about it so much today, but I'm just so impressed by the remaining 4 members of RNG and how they came out and played today, right? That game 1 was a domination across the board, and then game 2, yes, it gave them a run for their money, but these are the kinds of quick moments that have to happen if you're going to be one of the top teams.
The self-tangent, I just saw in the solo kill comps, he actually lifted his arm up in the game.
That's what I said! That's what I was telling you!
Brother, I missed it! I missed it! I literally missed it in game. I was like, what?
Because you were looking at Shaji and I was looking at Breathe.
Yeah. I was feeling for Shaji, but the fact that Breathe just lifts his arm up in the
middle
game,
of the game, man. In the middle
after
of the game.
solo killing, and he does it to the camera like he knows. He literally knows. What
Shanji's
a
gonna
Chad,
watch that
dude.
one
What
back
an absolute
and,
Chad.
Maybe have some nightmares there for sure.
Mazel, I was just gonna say to you, I'm excited for RNG after this, dude. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for Tung Yuan, who should be giving us like some Xiaohu vibes with what we've seen played. Yeah. I'm excited that RNG looks so well put together, even though their main voice has disappeared. It's just that mid-game shot calling that, you know, getting caught out from Way that's the biggest concern. But I think this new RNG roster is something to really aspire and look at as a top 6, potential top 6 team with how they look.
Yeah, it's looking good. Got to keep an eye on those up-and-coming rookies and the stability of RNG as they move forward. We are going to take a small little break here as we get ready and raring to go for our last series of the day and our last series of week 1. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL for the final series of week number 1 in the 2023 Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Hysterics yet again, and we have newly minted Ninjas in Pajamas taking over the nomenclature of V5 versus Ultra Prime and the 2018 IG Reunion World Champions abound. Hysterics.
Man, I'm glad to see Ning and Baolan back together on the same team. I've been waiting for this matchup. Now, of course, this is being played in Shenzhen in NIP's home arenas, so it is being run at a delay, but the English broadcast will go as fast as possible to catch up and get live with the Chinese side. So for that regard, Mazel, I mean, I know we're going to be jumping straight into it. I know we're looking at pick and bans now as well. We get a Cassante up in the top lane of Ultra Prime. That seems like a comp that really wants to snowball ahead. Really good mid-jungle skirmishing as well. While on the other side, I look at that mobility again. A similar comp to what we saw from NIP. And I kind of want to see how they play through that side lane Gwen and get to the late game. So very different compositions, but we're looking at NIP to get to those 3 items and just power ahead into the later stages of the game and really play those 5v5s, while picks for Ultra Prime, I think, seem to be the name of the game to make it pretty easy to identify.
And especially the consistency now, apparently, of the Lucian Nami versus Zerayumi. It's just going to happen all the time. It's going to be the new Jinx Aphelios of 2023. And
I mean, it's the same. It's the old.
I guess it is.
Very, you know.
It's the same concepts, different execution. But a couple things going into this one. I'm sure we'll jump straight into it in just a moment. But big names on this one. A lot of storylines coming into this one. Into a new year. Does all-out aggression work for the Ninjas in Pajamas? V5, known for XLB, Dream, Photic, Shuo being extremely aggressive from early on in the game, and it has been to their detriment in a lot of cases. Whereas on the other side, Ultra Prime are coming in with so many unknowns, but also a lot of, respect of the game coming in here, because you do have the addition of Ning, Baolan, the continuation of Doggo in the LPL, who had a really rough year last year on BLG, and then bringing in Harry and Ching. Ching, by the way, greatest beard in the LPL. That's my bias.
Oh, God. Mazel, I'd say the opposite, but you're a caring man, aren't you? And that's what matters. I will say, like, Ching is someone who...
He doesn't have a beard. No!
Has he actually shaved it?
It looks like he shaved it. I didn't see it.
Oh, hang on. We will momentarily. I'll tell you guys all a little bit about Ching. From FPX Blaze, this guy is a domestic champion of the LDL. So we are looking at the best up-and-coming talent coming out of the mid lane. The beard is gone.
The beard.
And therefore, his skill level's gone up by about 100%.
Oh, my God.
And he's on a team with some absolute legends. Baolan, Ning, IG 2018 World Champions. Been a while since we've seen Baolan there, and I'm kind of excited to see how Ultra Prime go, because even though I think this is more of a summer team to see how it develops, I think there's a lot of potential and there's a hell of a lot of experience to see the two members on your screen lead the charge of a team that's never made it to playoffs.
And remember, these guys are legends of the LPL. They were crucial and so important to that 2018 IG run and the synergies that we saw with that. There is a reason that Ning is called the LPL OG Jungle King. I know we have Tarzan now, but this man is the original. And I think that you can see a lot of the track record for both Ning and obviously Baolan in their history, but now it's a completely different time, right? You've got 2 years separating the last time Ning has hit the Rift, a little bit less so for Baolan, and I think that is something that still holds a big question mark in my head coming into this series, coming into the season.
Yeah, I'd be questioning as well, like how they are after such a big break, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it is indeed gone. I know it's hard to see from
now
above,
we've
but
gotten the confirmation at least.
I can see it is indeed gone. We're okay, but I mean, there are a lot of questions in that regard. I just want to shift over to NIP as I'm just trying to figure out where we're going from here, because of course this game has already started on the Chinese side as far as I know, and we are playing catch up, but I'm just trying to figure out what happened in game 1.
We had Tong Yuan in game 1 with our food buff. Now we have Xiaolong Bao. Which one? Personal preference. Are you a soup?
Xiaolong Bao. There's not even a question, dude. I don't even like sticky rice. I do not like sticky rice, dude. I think rice It needs to be like, dude, I don't even pick fried rice. You know, when I go out, and I'll tell you,
Cancel
right, there's a place
Hysteris right now.
dude, there's a place called Lylong. Anyone in Australia would know, like New South Wales, a great chain. I will always get white rice because it's perfect for absorbing the flavor. When I get like pork belly with quail eggs, I get the exo sauce eggplant, and probably like pork minced beans. Sweet and sour pork's always a classic, as long as it, you know.
4 a.m. for me, and you're making me hungry, Hysteris. Come on.
Dude, I'm just telling you how to order proper. I guess it's Shanghainese food because it is Shanghainese food. So, like, that's what you order every single time, and then and then xiaolongbao, xiaolongbao or fried dumplings. That's what you do.
There you go. There you go. Now, I do also want to give, and we'll talk a little bit more. I have a lot to say about NIP themselves as a roster, but last little thing for Ching. We've had a debut tonight from Bunny. Now, first LPL game for Ching coming into tonight as well. So it should be a lot of fun for him. A lot of moments, at least, checked off of his bucket list here. And especially when you're going against Dream on the other side, who made waves last year when he replaced Rookie at the start of the split in summer. And yes, there was a lot of question marks. Immediately, Rookie got the place when he came in. But it didn't feel like there was an extreme lack in the mid lane when Dream was in. And now with xiaolongbao getting the full committal, at least for the start of the season, from Ninjas in Pajamas, Vodic also coming off, spring 2022, first team All-Pro. There's a lot of aggression that can be tempered into a beautiful weapon here for Ninjas in Pajamas.
As we finally get into Summoner's Rift, there was apparently an issue with Invincible reconnecting to the game. I'm just trying to find out. That is game number 1 we're experiencing right now. Mazel's, hello.
All right. Well, we got a little bit of fighting early on from both sides. No kills going over. Responded about 45 seconds into the game. Bot lane was a little bit chaotic, but we'll actually see, does a name go for an aggressive early jungle path here as he's positioning around? It could be part of the early kind of flipping of the table here for Ultra Prime, where I will just say Ultra Prime did not have a satisfactory end to the year last year.
No. I mean, it was pretty sad, right? Because I think if we look at last year, Mazel, like, Ultra Prime were a team that we saw the potential of, but it never kind of came into fruition. And I think they've been a team that have always had, like, a couple of great games in the season, but then it's just kind of always gone downhill. So, definitely a bottom-tier team in the LPL versus NIP, who, V5 were expected to go to Worlds last year. They've changed their roster completely.
Yeah.
As we said, Dream is taking over where Rookie once stood. Casa was there. There were some issues within the team. xiaolongbao did come through towards the end of the split, but xiaolongbao now in his own stead. PP God's gone, you're right. Dwar taking over, who's been sitting on the bench for a while himself. And, dude, even topside, like, Rich didn't have a really good summer, so I'm not surprised they're starting Invincible when I think they're going to try and see what dynamic works best. So, NRP with a lot of questions to answer here today as well. And Mazel, especially in this comp where we are looking for them to just hold the line and keep the game going as long as possible, because there's some really good scaling here. There's going to be massive dynamics in the 5v5, but more importantly, that Gwen in the side lane is going to take over. While for Ultra Prime, I want to see how they can speed this game up in the mid-jungle 2v2 around these first couple of neutrals. And you're going to have a lot of explosive power, and it's about finding those picks to really build the game's tempo up for them in game 1.
And I think big focus is for me, if you're really looking for where eyes on are for these matchups, it definitely relies a lot on xiaolongbao versus Ning. How does that kind of duality work? Who gets the aggressive stance in the jungle? But especially for me, it actually relies a lot on Vodic and Doggo. Because Vodic having, incredible aggressive moments, but Doggo really needing to show that 2023 can be a come-up year for him. I mean, 2022 is something maybe he doesn't want to write home about.
I think the environment in BLG was just rough for him. And, I didn't mean to drop the pun there, but I think it was like a rough year for him where Crisp was doing a lot of the carrying. Bin was someone who came in, and I was really impressed with Bin's performance, as we saw yesterday. Still am.
Yeah,
I think he was 1v9ing, dude. Like,
literally.
Oh, yesterday was such a big day for Bin, despite losing. And, Doggo was just kind of in the middle of that environment, so I hope this is fresh for him, and I hope he gets added guidance from someone like Baolan, who is a world champion. As now they're going to be under pressure, Mazel. They're getting ganked in the bottom lane by Xiaolongbao, who's waiting this out.
Does get spotted out. The exhaust comes through. Immediate cleanse flash will get Doggo out of there. And yeah, just a little bit of background for Doggo. Obviously, was sharing time with Uzi last year. Really wowed the world at MSI 2021 as an E-sub for PSG as well. And it's something you want to just see a continuation of his growth in the league, right, coming over to the LPL. But the other big factor, I think, was the Ning and Xiaolongbao situation, the jungle matchup here. And we see some feelers going out from both junglers so far, and nothing coming up of it just yet.
But a good ward from Ching. I mean, those feelers would have resulted in maybe a successful gank or at least flash, but that ward towards Brush spots out Xiaolongbao, who's moving, and Ching's now just wasting his time, hovering and trying to be a juicy target towards this mid lane. So props here to the LDL champion, who's kept Xiaolongbao here
Flash
for a while,
from
but maybe
Dream.
is it too greedy?
Oh, it's a little too greedy. He's under tower, taking shots from Xiaolongbao. One more auto. It doesn't do it. The healing from the potions. Now Ning is coming over. Xiaolongbao flash. That might be first blood. No, Ultra Prime backing away. Ning a little bit worse for wear after going in that initial engagement. Xiaolongbao was the first to try to strike in the mid lane. A lot of summoner spells used. And Ning, he does have at least to get out of there. The devastating charge, and Ning's still hovering over this mid lane. And since we're seeing so much focus on the mid lane, let's talk about that a little bit. We did put a little bit of a spotlight on Dream and Ching, but maybe not the big focus. They are still so crucial, right? You have two newer players coming in, Dream with a little bit more track record in the LPL, but both of them still very much trying to get their grit in what is one of the best leagues in the world.
Well, I mean, Dream didn't even make playoffs. So he went back down to the LDL after Rookie came back from, unfortunately there was some family business in Korea at the start of summer. And, when Rookie came back, Dream went back down to V587. And in that LDL team, they didn't even make playoffs. They, dropped out quite early through groups. And that was the end we saw of Dream. So it's a shame he couldn't continue that amazing quality he brought into the LPL. But on the other side, Ching was one of the best mid laners in the league, not only because of his champion diversity with things like Zoe, with things like, I think we even saw Talia one game, like he brought out quite a lot, but the fact that he'd play so well with his jungle at the time, which was Hao Ye, who's now also in the league, by the way, in FPX, that he synced up so well, and it was just good to see that he was so switched on for a mid laner, is right now doing the same.
Trying to, and the connections are so important. We saw that with RNG last series, right? Connections between jungle and the rest of the team are so crucial in the LPL and the early advantage that we see. And I think when we're looking at these competitions, right, we do see a lot of scaling factors, I feel like, on both sides. But it is the wanton aggression from the bot lane that I'm wondering upends this early game. Because so far it's been quiet on the home front, right? We had more action in the first two games of last series than we have so far in the first 7 months, right? And I think even with all the aggression we were talking about coming into this series, we're seeing a very much reserved approach from both Ninjas and Pajamas and Ultra Prime.
Which is always going to work out for NIP with these comps. Just to put out there again, reserved approach and kind of feeling the waters is going to work out for NIP. They're only 500 gold down, but I'm liking the way this early game's going so far, where it has been a response from Xiaolongbao just to hover around his mid laner. Even though he was spotted out, he wasted the time of Ching, and even, I mean, it was the other way around because the flash was burnt. It was a bit greedy of Ching to walk back in, but I guess he probably thought that Xiaolongbao had left and thought, nah, there's no way he can be back as Ning.
Oh, Ning getting engaged on here. Power Unleashed.
Nice.
Do just that. 1 kill, first blood to Ultra Prime.
Really nice from Ning. Really well done. And again, that's what I was talking about. For Ultra Prime, getting this game moving and through mid jungle, no less. It's exactly what you want to see. Xiaolongbao's going to try response up at the top side, but there's nothing he can really do with Harry being so far back in the lane. And meanwhile, we look at this 2v2 in the bottom lane. They're going to take it.
Oh, final chapter does end up connecting. The bubble misses the second final chapter proc onto Baolan, and he dies. Do they go for it here? Whoa, taking a little bit of extra damage from the towers there, but the Zeri Yumi coming out on top of the 2v2. Oh, Doggo.
Mazel, he's got barrier.
Oh,
he's
no.
going to do it.
Oh, one more death. Oh, Brawling projectile. Let's go.
And that's huge for NIP. The bottom lane winning the 2v2 against the Solution Nami, but they're just going to wait because Ning has spotted him out. The barrier finally comes through, but Photic is still going to die.
Yeah, not much they can do. Good separation there from Duo to get out of there as well. Try to separate away from Ning. And it looks like Ning he's been very, very open with his aggression, I would say, in terms of these early flashes, finding the cleanup kills, and maybe that's just the game that Ning is trying to pick up here. Some reactive jungling coming through.
It's kind of been everywhere so far. So props to Ning with his return back in the LPL. Like, it has been, I think, 2 years now.
Yeah, 2020.
He left in 2021. Oh, yeah, no, sorry, Mizzle, maybe 2 and a bit. So it's been a hell of a long time for Ning. And remember the last time he played was in those regional finals where IG only just missed out on going to Worlds thanks to LGD. So we'll have some nice stories for you when Ultra Prime and LGD finally go up against each other. As in his return, a great start, but the ball needs to continue rolling here. The problem is that 2v2 kill is still so meaningful, where Photic was able to pick up quite a lot from that. The CS advantage actually in their favor by about 5 as well. And I will say that, you know, Ning might have to push his presence down to that bottom lane and stop Photic from kind of becoming a behemoth early on.
So this is a bit of a side tangent, but did you know that Ning is a sneaker collector? He's going to try to collect the Ninjas with the Java sneakers. Oh, he gets out. Dream survives with a smidgen of health in the mid lane. Goes awry for Ultra Prime.
He shouldn't have, though. God, that unleashed power was so close, and it took Doggo's ult as well, Mazel. Dream will be able to teleport back, but with those 2 ultimates down, I kind of wonder if NIP now positioned for Dragon with so many resources used. They are looking for Photic in the bottom lane in the meanwhile, though, and he might be in trouble depending on what this Yubi does. He's staying.
Oh my god, Doggo! Doggo, what is happening? What? He just gets locked down. He doesn't go down, though, and it was all just a bait because Ning is wanting to clean up Photic for a second time in a row, but Xiaolong Bao is now here as a response, and Ning backs away.
Doggo maybe should have died.
He's not
Photic just stood there in front of 3 people and took those odds. I mean, Photic and PP God, remember Mazel last split? They were iconic for taking on 2v3s that they had no business winning, especially with Senatam Kench. That was a nice little start for the duo to do the same thing.
It's looking good, at least in terms of synergy here. NIP will also take the Dragon #1 of the game. It is 11 minutes and 20 seconds in, so maybe not the most priority. We did have also Rift Herald for Xiaolong Bao, and he's looking mid lane. He has the cease and desist available, but now we're getting a 1v1 in the little talked about top laners. Harry versus Invincible, both using their ultimates a little bit wide. We see Harry go back in with all that movement that Cassante has. Nothing gonna come of it. It's just the 1v1s, but Xiaolong Bao now on the prowl for bot lane. Doggo steps back up. That might have been 2-1. The communication is just so off. He dashes out, survives. You get a little bit of that devastating charge range, but it's not enough, and Doggo actually expertly dodging out of the last end of that engage means that they're set up to follow through with a reactive play of their own.
And Doggo's lucky to be alive, as you said. Cleanse was burnt there. Dwa has to exhaust on the way out, but Xiaolong Bao's still going to commit with the Rift Herald down in bot, which means they're trying to channel all the gold in onto Photic and push out Doggo even further. This is going to be massive Mazel. Despite the play not going well, yeah, the plates will be shared, but mainly Photic getting so close to his immortal shield bow this early on. And NIP are in such a good position in this early game. As messy as it is, I don't think it really it could be going that badly for them if they're ahead in gold and they're able to get pretty much an immortal shield bow on Photic at this time.
Yeah. I do want to check in on those items as you were kind of mentioning towards it. We got the Chempunk Chainsword completed for Xiaolong Bao. The shield bow is now on Photic. You also have the Divine Sunder and the Ludens on Xing and Ning, respectively.
My man, that's big. You know, immortal shield bow coming through before Doggo is able to get the Gale Force. On the other side, Divine Sunder and Luden's Tempest is, of course, always worth a mention, but we'll have to see what Ultra Prime are able to do, because it's just been that one gank with Ching in the mid lane where Ning made himself known. Apart from that, there hasn't been too much to speak of, so I feel like we've had a lot of little skirmishes, but Mazel, people are so lucky in this game. This is like the 6th time with Doggo just before that someone didn't die when they should have.
It's just going to be the consistent key here, I guess, in the all-ins like last series. But it is just a little bit of pressure tempering here from NIP as they look for good jungle pathings into the enemy mid lane, try to find something, as now we've gotten a change up of lanes here for Ultra Prime, and they're trying to pull off a little bit of an RNG play from the earlier series as they bring up Harry, Ning, and Baolan and take down Invincible under tower. He's still immune as he uses the Gwen for a little bit longer, and Ning goes back, gets one more tap. That'll be an easy kill. Meanwhile, Invincible went down, but so does... Oh, nope, Xiaolong Bao does not. So they only lose one member after a couple chaotic plays in positives for Ultra Prime. The entire time, though, Fodic and his support flow have been bursting down the bot lane.
Yeah, they got that turret. The first turret blood belongs to NIP, but I think for Ultra Prime, this is definitely a positive play. You get topside turret, you get the dive off, you open up the map here for Harry to start moving around and getting some of these mid-game skirmishes that we're excited to see. But also the fact is you're not losing anything more than that turret. That was pretty much dead anyway, until now.
Oh, some more troubles coming in bot lane. The aggression for Fodic is being put on display here. Takes the extra tower shot. Shield bow will be popped. Ting having his flash burnt. And I don't know, unless they send more members, which they are right now, if they can deal with Fodic.
Maybe a realm war. This is what happens. Yeah.
Oh
So-
no, he got baited out. That feels bad.
I mean, props to Ultra Prime for making multiple plays on the map during that top lane dive. You know, the
That
realm
was
war
set up
play
by
was
Dream,
sick.
though.
True.
Friendly fire is there.
True. I mean, on the other side of Ultra Prime, they're in the right place, I guess. I'm trying to be positive about it, but you're right. It was friendly fire. So props to Dream for setting up Ultra Prime.
There you go. That does have the ROA, or the Rod of Ages available now to him. So starting that stacking, maybe he's just telling, don't worry, Xiaolong Bao. We'll get to it later. We do have Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. Would be a second Dragon for the Ninjas in Pajamas or a first Dragon for Ultra Prime. And it's very obvious that Ultra Prime are positioning around this mid lane to try and get priority and try to kill Fodic at least. Oh, Doggo.
That was a sidestep from Fodic. I mean, it was really nice angle there from Fodic. Positioning like he's going down, then quickly pass back up. Baiting out the culling is good, but Mazel, I'd still be confident to fight as Ultra Prime here. One item on Syndra, one item on Lucian with Serrated Dirk, and an Imperial Mandate is one of the biggest buffs out of any support. So I think right now you're looking at Ultra Prime to be confident in this second Dragon, and especially with the Herald, this should set them up for success here.
Good indeed. Second Rift Herald is charging onto the mid lane. I don't think the tower just yet, except maybe with the procs here. So another tower will fall in favor of Ultra Prime. They'll try to get a second charge here before they pull back to go for the Dragon. They have a flank coming out from Xiaolong Bao. Not going to commit to it. Was spotted out by the beautiful warding of Ultra Prime. And Invincible taking his turn on a tower, gets the top side outer tower while Ultra Prime concedes the Dragon.
It's important that NIP are not just trading for nothing, right? They got the first Dragon, they've got the second one now given over to Ultra Prime, and you're right, the gold on Invincible is going to be quite big. As they try and push through the mid lane, but Ultra Prime are not going to be giving it willingly. So gold is still pretty much even. In fact, advantage for NIP is still there. It still looks like a pretty NIP favored game, remembering that the scaling was talked about at the start, that we looked at this Zeri Yuumi, the Rise, the Gwen insides later on. Even though Syndra's changed with, a little bit more elements of scaling added into her kit, you have to look at how this comp operates, and if NIP are able to force around the third or fourth Dragon, or even Elder, Baron later on, it's going to look pretty simple for them to take out an all-out 5v5.
We got the Jack show completed for Harry here. Something we haven't seen as much, it feels like, but I'm very excited to get this item, which was just the same as Conquer used to be, or Ravenous Hydra, just take it on any champion. But Cassante definitely fits well in this situation. And I think now that we're getting a little bit of that tankiness built up for Ultra Prime, they'll feel more confident fighting over these objectives and maybe even pushing into the towers. And Harry will just be a Cassante let loose onto the map.
Oh man, he's already got the Jack show. We'll have himself a Sunfire as well coming up second. So going to be able to deal with a lot of that damage coming through from Photic, who went for an and second as we spots out
Photic,
big.
that was so clutch. That was actually so clutch from Photic with the Ultra Shock Laser.
It was a close call, but Ultra Prime are going to continue this fight. However, I'd be scared
Oh
because
my
with
God.
Realm Warp coming through, it's a bait, Balan. Well,
Okay, Tidal Wave goes a little bit wide. Tower does fall, and this is a free 5 for Ultra Prime, but Ning flashes out, gets the double cyclone activation. Harry is taking Invincible on the side. He's not able to find it. He has a knock-up. He gets the knockback. Harry dashes out, though, and nobody falls. But Fodic wants to make that happen here for NIP. Can't find the damage, and again, it's just a stalemate, Hysterics.
so many stalemates. 5 kills. What should have been like 10, 15 by now. Dude, this game is whack, and I have to say, honestly, every time Cassante ults, I think, man, you know, the distance just gets larger or something. Because Journey over the wall, it's like Invincible was the max width away from the wall, but enough for Cassante's ult to calculate it and then push him way past it. So just sent him over to Narnia in the meantime.
Scientific question for you, Mr.
Yeah.
Hysterics. If the journey through the wall of Bard is called the magical journey, what is the journey through the wall with Cassante? Don't say his ultimate name. What is it called if you go through the wall with Cassante?
Oh, man.
A painful journey? Is that?
I don't know. Rock solid journey? Like, it's always through terrain, isn't it?
Tunneling? I don't know. Something like that. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. We'll get back to the league about it.
We'll get there.
But,
you know, casters are inventive. They'll find a name for it for sure.
It is something to keep an eye on, though, especially with that separation that you're talking about. Cassante does add so much in these team fights, where I do feel like a lot of spacing is already available for Ultra Prime's team fights. And you saw Ning beautifully utilizing the clone with the second activation of the Cyclone to get distance away from the party. You do have NIP trying to be ninjas in their own right, going for the engage on the mid lane. Doggo got the cease and desist used before he flashed, so he's just out of the fight completely. And this is just a really rough position for Ultra Prime to defend against.
I love that NIP could just continue turtling this game out, but every time using the peak potential of Vi, this is a much better Vi game here in the LPL than what we saw out of the last game out of Aki. And suddenly NIP are set up for better positioning, better warding around the dragon. They can get themselves some of that deeper vision that they were looking towards. And with that pick on the Doggo, you've just given another kill over to Photic, who is too close to his third item. In fact, hang on a minute. That's going to be a Titanic Zeri. Screw Infinity Edge. As we'll look at the replay
Something
again.
I love here. Yeah, it's just the connection of the cease and desist on the Doggo. There's nothing he can do about it.
Why did he flash?
Yeah,
biggest question.
It's a bit of a rough situation there for sure. And I think I do want to highlight, and I already talked about him a little bit. I'm going to get on my soapbox again, his character. Xiaolong Bao has been such a prominent player for me in the LPL, and seeing his growth even behind and sharing time with Karsa last year, the fact that this organization is willing to commit to him to the beginning of the season, how many incredible mechanic outplays we've seen from this guy, the aggressive pathing in jungle that has led to just blowout victories for V5 before, and I am just here for the growth of Xiaolong Bao.
Yeah, I think you're spot on, because he's a player who, remember, came through from V587, and Xiaolong Bao was darting around with Wei for quite a bit. The old story was that the RNG jungler was, you know, taking his place, and then vice versa when he went to RNG. But Mazel, I have to pause, because story time needs to come later when third dragon is up and when both teams feel confident, especially because Photic is so strong. I'd be looking towards this Zeri to be unhinged alongside Invincible on the Gwen now with the second item in the Nashes. But all it takes is a pick, because they almost started up with someone like Ching.
Almost getting the follow-up with Harry there as well. The Scat of the Week doing a lot of work to separate the fights. And that's where that spacing I was talking about for Ultra Prime comes in clutch, but spacing is not going to help you if your health bar just gets taken out immediately. Harry is down, Cassante is down, and Dragon's on the board. NIP feeling very renewed with this this pick off on Ultra Prime here, and they might find more. No, Ting is down first. Photic will immediately follow, but Ning is in some trouble himself here. Xiaolong Bao goes forward with a little smidgen of health, but it is a trade back 2-for-1 in favor of NIP.
Both junglers are still alive. Ning has Smite, Xiaolong Bao the same as well, but there's no AD carry for NIP. And that's what I'd be concerned about, is bursting down this dragon. As Mazel, I think we're going to flip this one after the Yaki sack before.
I am here for it. Ning, does the OT Jungle King have what it takes? He does not. Xiaolong Bao denies the steal.
It's a good second dragon for NIP. Gold lead goes with it as well. I just love how Ching decided to suicide face plant, all to kill Photic in that play. And to be fair, you know, he did get the shutdown away from this Zeri. And as we look at the replay again, we start with Harry, who about 30 seconds before ran into the whole team of NIP, probably just didn't expect them all to be there. And then Ultra Prime paid the price. And so we're stuck in a 5 versus 4, right? And it's Ultra Prime rotate back around Ching. Great scout of the week to start it off. Then the face plant comes through. And a good ulti from Ning to kind of recover the play. So Wukong playing pretty well here for his debut game back, and at least trying to recover some of the play that was started off with Harry getting caught out.
Yeah, definitely be happy for Ning with a 3-0 start to the game in his first series back here. And Cyclone's coming up now. Shaolin Bell is waiting in the push. Both junglers having ultimates available, having that initial engage for their team up and ready to go, while priority is gained at mid lane by Ultra Prime.
There's one thing I want to mention, that the Baron for NIP in this game is very fast. It's always a threat, so Ultra Prime have to keep their vision around this game, really centered around the Baron. I love right now working as a team, moving up as a unit and getting some of that deep vision, but you have to look at what it takes when they try and cycle around this Baron pit. That Dream now split pushing is adding the pressure, but Harry's going to match him at least.
Noodle fights in the top lane. Nice. But it's funny, right? We haven't even gotten a chance to really talk too much in depth and introduce Invincible and Harry as much, because we've seen these stalemates continuously happening in this game where fighting is occurring, health bars are getting low, but we've only had 9 total kills in almost 26 minutes.
Yeah, it's been, again, just like so many kills that just didn't come through at all. So, again, another surprising game to kick off the series and kick off the first games for both these teams. But there's something I want to look towards, and there's something I need to say here, is that in this game, we're going to be fighting around the next dragon. That's a given. But we are going to be fighting with a 3-item Zeri who will have the Ravenous Hydra that's just now being picked up. So a lot of splash damage, I guess you could say, from Photic. And the first time, I think, on LPL we've seen this build, because every other time it's been the Phantom Dancer with the Infinity Edge, the standard crit build. This time around, you're looking at, you know, what a lot of players will call the lawnmower. We've seen this build coming through from Why Not, OC player, as a flash comes through on the vein, usually, in a similar vein of this. I'm kind of curious to see Photic do it against a team that is relatively squishy. The bruises up in the top lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, my big shtick for Ultra Prime is if they can get Harry onto Photic. And yes, that's tough, but Cassante has a lot of mobility, and I think that's something that Ultra Prime are really going to have to be on top of their P's and Q's to find execution in. And it is just going to rely on these side lanes and how they're going to influence these big team fights, where NIP are trying to bait Baron out a little bit to at least get vision around it and set things up to force the question marks out of Ultra Prime.
Again, it's a good threat because that Baron is just going to be so quick. And when I said relatively squishy, obviously relatively means only half. Because, yeah, it's going to be hard to kill some of these members. But you can see Photic's angle is Ching Doggo. You know, even Baolan, right? Like, he wants to assassinate some of these carries. When you have so much damage on the side of NIP in the Rise, in the Gwen as well, I guess it's not really an issue, considering that there's going to be a lot of threats from different angles that Ultra Prime have to deal with. And Mazel, if they get hit by a needlework or if they're just in a choke against the Rise, I think it could just be game over. So they definitely need to be the ones making the engage here. We'll have to see how they set themselves up, because a minute till the Dragon coming through, it'll be sole point for NIP if they can get this. And I feel like it would just be a bit of a nail in the provincial coffin that is this game, even though Gold's not that far ahead, but just simply because NIP would be setting up a fight for Soul on their terms.
Yeah, and we're getting to a point where we're having 3 items on a lot of these very hard scaling picks for NIP, and those fights come harder and fewer between, right, for Ultra Prime. I will say, like, having the Force of Nature now for Harry, the Cassante is going to be ridiculous, and I'm very much looking to execution for that, and the pickouts that are potential for Ultra Prime.
It's going to be hard to do any damage against him. 3 items as strong as Shaolin Bell.
Okay. A little bit close there for Shaolin Bell. Maybe thinking twice on hitting the cease and desist on that one. But, you know, you catch Doggo out, it might be worth it. Invincible, having used the Shroud there.
I mean, Doggo has been getting caught out. Like, that half of the health bar, he has an army, but that's how much burst damage is coming through, is they're just going to start dragging and force Ultra Prime into their territory.
The division game here. They have the Scribes War Dragon getting so low. Shaolin Bao baiting it out. CC coming in on a Harry. We'll see the Dragon go over to Doggo. He gets the redemption there, but afterwards, it's the quick final chapter to end the chapter of Ultra Prime here in this game. It might just be a snowball as Doggo under tower trying to outplay Invincible. Invincible can't find the kill, but mid lane tower is the focus of the ninjas in pajamas.
But what did it cost, Mazel? It cost everything. Baron is a quick fix here for NIP. It's going to go down so quick with just these 3 members as well. Not only that, but they're going to be able to get this inner turret through the mid lane as long as Dream is able to commit and just auto attack here, which one more says yes. So it's a gold trade for NIP. They wiped half the team in doing so, and with the Baron, with this side lane threat and the Gwen that's already beefed up, with the Rise, I'd have to say that still wasn't worth what it cost for Ultra Prime.
The only thing I'll say is the extra 5 minutes might somehow come out to a benefit for them later on. I think that's a big thing to stop, but the fight afterwards is so rough.
So, a good steal from Doggo. I want to point out, Shaolin Bao altered Nink's clone, so that's just unfortunate to watch.
We weren't going to talk about that, Hysterics.
Nah. I had to, dude. I had to. And even though Ning gets out and Doggo as well, if only just. They picked apart the pieces. NIP got themselves an infinity edge on their Zeri. Photic has 4 items now.
Yeah.
So this lawnmower is going to start tearing up even further, as even Invincible on the side lane with the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to make that much of a difference. Being able to buy time for the rest of his team with this Baron buff and bring the rotations around us. Look, no fear.
Oh my god, just blind with the scanner. Almost takes out Balvan, and Photic does just that. Ultra Prime just have no stake in the game anymore. That's a double kill for the 2022 Spring All-Star champ, and now Photic clean it up even more. That's 4 for 0 for the Ninjas in Pajamas, and maybe even a quadra kill for Photic, but a hell of a start to the season for NIP and a 1-0 victory in this best of 3.
They've changed their name, but definitely haven't changed their game, with core players like Photic really racking up the kills in that game. The debut of NIP looks good. And against Ultra Prime, that are also rocking the experience, that looked pretty solid from the team that just wanted to scale into the game and get into those 5v5s. It looks pretty rough with how Zeri impacts the late game.
Yeah, that 5 minutes did not buy them extra time.
It did not.
Right now.
It did not.
So a lot of really good stuff early on for NIP. It felt like the Ning really with his pathing and trying to find all the influence he could early on, but it was the outright aggression and fighting, skirmishing that kept coming out. It felt like a little bit edging for NIP, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then all of a sudden the game's over.
Yeah, and look, you know, props to Ultra Prime for trying to play through the picks of Ching, but you know, there was that one pick in the mid lane, but the rest of the game, NIP were always trading well. You could see that gold grab was just coasting them across until that final team fight in front of the Dragon. And I think you were saying in game, like, there was a bit of a disconnect just with Doggo and the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He had a couple of good moments, but yeah, it was because, you know, Doggo stepping back up at the turret or not moving towards his team, like, there was just some things that he thought, you know, Doggo's, I guess, not acting like the 80 carry you want. So, had a bit of a rough time, but Mazel, I think I would be highlighting the fact that, you know, Shaolin Bao in this fire had some really good picks to set up. Dream as well was just rocketing across with the Realm Orbs, but Photic still has that X factor, man, winning the 2v2 in the bottom lane early, that definitely set him up.
That's the most interesting thing to me is, like, Photic has been lauded for this, like, you know, we already talked about it a little bit more, but he's been playing since 2018, right? Spent a lot of time for top esports, getting replaced by Jackie Love, and now coming in here, right? Having some time on the V5 roster in the first place, and now NIP, and seeing that he's still able to just absolutely smash, even in lane, out of lane, team fights. He also gets MVP.
Yeah, hell yeah, deserves it, doesn't he? Photic on Zeri, not the first Zeri tonight to get MVP, and definitely won't be the last next week at the very least, as this is the end of our week.
Or just tonight, who knows?
So, take away Photic and Dwal's new laning phase. Like, it was beautiful, it was Yumi, yes, but it was very connected, and I can't give anything but respect to the two of them, and especially with 38% of this team's damage. What a surprise!
Yeah,
God,
that's
easy.
a lot, even for Zeri standards. But it was about like how they utilized it. And I think that's something interesting for Xiaolong Bao and moving forward in this series. He's not necessarily just going for those carry centric. I'm going to farm or I'm going to take kills and I'm going to carry. Right? He is leaning into, at least in the first game, the Vita set up the teammates. I'm really excited to see what they can do and what Ultra Prime can do to bounce back in game 2. As we're going to step away, take a little break.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Welcome back to the LPL for the final series of the day. We are neck deep into Ninjas in Pajamas versus Ultra Prime, where NIP came out with a topsy-turvy game number 1 win, but ended up with a pretty steep gold graph down.
I didn't have a white flag, but it was definitely raised at the end by Ultra Prime. No, but in all seriousness, like, it was a competitive game. They utilized their pick comp quite well, but we got towards that last dragon fight, and I think the problem was that Zeri just had such an easy time in lane, or rather, a very successful time in lane. So once we got out of laning phase, we knew that Photic was in such a great position to carry that it was going to take a hell of a lot more picks from Ultra Prime to really get themselves steamrolling. The rest of NIP just kept cleaning out house, kept playing the pick game themselves, and I think it was a really nice reaction from even from Shalom Bao, who helped get that pick behind mid turret that kind of set up for the rolling success that got them into the Dragon.
And I do want to put a little bit of focus on Ultra Prime here because they did look good early game, right? And we're getting into the second game now, no switch up of sides, which I guess has just been the meta so far. Everybody just stays on the same side. They are not changing it up. So,
bloody Gangplank.
The run back, baby, I guess, for Ultra Prime. Whereas on Ninja's Pajamas, they have changed things up slightly by adding the Gangplank in the top side for Invincible.
I think this is something that I hope if Jamada's watching, I'm not misquoting him, but it was something that was like a questionable matchup into the Cassante. There's a lot of matchups up into the top side people are experimenting with, but for GP, I remember that he does pretty well into some of the melee top matchups that obviously can't close the gap as easily. So I'm kind of curious to watch this one in action. Invincible had a really good game one on that Gwen, but it was banned away this time against him. The GP is going to be interesting because it adds a little bit more of that global presence, considering you still have the Rise. You still have the Vi, which is a pretty good tool. I like NIP kind of running it back with a different element now that the Gwen's not available, with still that scaling top. It's a similar comp. Mazel, look at it on the other side for Ultra Prime.
It's literally run back, baby.
It is. So, exact same again, guys. Look for Ultra Prime to play through picks, or NIP just get to a late game or even ultra late game. I feel like they just outscale and team fight so much better.
And what's crazy is last game we got to 2 dragons apiece, right? Like, it wasn't even that far into like the objective scaling. It was just pure items, right? Photic was at 4.5 items at crucial moment, and immediately they just ended the game because of it. We did see a little bit of aggression early on from both junglers there, but it should be just the calm and steady start. Wondering if Ning does what he did last game and try to find some early advantages in places, especially towards mid lane. That was so close to working out for them last game early on. I mean, that was the story, it felt like, of the first 15 minutes, is that we kept having people be dropped down to sub 200 health, but nobody died.
Yeah, that's right. Unlucky early game, I think, for Ning, but even unlucky for NIP in some points as well. So, Mazel, as I'm about to sneeze,
I got you.
Over.
I covered.
You gotta have to,
so they got the ward on the top side. So at least Ning will not be watched as he does the blue buff. They still do spot him out. So both junglers starting on the top side, going towards the bottom side, unless we get some unique pathing. And honestly, with the confidence built up from last game of Photic and Swope, I wonder if they're gonna play a little bit more aggressive in the early parts of this 2v2.
Dude, I'm wondering about the 2v2, the level 2 as always, but also camera missed it in the top side. Invincible got some really good trading off, and remember, he's running first strike, so I think he would have gotten a lot of gold value out of Harry walking into Fog of War, into Brush, into lane. So there was a bit of a HP bar advantage, but level 2's been hit first by Harry on the Cassante. And so Invincible just backed off in the lane. Level 2 hit by both his bot laners as well. Photic actually going for the aggressive trade. There's the exhaust. Cleanse out immediately. Taking on the Lucian Nami. Remember, they've got so much sustain coming through here. But Photic is going to lose out overall in the trade, as you'd expect when Doggo and Baolan can get something of themselves. Meanwhile,
no flash bell. He pops Ghost immediately. Harry's using the dash to get out. Nicely done. Gets away from the Vault Breaker. So, or Devastating Charge, rather. And then you have the continuation of just the stalemate in the top side.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it was nice from Harry to get out. Just seeing the interaction like ships in the night. As Ning wants to dive this Mazel. Oh, timing. And he's out.
Late. Okay, a little bit late to leave the tower. Realizes he's got a Monkey King behind him. Does get the Airy proc there in the beginning part of it, but not going to have anything to really dodge out of this one. And you see Shaolin Bao is like on his way, booking it down here. And Doggo has now flashed forward. This is really bad for Ultra Prime. This is way too much of a commitment, and they are going to just be decimated. You find yourself in the enemy lines, and then they just come up behind you and put you into the ground. We get one big scat of the week there from Ultra Prime. They might find Shaolin Bao, but he's got the Yumi. And the early healing is just enough. Now Photic is getting the AoE procs. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot. Ning down, flash forward. Baolan falls. The world champion duo is gone.
Mazel, it's a disaster. That just sucks with Ultra Prime's intention so good, but Dwar has the heal to give him the movement speed boost to run out of the auto attack from Doggo to help out. And as you said, it was just a disaster lying in wait. We'll watch again because Dwar does a bit of damage, heals himself up, then it's the heal that comes through, and so he doesn't get auto attacked. Has someone to mount in Photic. That's right, as soon as that's when you knew. Because Shallenbao coming in with a Vault Breaker just made it a short thing. And Dream teleporting down. I mean, this is what we love about NIP's prospects, where they're so concrete as a unit. And then even this, like Photic going over the level 2 Zeri, just cleaning house with her own movement speed. And the confidence to flush into Baolan, knowing he has no mana, picks up a double kill. Mazel, that's a 2-kill Zeri. It's even worse than the first game.
It is. And Shallenbao has been so intricate with his Vault Breakers, both in last game and this game, just waiting and finding catch-outs in fog, in blind shots a lot of time. And that wasn't, right? But, like, just seeing the consistency from Shallenbao on this Vi is incredible to kick off the season for NIP.
You've got Shallenbao on Vi, you've got Dream on Rise as well. You know, picks that really identify with the player's playstyle. I mean, Dream is... He was such a good roamer on things like Lysandra as well last year when he covered for Rookie. This sits really well with him, and I want to point out that he'll be level 6 soon as well. So expect those Realm Warps really hovering down towards the bottom lane. As Shallenbao's already tried to assert dominance, setting up some deep vision and spotting Ning out in his red side jungle.
So we got level 6s coming across for solo laners. We will have Realm Warp now available for Dream to make a proactive play. That's now the spotlight on Ching and how he can either force the hand of Dream or respond to a Dream play to the side lanes. And I think Ning is still really just searching for his into this game, right? He has changed it up, not going the blue smite, going the red smite this time around. Doesn't make that much of a difference. But Ning has not found that early stalemate that we saw last game and not finding the proactivity that maybe he would.
And he found something last game through mid. It was the mid 2v2 pick that kind of set Ning up and, you know, gave some power back over to Ultra Prime. This time around, the possibility's still there, but it's kind of out on rotation. You know, Ning's got a bit of a level advantage, and maybe he tries an angle for the bot lane, but again, hitting bot right now is still pretty hard with the Vamp Scepter, and with Shallenbao and Dream both being down here on Dragon, Ning can't pull the play on bot.
I mean, he's just being made to wait. It feels like he literally just sat there in the tri-bush, almost completed his full back, stopped his back, so a lot of time. Or maybe it's worth the commitment. Photic, one dodge away. Oh, we get the ulti in top lane as the cannon barrage is not enough, and Harry gets his solo bolo.
Oh, we didn't get to talk about the matchup, but I guess at level 6, as soon as you go all out, Gangplank just stands there and goes, well, there's not too much I can do. Invincible getting taken down. That's good news here for Ultra Prime, with Harry already having a massive CS lead. He's going to be able to get quite a lot here from the plate. Should be 2. So Mazel, that is a player's Realm Warp, though.
Yeah, Dream is here. There's a big old minion wave, though. And Dream locks him down. A couple little movement abilities from Harry. It's just going to be a slow and steady chain of Dream trying to whittle down Harry as he goes. He's going to have to dash up very soon, and Dream blasting forward under tower. One more.
Dream!
No, he gets it. Dream shuts down Harry in the top side.
Nice judge of damage. Cassante takes a long time to kill, but Dream knew what his output would be. And there's a reverse solo Mazel. I think enough time had passed from Invincible, so we now have 2 solo kills.
And I do want to highlight, we haven't gotten to talk about them at all. We highlighted them a little bit coming into the series, but I want to utilize this incredible play here as we were seeing kind of the back and forth to talk a little bit about Harry, right? And in this 1v1, you can see the mechanics shining through this, startup that came through initially the EDGU system, finding the 1v1 on Cassante onto the potential carry of Gangplank for Invincible.
Up against the V587 top lane. There's going to be a lot of stories this split about, LDL talent coming in, finally getting their shot. I think, we had story about reunion for this LPL split where people like Ning and Baolan are meeting back up, right? where we also have things like, I think Shalom and Invincible at once upon a time might have played together as well. We've got, other IG World 2018 members meeting up, MSI champions Xiaohu and Casa meeting back up. But the TLDR of it is like there's so many stories, like so many cool stories of, players also getting their debut because there was so much roster shuffling in the off season.
That's what I've loved so much about coming this year is that we have seen a call-up. I feel like a lot more than maybe is normal of a lot of the LDL prospects that have been really, really shining throughout the offseason tournaments, throughout, LDL itself in spring and summer. And that is something I love to see because it's always about following these new players, these new stories, because you kind of have a legacy here in the LPL. And to try to etch your name into that legacy is never an easy thing to do. But you have to. And seeing the progression of these teams committing to the newer talent is in itself just awesome.
Yeah, it really is. Again, there's been a lot of prospects that we've been waiting for a long time. I think Ching's definitely one of them who we've been waiting to see in the LPL. Hell, even after we saw Dream cover for Rookie, I'd say that he's one of the prospects that we've been waiting to see in the LPL full time. And, this is his split to do it full time because they don't have another mid laner. Rookie's left. He's now on top esports. And so Dream finally gets his shot on the roster that, does have prospects to be in playoffs. Let's be real.
Yeah.
NIP with their talent. I mean, I put them in playoffs myself. I think I put them like top 8 or top 9, somewhere in there. They deserve to be in there. They've got a lot of talent.
And a lot of that does come down to the consistency, it feels like, of Shaolin. Because we have seen the version of E5 that doesn't have consistency in jungle and falters at every give, it feels like. Now Shaolin Bao looking for a bot lane gank. Will not be spotted out in his setup as Ning has gone far and away from this bottom lane. Maybe it's time for a dive.
Well, it's going to be a bit hard with someone who's up on both of them as top lane might be
Invincible.
solo kill again.
Cannon Broad. Oh, the all out. He doesn't have the knockback though. Harry gets out with the movement and nicely done. It's a very, very close stalemate between the top laners.
Essence Reaver difference there, Mazel. That completed item versus none here for Harry, I think is all the difference in that solo play. So as Ching tries to come in the top lane, I think Invincible will be getting out in the nick of time. As you said, very well played. And the Gangplank starting to get to this point where he's going to have a bit more impact on the game. His ultimate used in the solo lane, so he won't have it for the dragon that's coming up, but I'm kind of going to question if Ultra Prime are willing to contest this one, because right now, Harry hasn't got TP. He's used it to get to the top lane. He's shoving a wave in. Does he move down, or does he continue for this plate up before Invincible gets there?
See if they can get a little bit of extra gold here as well with the Rift Herald picked up for Ning.
Good point.
It's going to be a little bit difficult, maybe, but I guess they bring Baolan here and try to get the Rift Herald charge in there for Ching. At this point, could take two plays. Shaolin Bao has already been doing the dragon. This will be second dragon for NIP.
Great timing. Ultra Prime was setting up for dragon with the Herald through mid, but NIP were just already on it from the start. I mean, Shaolin Bao now might turn this into a dive.
A little bit cautious there, though, as a lot of bodies went missing for Ultra Prime. And nicely reserved from NIP, honestly. I don't know if we see the same Shaolin Bao, backing off last year.
Sure.
But we'll see this time around as he's just trying to play a game against Ning and really make his own mark here to start off the season.
I mean, I think when we look at Shaolin Bao, you're right. It's a lot of those aggressive moves early on. Like, I remember Shaolin Bao in RNG as a really good Rek'Sai. Like, his first 15 minutes would be pretty scary in how he impacts lanes, but this is definitely a more reserved one who is looking at the overall objective here. And for NIP, those dragons, you could say, is the overall objective because we're once again in a paced-out game where NIP just have to chill in the fridge. Literally wait until they're ready to come out and wait for that 3 items area. Wait for the rise as well. Like, NIP even pulling the trigger's good.
Invincible baiting out Harry and a lot of movement. Oh, if he got that last knock up, the flash away from Invincible seals his fate, and Dream picks up the kill on the top side. Ching, meanwhile, with Ning's help, trying to take more turret plates in mid lane. They'll get a 4th, maybe even take a time.
The minion wave's going to thin out a little bit. That's right. So Photic moving up to mid as well. Depends on what Shaolin Bao does.
Oh,
they're gonna be
I saw
okay for now.
Foda coming up. I was like, maybe they do the Wombo combo.
It is going to be traded in topside though, so along with the kill, Invincible will get his own solo plate, and solo plates on the gangplank. I mean, again, what I was just saying before is that the scaling is so big that now with the gangplank as well, you just look at that global map presence that he adds, plus the semi-global from Dream. NIP can be in any of these side lanes in an instant, and they are just going to be side lane threats the whole game long. So I think you're in a very comfortable spot if you're an NIP fan here, as we look at the replay for what just was a close encounter with a gangplank.
Close encounter the fourth kind here.
Oh, yeah. They're like, he'll be fine. Invincible had to burn the flash, unfortunately, but hey, you know, at least it sets up for the plating for Invincible in the end.
Indeed. I do want to point out we are getting progressively further along with the item completions. Pretty much everybody having their mythic now completed, except for Invincible, who went with the Essence Reaver, and except for Shaolin Bao, who ended up going with the Kenpung Chainsword as is tradition. But it's still setting up beautifully for 2 minutes and 15 seconds till the next dragon.
Okay, and that third dragon is going to be the start of Infernal Soul point for NIP as well. So Ultra Prime definitely going to be contesting this one, as Dream is holding a 2-man in the side lane right now with Shaolin Bell darting up towards the top lane.
Oh, no. Nice little move out to the side. Lightning Crash is trying to get the rest of the team to help him here. A lot of, at least poke coming down from Fodic on the back end of the fight. Doggo and Balan not able to get the actual full day. Oh my god, the Gale Force 4 with the dash, but he still has Glow under him, so I don't think there's much they can do.
Look over the
He
wall.
might be set up for a gate for Harry, trying to knock him through, trying to knock him back, and Fodic dies, goes down to Dream. Cannon Barrage is fired in return. The tower falls though, and gold into the pockets of Ultra Prime.
Props to Ultra Prime for really committing to the play when it all seemed a little bit lost after Fodic honestly was threatening the turn back. This will give them the start of Herald as well and open up one of these side lanes. And hopefully it's going to be worth it in the end, because Invincible is able to push this turret. Shaolin Bao going to help out as well. That's an inner turret taken down at the 16-minute mark. So gold in the short term is still going to NIP.
Actually incredible they were able to get that down. It is the trade back on the opposite side of the map, though. Ning secures the Rift Herald. That's the second one of the game for Ultra Prime. So at least trading in neutral objectives so far, 2 for 2. But Dragon on the board, 40 seconds. We had set up with some item completions. Now we're a little bit further along there. No second items completed just yet, but there's the Rift Herald distraction available for Ning if they want to start fighting for these dragons.
Now, I wonder, last time the Rift Herald distraction wasn't set up as cleanly as you'd like. This time around, 20 seconds to that dragon. As you mentioned, the Herald needs to come out soon, but Ning's actually just gone back to base. So setup is definitely in favor of NIP, who get Scuttle, who've got deep vision around this river area. And after we see NIP, you know, we put the phone down. I think Dream's gotten 4 of something. I just want to see what the items are looking like here, because NIP, their chance of fighting, I would like to know, Mazel. There we go, finally. Maybe we leave this one behind, because even though you got 2 item GP, I mean, right now I wouldn't touch that Syndra at all, and I wouldn't go anywhere near Doggo, so that's well left.
It is indeed. So Ning takes his dragon. Easily done. Side lanes are just in tatters for Ultra Prime right now. They have both their side lane towers taken out. They're tier 2s. And it's just kind of a waiting game, as you said. Chilling in the fridge for NIP so far. And something else that I feel like has been a consistent part to this second game is it feels like Ultra Prime don't necessarily have proactive answers or answers in general unless they find these kinds of picks where Doggo's putting in a front load of damage to start off the fights.
And it's also props to NIP, because they're the ones not giving it over. It's the vision that they've held in River for the majority of the game. And it's actually a lot of Shaolin Bao moving between these sides that is giving threat to Ultra Prime, where they're thinking, well, Shaolin Bao's always there for a response, right? This is a good Herald play, though, in the bottom side to set up Harry to open up these side lanes and give some of that vision some test. Because the reason NIP have been able to set up all this vision is they got down those outer turrets pretty early in the game. Mazel inner turrets as well helps out, where they're able to put deeper vision into the enemy jungle without as much of a threat. And this time around, we do get a trade in the bottom side turret going down. The map is quite long, which means Ultra Prime can match some of the vision, clear out some themselves, and kind of reacts to Xiaolong Bao, who has been hovering in Foggerball for quite a while in this fight.
The Seraph's Embrace very close to completion for Dream as well. That secondary boost stacking up both here, the Rod of Ages and the Seraphs should be coming along very quickly. But not having that second item for Doggo is going to be so detrimental to their way of taking these team fights, right? And I think you still have a while. It's not necessarily a quick Baron team right now for an NIP, so I think that's kind of off the table for them, but they can't get caught in these moments where Xiaolong Bao can set up the rest of the team for kills.
But vice versa, Ultra Prime, Qing can do the same. You saw the burst damage there, that was from Syndra's Scatter of the Week, I'm assuming. But Qing as well with that ultimate, I mean, I'd assume by now we don't have a count of those Splinters of Wrath, but Qing should be getting close to that 120 and that extra 15% AP, the execute on the ultimate as well, which is under 15% health. So this Syndra is a very big threat to even some of the tankier members of NIP at the moment. Qing seems to be the lifeline and started that pick. Oh, is he? Oh, he is too. 94. Well done. Okay. So not 120 yet. It's Balan. Flash.
Oh no, that's a quick catch. And we literally just said what happens when Xiaolong Bao found you. Oh no, he misses the Vault Breaker, but it's okay. Nobody saw that one. They still end up with the one kill in favor of NIP. And I talked about maybe not being able to do the Baron, but at this point they might just force it.
Okay, 5 versus 4, as you said, 10 seconds. But yeah, they're not going to force it for now. Still too risky with this Syndra's range, combined with Doggo as well, who still isn't on the second item, by the way. But the pick's all you need. Again, the game is going longer. It's a 3,000 gold lead for NIP. And this Zeri now has Runans looking to go the same build as last game, with the Ravenous most likely third. And a strength here for Ultra Prime is, well, NIP are going to start it.
Yeah, Harry has no hope of getting out of this one. Even with the TP with Dream, like, there's no way. Invincible cleans up the kill, gets the extra gold. And here come Ultra Prime to try to respond. They are forcing this so heavily. They do get Xiaolong Bao. Look at Potus, though. He's out caught on the side. He has a lot of AoE damage. And you got to look at the back like Dream and Invincible were there. Ultra Prime realized the fate that was about to be beholden to them. And they don't take the bait.
Trade onto the jungler a minute before Dragon. It's not going to be enough, but it will be enough to set themselves up vision around the next objective. I will say, however, Mazel, might have been a different story if Qing was at 100 stacks and could get that execute at 15%. Maybe there was a very different story to get the 80 carry, and then that could set up the Baron here for UP. But 30 seconds till the Dragon, that's what you're looking towards. Focus on Qing, who in that last play was definitely the person to set them up for success. He's got a stopwatch now as well, so look for Qing to be playing on the aggressive here on the Syndra. I still think this is the person to carry the game into a game 3 for Ultra Prime.
It would have to be. It's either him or maybe Harry gets to the point where he's just ridiculously strong. But Balan gets half of his health taken out. Cannon Barrage will hit the middle, hit Qing. It goes gold, and there's not much left to save him. Ning and Harry on the sidelines. And Xiaolong Bao helps Invincible pick up the kill. Now Harry, by himself, try to run away for the rest of ninjas in pajamas. But they're just that. They're ninjas, and they are in pajamas, and they're chasing you down. They want to go to sleep and put Harry to sleep as well. That'll be a quick kill given over and a quick Dragon to NIP.
And Xerix wants to be in pajamas as well, so I guess they might be doing me a favor here, Mazel. NIP, I mean, the usage of ultimates in that fight was just gorgeous. As that Dragon leads to Soul Point, and it's a 3-item GP. We're going to have a 3-item Zeri pretty shortly as well. Yeah, I mean, it's full lethality, and he's going to be one-shotting these core carries. Like, this is grand to see. It's such a good opening game as we look at the replay. Look at Invincible here.
Oh my god.
Burns down Baolan, that's half HP, but it's the ultimate Mazel. It's the ulti here from Invincible with Dream flashing forward. That puts Qing in such a bad position. Remember, he was the core carry we wanted to see. The rest of the team is zoned out. Invincible then helps chase down Harry at the end of the fight, zones him off for Dragon, and leads to Soul Point, which in 4 minutes leads to an Infernal Soul for a gangplank that is so far ahead of the curve. It's good to see here that NIP, I mean, it's not just the named members that we were looking at here, like Dream, Photic, really stepping up to the plate. Invincible's had a pretty decent series so far as well.
Yeah, I think that's the incredible part. That's why I wanted to throw a little bit more storylines towards them, because we had just talked so much about the rest of the map. We had seen in the first game, it's just a noodle fight up there in the top lane. But now we're starting to get the breadth of a best of 3 here. And nice quick decision making from Shalom onto Ning, onto the back line. Ning is down 0-2. And Shalom with the rest of NIP position around the Baron.
They're going to start it up. Mazel in a 4 versus 5. Harry's looking to teleport back in. But
out of the weak
Photic
power
can turn it.
Oh, Photic goes down. The at least fight around the Baron is not there for NIP. And Ultra Prime strike while the iron is hot.
It's all about Ching, baby. This Syndra pick means business, and that's how Ultra Prime can still win some of these fights, man. The damage is nuts, and honestly, Ultra Prime look revitalized, and they stopped the Baron too. Now still looking for a pick.
Doggo playing pretty aggressively there with his dash forward. They're going to start the Baron? This is bold from Ultra Prime. Hysterics.
I don't know, though, if they want to continue on, because this game playing's going to be coming in red hot. The teleport towards mid, and they're not doing this fast enough.
I mean, they have all the setup. Shaolin Bao's walking around the edge. Ultra Prime realize what position they put themselves in, but they're at half health already. That's Doggo's calling to separate the fight a little bit, stop the advance from NIP. But the advance continues into the mid lane now that Ultra Prime are out positioned.
Invincible just needs a barrel chain, just needs setup. He's almost level 16,
Doesn't
by the
catch
way.
it. The power unleashed is not there in the tank. And final chapter was Ning is on the back line, triple knockup, but he goes down afterwards. The cannon barrage is separating so much of the fight. And Ching, he has, he missed the scat of the week. He had no balls and he couldn't get any stuns off. And that is a quick kill for NIP. And that is maybe even a Baron here if they want to turn on it. But I feel like the health bars just are non-existent. They're going to force it anyways.
They don't have Photic. That's going to mean it's going to be a little bit slower than expected. However, Dream on the rise maybe helps that point. With Invincible looking for setup through Fog of War, this could be the fight. Baron's gone.
No. Doggo cleanses. He has a little bit of space here. Harry goes down to the back line. Bubble connects, but Doggo's already lost all of his health. And Xiaolong Bao's coming to town. And he's got some beautifully done soup dumplings. A double kill for the jungler of NIP. And maybe even just a little bit more of an edge here in this game as they circle around almost 9,000 gold.
And you have to think that's the finishing blow now with Baron. We'll look again, Mazel, because Ching tried his heart out, but he steps up to the turret, puts himself in harm's way, burns a flash, and now that he's zoned out the fight, no one can finish the carries that Ning sets up so nicely for. Everything's a bit scattered from Ultra Prime, and then Ching's Scatter the Weak is just out of range. Even though the R button deletes Photic, now with over 100 Splinters of Wrath, it's not enough in the end, despite Ching really kicking off that fight and getting the massive burst damage in front of the Baron. This Syndra, man, making it so close, but I truly think that last fight might have been the nail in the coffin, as now with an Infinity Edge, Invincible might finish it here.
Ning just gets eviscerated, and now without a jungle, there's not much Ultra Prime have to say around the map as side lanes are going to be pushed in, at least the bottom side lane is, and they have a lot of pressure onto the engine powers here. Dream getting flanked here. Does Dream get caught out? He does get the all-out used onto him. A little bit of damage for Dog. He's so fast! He's so doggone fast, Hysterics! And they're losing their base for Ultra Prime!
I mean, it's a Rise who's got Zonya's Hourglass, his 3 items, so much health. They just don't have the damage stats to burn through, and Dream survives. They open up the bot lane through Inhibitor, and Mazel, the Infernal Soul off the back of it as well. Ultra Prime can't catch a break, and with how close the health bars have been this game yet again, it does just feel like a couple of plays going their way, turning around a couple of clutch moments, and maybe this would have been a very different game that could have led us to a game 3.
Indeed, but that Infernal Soul, as you said, and the steady lead that NIP have gained themselves, they are now over that 10,000 gold lead over them, and I think it's pretty much just about hammering it home at this point. I think there's a lot of things for Ultra Prime to find if there's overconfidence from NIP, maybe even Xiaolong Bao, but the map state is very difficult to play.
Especially with that deep vision we talked about earlier in the game. You look at bot, it's
Oh,
covered in
no.
it, and even here,
They don't even stop. I mean, they signed up for the tickets and they just keep giving them out. And Fodic gets another kill. He takes down Ning, who has just spent the last 5 minutes, a lot of it in the Death Realm. See Doggo try to capitalize on a bubble from Baolan, but they are getting pushed in every way, shape, or form. And now Fodic is flashing forward with the lightning crash. Doesn't get hit by the bubble either. And Harry all's out, but no. Xiaolong Bao will deny it. A double kill for Fodic and a pop-off performance for the Ninjas in Pajamas, who in their first series in the LPL since the new name will take a 2-0 victory over previous and reunited world champions Ning and Baolan and the rest of Ultra Prime.
a defining victory when you consider that NIP are dealing with the same thing RNG are. They have to reconstitute their roster and fill in the massive gaps left behind by players like Rookie and PP God and hell, even Caster during the prime. Right now, NIP are looking like a pretty switched on roster, and Xiaolong Bao a great choice to stick with, alongside Dream and Photic, who still hold charge. But got to give props to the top lane. In that game, Invincible, really solid laning phase, really great ultimates, and positioning on this gangplank made it look like an optimal choice into the Cassante, especially in the mid game when grouping up for those 5v5s became a reality for NIP.
Yeah, and I'm going to gush here, Hysterics, because I just can't be more happy for Xiaolong Bao. He's a player I've had my eye on just because I love the style he brings to the table, and even through a lot of the trials and tribulations last year, really love to see that the organization is willing to stick with him, an up-and-coming aggressive jungler in the LPL. Maybe they're not super hard to find, but a good one that is consistent, maybe a little bit harder to find. And special shout-outs to Xiaolong Bao for the way that he kind of presented himself against Ning, who's coming back after multiple years. Got to give a small tear for Doggo, though, one of my favorite players who did not have a great performance in this series. So a couple of goods and bads coming off of this series for both teams.
And I think, like, looking at the world champions in Ultra Prime, Ning and Baolan didn't actually have as bad of a series as I thought, you know, coming back in after such a long period of time off. I think Ning had a pretty good couple of games, despite, you know, Xiaolong Bao obviously being the better jungle choice, but Ning had some pretty big interactions this game, and it's just unfortunate because once we saw the power of those picks, it was like, okay, now what are Ultra Prime going to do with it? Timing's not there, or they don't have the health bars to contest for Baron further, or they're not in the right place to set up for the Dragon Steal. Ultra Prime always kind of thinking 2 steps ahead, and I think in multiple roles kind of getting gapped, like top lane this time around, Invincible, playing one hell of a gangplank game where as soon as he got towards that first item, that Essence Reaver, he started doing pretty well in the 1v1s against Harry.
Yeah, and I think just seeing the fact that Fodic is still the Fodic we know from last year and still willing to go ham in the right moments, but is just that big carry potential for Ninjas in Pajamas, as he was for V5 last year. The late game is where he shines. And yes, we were talking about like the 2v2s in lane, but there's just a different level of execution when it comes to these team fights that he is willing to go ham in the right moments.
Yeah, he really is. And again, like, you look at how that's built up through the confidence of these players being together. It's like there's a lot of experience here in this roster. And, you know, it's funny, talk about experience in this roster. There's a lot of experience in both rosters.
Yeah,
so
I would say
you know, develop of Ultra Prime, you know, should be good with people like Ning, Baolan on the same team, even Doggo, right? But when you look at the other side and the power that is NIP, you start thinking, man, like Xiaolong Bao has played with some of the best. Like Photic has really got experience in the league as well. And these guys led the charge here for the new and improved, I'd say, old V5 roster.
And again, on the vibe, right? I'm like, this guy was the man that was willing to take Belveth even when LPL Belfast were not looking good. A guy who is willing to take aggressive picks, right? Be aggressive in the jungle. And this time it was more of a setup for the team. Is this the new Xiaolong Bao coming into the year? It's something we have to wait and find out.
Yeah, it is indeed, because this is only one game, and it's against a
Exactly.
mid to low tier opponent. This is the thing, is like, we don't know where everyone ranks for the time being. We can have a judgment call on like our best and worst teams, but it's only 1 week where they're playing one single series, then going to Chinese New Year, and then we come back on the 30th where NIP will open against RA and then JDG on Thursday later in the week. So there's really good dichotomy between the teams they're versing in that third week. We can look at this and be like, this is a good game, but where does it stand on the grand scheme of things against some of the better teams?
The beauty is, though, they don't have to face Ultra Prime again. So unless they make it to playoffs.
Hey,
But
there you go.
I'm very, very much excited for that one as well. I believe I heard that we have the interview ready, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and kick that one over.
I'm not sure
Results, I'm
because
so sorry, I
Mazel
misheard it.
in
The-
Shenzhen.
It is, yeah, it is. It's a little bit different. I forgot. But we do have the results of the day, right? We did have not 9 games, which is unfortunate. We haven't made it to 9 games yet, Hysterics. I know you're probably very
It's
happy
okay,
about that.
dude.
To not
I'm
get
all right.
9 games in a night. But we did have a heck of a journey here, starting off with a 2-1 victory for RA over LGD. We need to find something to stick onto for LGD. Then we had a 2-0 smash from RNG over OMG.
Yeah.
RNG with new pieces, looking just as, or if not, a little stronger in terms of those macro decisions early game. And then a 2-0 victory for the newly named Ninjas in Pajamas over Ultra Prime and their reunion of the 2018 IG Worlds roster.
I'm really impressed with Ultra Prime for, at least putting up a fight in that series, but more impressed with NIP is tomorrow, Mazel. I guess we get to see the new top esports. That's probably what I'm looking forward to, considering that that roster's had a hell of an upgrade as well. We get to see NIP's old mid laner.
see the man rookie himself pairing up with Jackie Love and all the beauty that comes with TES itself, and then EDG in their own right, changing things up a little bit on the roster, and AL and WE needing to find wins for the start off their season. Don't want to go 0-2 to kick it off, but it's going to be a lot of fun games. It is back to 2 best-of-3s tomorrow night, so maybe a little bit less time sink for everyone watching the games, but it does not mean we don't have bangers, because both those games are going to be bloodbaths, it feels like.
Yep. And tomorrow's week 2, by the way, because week
By
1
the
is
way.
only 2 days. And then week 2 is only 3 days. So it might be 2 series a day, Mazel, but again, I think overall, 2, 4, 6, yeah, it's the same amount of series as this first week, where then on week number 2 before Chinese New Year break, I believe you're actually casting this with Lyric, Weibo, and Top Esports end
Be such a
that
banger.
week, dude. I mean, that series is nuts. That's out of our minds nuts with
And
quality.
It's the second week of the season. Like, I want to see that like every other week. I'm
Yeah.
a little sad that we only have 1 series between each team every year, because, or at least every split, because
Every split,
then you're
yeah.
like, well, what happens if these teams would have met at like week 16, things like that.
Sure.
But there's a lot left in the air, a lot left for the LPL to discover as we continue our 2023 campaign. It's been a pleasure to cast my first series with you, Hysterics, on the LPL
Mine
Spring
too.
Split. Thank you so much for putting in the effort, being here for 3 series with your big brain color casting and
Hell
some
yeah.
play-by-play mixed in. Thank you all so much for tuning in, to the audience that make this happen, to give us a community, to show off these awesome players, these awesome stories. We'll see you tomorrow for more LPL action, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.